Hello, welcome everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Welcome to the Plant Medicine and Psychedelic Awareness Conference. And I'm joined with my great friend and co-host, Joan of Angels. How you doing, Joan?
Oh my God, it's a fantastic day. I feel like we're in ceremony, that we're all gathering around the world. And I love that we're around the world, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And we're planting our energetic field. So, wow.
Yeah. And this is a very unique experience because, yeah, we're having like kind of a ceremonial experience. We spoke just earlier how it's like 9 hours long. It's almost like a ceremony. We're not taking plant medicine, but or some of us might be, if you have some microdoses or something for the event. but we are connecting about the intention and what it is and what it means to really take these, these ancient plants and fungus and how it can support us. So we want to step and really make this a ceremonial day, right? And to start out, did you want to maybe lead us into something that can kind of set the intention?
Absolutely. All right, guys. So let's start by actually rubbing our hands together, all together, and beginning to feel that energy flowing from your hands. Whew. And actually place those hands on your heart and take a deep breath in through your nose and let it out. And then once more, taking a deep breath in and letting it all out. And once more, rubbing your hands together and holding them open. Mother, Father, God, we asked just now that we be filled, surrounded, and protected with the light. We ask that each and every one of us be touched with the spirit and the consciousness of wisdom, of understanding, of the essence of the plants. We ask for the presence of our guides, our angels, our departed loved ones, our ancestors and our guardians, the sentient beings on the planet. We ask that within this circle that we are creating, that wisdom, knowledge, awareness, comprehension, and an awareness of what, well, a rise in consciousness. We ask for healing, compassion, wisdom, and peace. And that each of us take away from this conference that which is the wisdom and the seeds for our own inner expansion. And so it is. Thank
you. Joan, do you want to start out by maybe telling everybody a little bit about yourself?
Oh, yes. Hi, guys. So I am actually Reverend Dr. Joan of Angels. Reverend, I was just ordinated this past few weeks. I actually teach people how to connect to your angelic guides, your vision, your master soul purpose, and what you're here to do. I particularly love plant medicine because it was through plant medicine that I was actually able to understand the big picture of all that is and all that will be, not just for myself, but for everyone else. And so plant medicine for me opened up a doorway to my own voices within, and then the other voices without, if that makes sense. And so I'm so happy to be here, Neil, to share this with everyone.
Mm-hmm. And just a bit about how we're connected and why I wanted you to be a part of this to me is that Joan actually, for all of you out there, is our, I guess, best friend is the best way to explain it. And really like is probably the closest person to us at our heart, really, on not only like support level when it comes to all the things we do professionally, which is really also a personal journey, but then just like as a friend and our relationship and just person that we can be very vulnerable with, and we go and visit frequent enough and have had maintained this connection for quite some time. I feel we've assisted each other on an unprecedented level where we've really helped each other's lives shift. And so now we continue to do it. And we've been trying to figure out more and more things we can create together. And we're both into plant medicine, right? And have experienced a lot from it and have conversations about that quite often. So Joan really was the perfect person to have on this, not only because of how close she is to us, but because this is a vulnerable, like safe space that we need to be in. So you really want to be having these conversations with people you feel comfortable with anyway, right? So not only that, but then also just an amazing conduit channel of energy, incredible artist, and is her empowerment workshops really do impact people in a huge level. So she's really the perfect fit for this. And this is just the beginning. We're going to be doing this one. We're hoping to move this into frequent online plant medicine events, you know, and then also we're co-creating the cannabis conference, which is going to be next year in March. So that is just my little spiel about Joan and why we put this all together.
I love that. Actually, we go into that sacred space together, Neil, Soul, and I, because it's a three-way conversation. And actually, I'm sure we've been together so many lifetimes, Neil, that it's exciting to me to be part of this now. I'm just excited.
Yep. And
Destiny
I want to tell everybody. Oh, yeah, for sure. And I want to tell everybody just a bit about how this manifested, this conference. So about two years ago is when I really had the idea that I wanted to create a plant medicine conference. And I wanted to do it live. And then all of a sudden, Oakland, they decriminalized all like psychedelics and, you know, naturally occurring plants and fungi, right? So because they decriminalized it this year, 2020, we were supposed to be in Oakland doing the first ever live psychedelic awareness and plant medicine conference. That was the intention. But due to the current world situation, that didn't happen. And then I said, well, actually, it works out better if we do it online anyway, to really establish what we're doing within this, make connections with the speakers, and then do it live later. So, but this event has been on my to-do list. Like I have a to-do list that has never ended. And it's been on my to-do list right there for 2 years up until the moment it finally manifested and came together. So now we're here. So for me, it feels like a huge accomplishment really to finally be getting into this world, because we, you know, as you know, Joan, we do events on ancient history, evolution of consciousness, ascension, extraterrestrials, UFO disclosure, and plant medicine is within that realm, but there's not as many like conference events focusing entirely on it, right? So it took a while, maybe a couple of years before we got to the place where I feel that we're comfortable enough, have the resources enough to really pull this off. So, and that's where we are now and what we're going to experience today.
I love it, Neil. And it's perfect timing with more and more states legalizing psychedelics. I mean, yes. and psychedelic free zones. So I think we're cutting edge for new technology in everything, in healing, in addiction, recovery, and consciousness. I think we're right there.
Yep. And a couple of the speakers today, like, let's just go over briefly who we're going to have. You connected me with a few of them. One of them is Danielle from the Psychedelic Society. And I spoke to her on the phone. We had a great conversation. And she actually was one of the individuals that was supporting and behind the whole Oakland decriminalization. So we're going to actually get some insight about what happened over there too.
I'm looking forward to that. I adore Danielle. I love Sari. I mean, I have a few people and friends that are coming on, Brandee. So it's really exciting that I've had personal connections with all of you.
Definitely. So today's schedule, do you want to go over it really quick? Go ahead.
I do, but I have to turn my screen there. Yeah. Oh my God. I couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. All right. It was the world. I hadn't taken any plant medicine, so I was out of focus. I'm kidding.
So I'm going to paste the schedule in the room here, and then we can go over it.
Perfect. Let us discuss it all.
Oh, and Sari's name is pronounced Sari.
Thank you, Sari.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to start out today. How about you? Do you want to go over the schedule, Joan? Read it off to everyone.
Yes, everyone. Good morning or good evening, wherever you are. So in a couple of minutes, I think in about 10 minutes, it says we'll start, but we'll have Sari Starr. Now I have to tell you a little bit about her. She's from Celestial Smoke. She is the goddess, the cannabis priestess, and actually the goddess of ceremony. And she's going to be joining us live in the chat room, to answer your questions. And we'll have her pre-recorded presentation because she's actually in Mexico in the middle of a sacred journey retreat. And so it was really kind of her to join us. So she's our first speaker. And then we have Danielle, who is the founder of the San Francisco Psychedelic Society, worldwide organization that has tremendous amounts of education and training, by the way. So you already mentioned her. We have Brandee, who was the co-founder, I think, of Rhythmia. I met Brandee in a plant medicine ceremony years ago. She's gone on to make great film about plant medicine. We're going to get to talk with her. And why don't you continue, because Luis is one of your friends.
Yes. So Luis, I just connected with a few weeks ago, and my friend, who's a comedian that's in film, said that he has a friend that just created a documentary on plant medicine called "The Song That Calls You Home," and so he gave me his phone number.
Good title.
I gave him a call, and it was really beautiful conversation. Just like the intention of what he's doing, I really felt it, and I wanted him to come on and speak about it. He just released his documentary 2 weeks ago, and it just got put on Gaia last week. They just got it, so it's available. He's going to be talking about it, but I'm really excited about what he has to share, because he had some actual medical professionals in his documentary as well, talking about the difference between Western medicine and what Western medicine is not good at, and what maybe the medicine from the jungle can actually assist with. And then also his mother took ayahuasca, someone he never thought that would ever do it. And I was kind of interested in his journey and how his family got involved, because then his sister started doing it. So it was really beautiful documentary. I recommend you all checking it out, and hopefully we'll get to show the trailer too when he's on.
We should also mention Brandee's documentary, The Reality of Truth. And she has a lot of top thought leaders on the show, on her video, talking about plant medicine and your
that's
personal
available,
experience.
That's available on our youtube.com/portal to ascension. We have The Reality of Truth there.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we go into the Ilaq. He is this shaman that has ancestry from Peru, and he facilitates ceremonies in California currently, but I think he goes all over the world and does it. So we're going to be talking about him and getting some insight from someone who facilitates ceremonies. And then who do we have next?
We have next Andre Sandoval.
Andre facilitates ceremonies as well. He's taking people down to Peru. However, the number one ceremony that he's really focusing on for himself is the combo ceremonies. So you're familiar with combo, right, Joan?
I haven't taken it personally, but I know many people who have.
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about that.
And they swear by it.
Right. We've taken it, Sol and I have done it 3 times. And it is definitely, it's not psychoactive. It's just like a 15-minute experience, 15 to 30-minute experience. But it's really like a huge purge and a cleanse. So he's going to be on here talking about that, and also taking questions too. And just to let everybody know.
Not for the fearless.
Right? Oh, yeah. Huh? Mm-hmm.
You have to be prepared.
Yeah. And just to let everyone know that you can ask questions today. Hopefully everybody gets time to answer questions. Do not ask your questions in the chat room. Ask them in the Q&A area. So in this moment, I want everybody to locate right here. It should be right there, or might be right there. Depends where I'm at on the screen. But right underneath is the Q&A button. If you click that, you can see that's where you can ask your question. So whenever you have a question, even if it's at the beginning of someone talking, don't forget your question. Open that up, ask your question. Joan and I will be the facilitators and monitoring them, and we'll ask them. And this really today is for you guys to ask the questions that you want about these experiences. And I know that there's, let me take that back. I don't really know. You can never really know anything. You can never really know anything. I am under the feeling and awareness that at least 50% of the people who are attending this event or have signed up probably have not done plant medicines before, or are on this to learn about plant medicines that they have never done before, because I do get a lot of people asking questions about it at our other events, which is why I wanted to do this, is to inform the masses about all of these, amazing plants, fungus, and more, but then also to eliminate and reduce the stigma behind these things, because we've been raised in a society that has demonized it for so long. And even if you might be conscious and spiritual into UFOs or something, doesn't mean that you aren't a victim to society's programming that maybe makes you feel that it's not really something that you should do because it's a drug. Some people think that it's a fast track, and you shouldn't take a fast track, and maybe you should do it through meditation. So the questions that you have today, this is really for opportunity for you to ask them. Okay.
We did get a question about whether the recording will be available for later, and the answer is absolutely. Yes, and Sari wants to know, excuse me, how she can answer questions. Let's see.
Well, the thing is with Sari is we only have 35 minutes for her, and her talk is 35 minutes. So the Q&A isn't into it. But what we could do is we could start now rather than in 5 minutes, so she could have 5 minutes to take some audio questions.
Yeah, she says she can answer it. She can hold the internet for a few minutes.
Okay, so we'll talk about the rest of the schedule later. Let's just get into Sari.
Let's get her in.
All right, let's do it. Okay, you want to take it away and bring her in?
All right.
Introduce her.
Okay, Sari. We are so excited to have Sari. I want everyone to know that I first found her on Instagram as the cannabis priestess, all right? And I was so intrigued. And one of the things that I really loved particularly is that she was a mistress of also CBD, other plants, herbs that take you into portals of other consciousness, and also the shrooms. And so I heard that she was at the Conscious Life Expo. I got an email from her, and I'm always at the Conscious Life Expo. So I ran down to meet her and greet her. She was with several of her team. You could feel that even in this place of consciousness, she was one of the most conscious, she and her team. So I'm just so happy that she agreed to be here. She is right now conducting ceremony down in Mexico. She'll probably tell you all about her experience with cannabis. She is an alchemist. She's the founder of Celestial Smokes, an amazing brand. She'll probably tell us all about that and how we can get that too. So come on in, Sari. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
And I'm really aloha, beautiful beings. Excuse me, I am here in Mexico, so the internet is not so great, so I'm pre-recording this for you all. And I'm really excited to be part of this conference and to share this information with you that I've gathered through my experiences throughout the years. A little bit about myself that you should know. I've been working with plant medicines now for the past 4.5 years intentionally, and pretty much throughout my life, maybe recreationally and not so intentionally. But with that, I feel like they're teaching us regardless of our intentions. But when we do have an intention and we come to these plant medicines with sacred reverence, the experience becomes much more meaningful and insightful, and we gain the ability to really look deep into our self-awareness, into our conscious expansion. I've had multiple cannabis businesses. I've been in the cannabis industry since 2016 with a creative agency, Redefining Cannabis. I started the first global cannabis retreat company, Cannabis Retreats. We had retreats all over the world, California, Canada, Jamaica, and that ended in the June right before June 2019, and then we of course had to stop doing retreats in 2020. I also have a Celestial Smokes brands company under the brand of Celestial Alchemica. Celestial Smokes are organic hemp-based pre-rolls mixed with sacred blends. And I've been working specifically with magic mushrooms, offering the sacred medicine with guidance and ceremony for the past year. And we'll get into a little bit that at the end, but I want to dive in because we don't have a lot of time. I'm going to set my timer so I make sure that I stay on course. And here we go. So this presentation is based on a guide that I've been in the middle of writing, almost complete now. And it's pretty much a guide for people to take their self journey with magic mushrooms. And the reason that I felt really that this guide was so important is because I am an alchemist of this medicine. And when I work with people, I would get a lot of questions: how to use it, how to dose, what to expect, how to feel. And so this is a synopsis of the guide. It's not the full guide, but it's the highlights. And I really feel like it has offered a lot of value. I also did an online retreat this past year where we worked with cannabis and magic mushrooms, and it was a weekend retreat on Zoom. And this guide served as a basic outline of how to set up your ceremonial space so you can have the best experience. So let's get started. Here we go. Ooh. Oops. So pretty much, part of our, and I'm going to kind of jump around in terms of plant medicine, magic mushrooms, and also our conscious awakening on this planet and what's happening right now. And I believe that a big reason why we're turning to plant medicines is because we are seeing that our programming for many, many years has created limiting belief systems within us that has prevented us from achieving our connection to source, has kept us separated in that sense, has kept us in states of anxiety and depression and stress and internal chaos. And as our spirit is collectively waking up, we're looking for allies and tools to assist in our awakening, in our individual awakening, in our collective awakening. And what's happening now is we're realizing that our lives are not based on, our reality is not based on our definition of who we are through our jobs and our titles and our environment, is that we actually are creating everything around us from our perspectives and our ability to tap into the quantum and bring in the choice realities. But that has to align with our belief systems and our emotions. And plant medicines allow us to bypass the sense of self and our ego and really access our higher connection and our higher selves so that we can create the life that we truly deserve, which I call our divine inheritance. So, welcome to the first step of your journey. The present moment awaits. And, a huge part of what we're doing here is to access the infinite present moments, because anxiety and fear and stress live in the past and they live in the future. And what's happening is that on our program, running in our minds, we're constantly bringing in our past experiences, our past traumas into the present, and we're really living them over and over again, which is preventing us from our unlimited potential of creating a future that we don't really know exists, because we're so afraid to dive into the unknown, because we're grasping on to what is known. The mind is trying to grasp on to what is known, which keeps us in fight or flight. Plant medicines allow us to step into a state of homeostasis and a state of ego death, which can be painful. But once we surrender to that, we become extremely present, and that allows us to be the divine creators that we are and gain true insight into what our soul really needs from us in order to have the most meaningful and purposeful life. So I just want you to close your eyes right now. And we're just going to drop into our belly. I like to bring in awareness and kind of open the space for the collective to drop in. And I ask that the wisdom of these plant medicines offer me the words and the guidance to communicate from my highest perspective, from the highest perspective of the collective, and from the highest perspective of these plants, to provide what is needed right now, to inspire people to come home to themselves, to remember who they really are, to connect with their spirit, to connect with their joy, to connect with their hearts, and to open their hearts and leave from the heart space so that they can make decisions based on their true coherence and divine knowing. I thank you for all the wisdom. I thank you for showing up today. I thank you for spirit to help me be a vessel that can communicate what I believe is the truth that our humanity needs right now. Aho. So we're going to go just touch on the basics. You know, there's 4 aspects of when we enter into the experience of magic mushrooms. We have the onset, the peak, the come down, and the integration, and what happens during, you know, what to expect when you go on a journey. This is not the same as a microdose. So we're talking about a journey. We'll go more into that, those different levels of dosing after. So the onset usually happens depending on the method of consumption, which we'll talk about in a bit. It can happen within 30 minutes to an hour. And it typically feels like, you know, like this slow rise, and your body starts feeling wobbly and kind of mushy. And then you feel like you're being taken out and into another dimension, so to speak. And sometimes people do feel nausea when it comes to magic mushrooms. And that's just our body processing what it thinks is a form of poison, a foreign substance. For most people, it's bearable, and some people don't even feel it. Others, they do have a challenge with that. So it really is individual. And I just want to preference right now that what I'm saying right now is a general kind of overview, but every single individual is going to experience this differently because our DNA is not the same as everybody else's. So just like cannabis and every other medicine, everything we ingest and everything we take into our body, every experience for every individual is different, but there is a general overview that we can use as a guide to help us as we navigate our own journey. So once the onset comes in, it usually lasts about 30 minutes to an hour, and then we go right into the peak. The peak is the highest point. This is where you're usually going to see your visuals, and it could be the most pleasant and euphoric, or it could be the most challenging. This part could last from 2 to 4 hours, and this is the time to surrender, let go, and really connect to the wisdom of the mushrooms and the wisdom of your higher self. After the peak, you know, we have the come down, which is usually with mushrooms, it's gentle, it's slow. Sometimes you feel tired. But, you know, for the most part, you can have a sense of exhaustion with also inability to sleep. It's a good time when you're coming down just to like take it all in. And this is a good time to journal and write down your thoughts and write down your feelings. And this is a place where typically people feel, even if they've been through a challenging time, where that sense of peace comes in, that sense of accomplishment. Oh, wow, I just went through it. You know, I saw myself, and it's just a powerful time and one of the most rewarding times of the experience. And then we have the integration, which comes after. And this can take days, it can take weeks. I just had an epiphany of my ayahuasca journey that I had 4 years ago, literally come to me, another layer revealed to me today. So, you know, this is an ongoing integration process. And it's so important that you take the time in your everyday life to integrate what you're going through in your journeys. It's not a quick fix. We're not doing a one size fits all pill here. So let's talk about methods of consumption. The way the mushrooms are consumed, they do have a direct impact of the potency, the duration, and how you're experiencing it. Like I said, every single person is different. I've seen, as I mentor people will take it one way and they'll feel it stronger, and another way they won't feel it at all. So this is you being a guinea pig, but also kind of understanding each way we can consume. So dried raw mushrooms are the most popular. They do have the longest shelf life. You can freeze it. You want to keep them in an enclosed container and in a dark space. This is, some people don't like the taste. It's very earthy. They do grow in manure a lot of the times, depending on where you get them. And it can cause the upset stomach. Anytime you're digesting it, it can cause some unsettling in the stomach. It's important that you have a scale so that you're weighing out and you're sure how much you're actually getting. You can eat them fresh, and these should be eaten within, I think, 1 week. And I think that they're a little bit stronger when they're fresh, but this is more research that I have to look into than they are dried. Most people don't have the option of getting them fresh unless they're growing them or they know growers. A very popular way is to bake them and make them in chocolates, which is what I do. And, you know, depending on what you mix them with, I add adaptogens, which add an entourage effect, and they're really good for the brain, as well as cacao is a heart opener. It actually gets into the bloodstream faster, and these added ingredients amplify the experience, and they also enhance the flavors. You can have really awesome tasting chocolates like I make. And then you can drink them in a tea, or you can extract them. And this actually could mitigate the stomach because you're not digesting it. The onset is typically quicker. The journey could be more intense but shorter. I've heard people not feel much from tea. And then for me personally, I've had really intense experiences on tea. So it's something just to explore and see how it works for you. So dosing protocols is super important with any medicine. And I want to go through, you know, every person is unique, like I said. So the sensitivity of how you react to any type of dose, like some people need, like with cannabis, some people need like 40 milligrams of THC to actually feel anything. Others, 5 milligrams is enough. So it's typical. It's good to start slowly, but here's the thing with magic mushrooms. In my opinion, I think that we need to like maybe dive in the first time and go for the journey, and then try the microdosing, because I feel like that allows us to really connect with the experience and the full experience. It's very different than cannabis. So if you've had like a very challenging experience with an edible, it's not the same at all, and I would not compare them at all, and that's a different conversation. But you know, it's interesting to, there's a kind of debate out there whether or not you should start microdosing and then go into the big dose, or just dive right in and then scale back and know where your microdose is. So again, it really depends on what you're looking for out of your journey. Let's just review quickly. A microdose typically ranges from 0.1 gram to 0.5 grams at the max. It can give you a lot of energy, focus, and a sense of well-being and peace. A lot of people use it to be productive during the day, creativity, and it helps, you know, a lot of the research today is showing that it helps with PTSD, anxiety, and generally giving you a sense of calm and well-being throughout your day, so you can manage your stress better and feel connected, more connected to the present moment. Sometimes a microdose can activate your emotions, and especially if you're on the higher level of the 0.5, sometimes if you could end up sporadically crying or feeling uncomfortable, and that is the medicine showing you what you need to know. So in any case, never resist, just go into it. Just hopefully you're not in the middle of like work or something, right? But typically people like work with, they try it in a space where they feel safe before they go out into the office or the workplace and start microdosing. And so the next, and a microdose usually can last quite a few hours, you know, that state of well-being. And there are protocols, you know, how often to do it, like a few protocols, you take 1 day on, 2 days off, 1 day on, or one every other day, or, you know, it is said that you build a tolerance. So taking it every day is not recommended. Also, because of the lasting effects, it's also not necessarily necessary. And most people who microdose for a few months realize that they don't really need it anymore. And I mean, this is the point. We're not looking to use these as crutches. They're supposed to be tools, and it's different than pharma medicine, which we can get addicted to. So low dose is 1 to 2 grams. Depending on your sensitivity. This is a great place to meditate, gain some insight, less mind chatter, really drop into the present moment. This can last, you know, a few hours. It's good for brainstorming, connecting with nature, going outside, being with friends. I always say when you're in this dose, it's best to be around other people who are also dosing. When people are not on the same level, it can kind of pull you out of your frequency, which can mess up the experience a little bit. And then we're in the journey. The journey is when you go deep And usually this is between 2 to 4 grams, again, depending on your sensitivity, and, you know, leaning towards a 3 to 4 gram range. I go on a journey on 2 grams. Also, it depends on the strains, which is a whole other thing that will be in my guide. As you start seeing visuals, you start leaving your body, you get access to deep wisdom, ego dissolve, allowing us to look at our life from the perspective of our heart knowing and our higher self. And, you know, this is a place where you really surrender to the experience. So I have to whiz through this because time is running out quickly. Wow. So let's talk about a ceremony. You want to start with setting your intentions and meditating and really getting into a calm, relaxing state. It's really important, the state you're in. Actually, this was a little out of order, but we have the 5 gram heroes dose, which Terrence McKenna, he actually coined that term. And this is where you're just totally blasted out of your body. You see, you can connect with beings, you can connect with out of body experiences, different dimensions. It's really intense, and it's not for the faint of heart. This is typically 5 grams or more and can last about 8 hours. So let's go back to the ceremony. We're creating a ceremonial space. So set and setting, I'm sure you've heard, is really, really important. But here's some mantras that you can write down and sit with before you start your journey. You're laying expectations at the door. You're open to receiving communication. You're here for the greater good of the collective, and you're in service to you and your higher self. You want to be free from all distractions of people, TV, social media, everything. Like literally shut it all down, and tell everybody around you that you're going to be in a journey so they don't disrupt you, because it could be very challenging when you're in it and somebody like just jolts you out of it, you know. And just be committed to being present. Make sure your space, like I said, doesn't have outside interruptions, loud noises, anything that can really be abrupt. Have a conversation with people you're living with, and surround yourself with things that you love and you feel comforted in. Sage yourself, clear the energy, and really you're going to be on an inward journey. So what you have outside doesn't really matter, but you want to have water, maybe a couple of snacks. I doubt you'll be hungry, but it's good just to have that with you and be super, super comfortable so you can just relax, lie down, and, you know, just drop into your body. You want to have good climate. People tend to run cold with mushrooms. And, you know, you can keep a journal next to you. That's really important. If you have insights you want to write down. And then have some mantras if it gets challenging. A good one that I love is a Ho'oponopono, which is, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you. And you can repeat that over and over if you start to feel uncomfortable or challenged in your journey. And remember, always come back to love. Put your hand on your heart. You know, that's important if you're feeling challenged, or if you're starting to get insights that are bringing up old traumas and things like that. And, you know, it's really good to just keep your hand on your heart and really returning to loving yourself and love in general. Essential oils can activate the senses, but sometimes the essential oils that you thought you liked don't smell so good in your ceremony. So when you're under the influence of the medicine, it's good to have food ready when you're done to ground you. It's really good. And, you know, pets are good to have around as long as you don't have to take them out and they're not needy, and they could just be there as your medicine dogs or cats, and just cuddling you and being there as sort of a safe, comforting being that you love. Music is so important. There's many playlists out there. It's really good to there's specific playlists that actually can take you through your journey. I have playlists I can recommend. I would say avoid any music that has nostalgic references. You don't want to be pulled into past memories unless it's something that the mushrooms are specifically showing you that you need to see. And choose a good playlist. Make sure it lasts 4 to 6 hours. Uninterrupted. Have charged phone, charged speakers, charge earbuds. Turn your phone on airplane mode. Make sure it's downloaded. The worst thing is to be interrupted with a commercial, or just the music stops automatically because it's not charged. You know, again, have this all prepared so that you can fully surrender and not think about what's coming next. It's going to be a really important part of this journey. And so we talk about our intentions are so important to guide yourself. What is your intention? What is your divine intention? How do you want to connect with this medicine? So mushrooms will amplify and show you what you need to know. But also when you have an intention, you're going in and you're asking for help and you're asking for insight and wisdom. So it's good to write it down. And this is a really good way to start connecting with the wisdom that you want to get from yourself and your higher and the medicine. So how to meet the medicine. So as soon as you start feeling it coming on, it's good to practice deep breathing, pay attention to your body, connect to your body, and really just show me what I need to know. Show me what I need to know, and practice the act of surrender. Just letting go, not trying to control. Don't control. You have no control. And it'll just, the more you resist, the harder it's going to get. If you just come back to love when it feels challenging or uncomfortable, you'll be okay. I want to talk about bad trips quickly. There really is no negative outcome. If you set your space up and you're protected and you have a good container, which is really important, whether you have a facilitator or somebody holding space for you, or you're doing this alone, your challenging moments, you'll be able to see it like you're the observer, and you'll be able to get exactly what you need to know, even if it's buried trauma, emotions, and memories. But a bad trip usually happens if you're in the wrong setting, and if you're in a place where you're abruptly removed from your sacred space, from your sense of calm, your sense of peace, and your external environment is causing you to have anxiety, right? So you want to make sure that this is all accounted for so you avoid having a bad trip. If something isn't working with you, if you feel challenged, it's good to move. You can yell, learn to cry. You might have to go to the bathroom. You might have to purge. All this is good. Releasing energy. Do jumping jacks, dance. And if you can't move and if you're feeling like kind of paralyzed to your couch or whatever, recognize that you're just the observer of this. This isn't your full reality, and this is a good way to understand that life is not perfect and we have challenges, and this is a good way to learn how to deal with our challenges, and also know that this too shall pass. And let the music carry you, and grunt and yell and cry and do what you got to do. Release it, and then come back to love. Come back to love. So integrating back into daily life, usually the weeks ahead after a deep journey, you feel euphoric, you feel calm, you feel like you achieved something, you feel like you got this. And it's really important to stay true to what you discovered. My first intentional mushroom ceremony, I literally blew up my whole life. Everything changed. I started on a path that I never thought I would do. And this is going to happen. The more you work with this, you may see that the people in your life may not serve you anymore. And there's a lot of people you have to let go of, and relationships that you want to walk away from, and jobs that don't serve you. This is what this is about. It's connecting to your soul. So you start living the most authentic life that you have. And it gives you the courage because you've connected to the divine, you've connected to your sense of self, your true authentic self in your spirit, to say, wow, this is not who I am. And if I continue going down that road, I'm going to perpetuate suffering in my life. And I know what it feels like to feel whole now, and in love with myself, and appreciation for myself, and not attached to my stories. And this shit's got to change. And then a whole world opens up for you if you're willing and really willing to embark on that journey. So a plant medicine journey, you have to do the work. This is it. Plant medicine is not the end all of be all. It's really a doorway. It's a doorway to the divine. It's a doorway to you. But every day you got to do the work. And this is through meditation. It's through reprogramming. It's through self-awareness. It's through seeing your thoughts and over and over. Like, what is the loop that you're always in? When it comes to your relationships, your judgment, your separation, your job, your connection with people, how you speak. Everything now becomes a test under a microscope, and you're constantly, the best way to integrate these experiences is to be so self-aware and humble in your experiences and in your life, so that you can really use this to your benefit. Because we don't want to have to keep going back to ceremonies over and over and over again and still have the same outcomes, the same life. Then nothing's really changing. And we're just using these medicines as a crutch, as opposed to tools to help us evolve so that we can come home to ourselves without them. That's my belief. Which is what I just said. The whole universe is inside of us, and these allies are just activating that inside of us. So we really don't need to rely on outside resources to come home to ourselves, but these are definitely helpful allies for us. Whew. So that's a very overview synopsis of how I can talk about this for hours, but I just want to come back to our body and thank you all for witnessing me and being part of this information and these tools, and thank you for the wisdom of the mushrooms that continue to flow through me. And I appreciate, I love, and I'm grateful for all the ways that we have the opportunity to awaken ourselves from the programming and from our separation and connect back to source and remember who we really are. So I just want to touch quickly on my offerings. Like I said, celestialsmokes.com. You can order them throughout the entire US. They are CBD smokable blended with herbs, organic CBD, 95 milligrams per joint, 17% CBD in the flower, really high quality, immediately soothes your nervous system. I also do celestial shrooms, sacred chocolates. You can DM me for more info on that. You can follow me on Instagram, celestial.alchemica, celestial.smokes. And I would say the Alchemica one is more used, and you can also find me on my personal one through there. I share a lot of wisdom bites that come to me from medicine and my own internal journey throughout life. And so I think that completes this presentation. I love you guys so much. If you have any questions, which I'm sure, because I only really touched the high level basics of this, please feel free to email me, sari@celestialsmokes.com. You can send me a message through celestial.alchemica on my Instagram. And, just Google Sari Starr and there you'll find me. You can connect with me through my websites. And I love you guys so much. And this is really, I'm so grateful to be a witness to this medicine, to have had this experience with the mushrooms, and to be able to connect with you all and educate more people on the power of using it ceremonially, with reverence, and with the highest integrity for ourselves. Because just the last thought, we're fighting so hard for plant medicine to be legal. We fought for cannabis, and now we're fighting for the other ones. And if we don't use it with integrity and we don't use it with reverence, and something bad happens, this is a disservice to the collective, because that story will permeate throughout the field and will spread, and it will prevent other people from gaining access or wanting to embark. Like we were told when we were young, oh, Johnny did LSD and he jumped off a building. That's the story that stuck with us, the program that stuck with us, and so the lies, because it's not about, he just didn't do it in the right setting. He didn't do it ceremoniously. He did it in a way that was dangerous, right? And so don't underestimate the power of these plants. Never, never underestimate. Don't come to it with ego like you got this. You got this in a way that you're going to surrender and you're going to take care and nurture yourself. You got this. We got this. But keep a high reverence and sacred connection to this experience, because you'll only benefit more, and you'll help others as a result. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to awaken the masses so that we can access our ascension and rise and rise and rise with the divine. I love you guys so much. Have a beautiful, beautiful day, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh my God, that was a fantastic presentation, Sari. Just fantastic. Guys, you can connect and get all of her information in the chat. I just learned so much. I think everyone did.
Yeah, me too. That was amazing, and definitely a great introduction to mushrooms and just ceremony in general for, and also starting the conversation on eliminating the stigma around it. Like she said in the end, how we
Right.
have this programming from upbringing, from the media, and it's really time to shift that because it doesn't serve us.
And I actually didn't even know all those different phases. I learned so much helpful information about how to be and the different, I don't know if I'm ever ready for that 5-gram expansion. Guys, that was fantastic. And we're so lucky to have even more speakers. And I hope she comes to our cannabis event.
Yeah, and I'm actually making her a panelist right now. So if Sari wants to start her audio, there she is.
Hi, guys.
Oh my
Hey,
God,
Sari.
you were wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's interesting to listen to myself play back.
I bet, huh? I feel you on that. So we only have a few minutes, so let's get into some questions, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
Let's see here. We have, Carla is saying, I found different variety of mushrooms to have significantly different effects. Can you say something about the different varieties?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to cannabis. There's 200 different strains of psilocybin. And for the most part, you're going to get a general similar effect from all of them, but each of them have variables. Like some people say penis envy is really, really strong, very psychedelic. It depends on where in the world they're grown. And there's still a lot of research to be done on the specific effects of each strain.
Great. And then we have a couple of people asking the same question here, which is, do you have a recommendation for a playlist?
The internet just... Sorry, I missed the question.
Oh, okay, no worries. Do you have a recommendation for type of music or a playlist?
Yeah, so East Forest is amazing. He actually designed a whole 8-hour album for Magic Mushroom Journeys. And if you look me up, Cannabis Priestess on Spotify, I have a playlist that I created there, which is medicine music, and it's pretty amazing for a journey. And also great to meditate with cannabis in any kind of medicine or regular journey.
Do you have any experiences or comments on salvia?
I've never taken salvia, no.
Yeah, I'll talk about my experiences later on that. It's a freaking crazy ride.
We have another question about, so where can we find mushrooms for microdosing? Are your celestial shrooms, I guess you can cut them, but.
Yeah, so definitely send me a message on Instagram and on the celestial.alchemica, and I will give you, just say, hey, it's me from the conference. Don't go into too many details, and I'll give you my Signal phone number, and I can answer that question there. And it's yes.
We have another question too. Have you ever had any fool's gold message from the experience? I'm not even sure what that means.
Yeah, I've heard of fool's gold before, but what does that mean?
I think it means that a message from the plant that wasn't really in alignment with what you feel you should have done. Like, for example, I've had a friend who did ayahuasca, and ayahuasca told her to do something in life, and she did it and then realized that she shouldn't have done it. So she thought she was manipulated by it and then never did it again. So have you ever had, I'm assuming that's what she's probably talking about.
So I would say I have not had that experience. However, I'm a very intuitive person, and I look at the messages that I get. I've looked at it with everything with a grain of salt. I never take what comes to me like as the end all be all message that I have to move forward. I have to really feel, and that's the intuition. Why is it coming up for us? What is that part? Is that part something we see through our ego, or is that part coming from spirit? And that's why it's so important to have a mentor and a coach to actually work with these experiences, so you are making the decisions that are based on your highest purpose. This is not like the voice of God coming through. It's just you talking to you.
Dude, I was just about to say it's not like the voice of God, because it's not like, it's literally not like, you have to translate it in your own lens, really, and it's a message for you, might not be for the entire world. So having this neutral perspective and allowing for it to hit you on that level, rather than being like, oh, that's the end all be all and it's telling me what to do with my life, it's only giving you direction. The number one thing plant medicines have showed me, and fungus, is that it showed me what I need to do after I leave the ceremony, you know, to continue the work.
And to be honest, the most powerful part is after the ceremony. It's not even the ceremony itself.
Right.
Sometimes, you know, we're not even like so aware of what's going on, and we're in this state of where like altered states, and kind of like it's really trancy, and you're kind of here, not here. But it's how your body reacts to things afterwards, and the ability to be discerning and gain more emotional intelligence, because that's really what we're doing. You know, that I feel is the main purpose of this.
Definitely. So if anybody has any more questions for Sari, if you can ask them in the chat room, and there are a couple of more in here, but if you don't mind, Sari, just sticking around and answering them there. And then also, could you please provide your email address if that's okay with you, or if you prefer maybe just people to connect with you on IG?
No, email's good. I just kind of lost the window. So if you want to type in Sari, Sari at celestialsmokes.com.
Sari, you were wonderful. I'm so excited
you.
that you took time out from your retreat. Tell all your retreat members, like, we just love them for sharing you with us for a few moments. And I could feel the essence of the journey, honestly. So, and I hope you're with us at our next conference. It's so fun to share you with our peeps.
I would love to. Of course. It's an honor to share this information. I'm just really grateful.
Very sacred. We're very lucky. So you go back to your people and enjoy the chat. And thank you so much.
Bye. Bye. Much love.
Much love.
Oh, that was so exciting. Okay, Neil, I love that. I just loved how she brought us into that. And now this is even more exciting because we're followed with Danielle. And Danielle, I'm really excited that you are here. I found Danielle when I was looking for another speaker for this program, really. And she kind of fell into my lap. And she is the founder of the San Francisco Psychedelic Society that is actually worldwide. Okay, she's the founder of Psychedelic Recovery. And that, yes, is addiction recovery, guys, and the founding of Decriminalize Nature Oakland. Okay, so she has been part of the whole decriminalization movement. She is very young for having accomplished so much. And it's very, very exciting. She works with building conscious community. She educates about using psychedelics. She has integration groups worldwide. And she's coming to us, actually, when she leaves here, she's teaching a microdosing event. So this is a fantastic woman. So Danielle, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be here.
Definitely really nice to meet you, Danielle, and see you in person.
Likewise. Thank you for inviting me to your amazing community here, and a deep bow of gratitude to you, Joan, for all of the work you do for humanity.
Oh my God, I adore you. And I'm just so excited to share you with my tribes. Okay, my people. And it's just really, really exciting. So why don't you start by telling us about you, your society, and how you got here.
Hey, thank you. I also want to say just thank you to Sari for that beautiful presentation that you gave. I really learned a lot from you, and I hope we can connect after. So greetings, everyone. I'm Danielle. It's an honor to be here, and I want to start off by thanking the land that I'm on. I'm currently sitting on Ohlone land here in Oakland, California. And I've learned in this psychedelic space how important it is that we honor our indigenous ancestors that came before us. So a little bit about me. I was brought to this work because I healed an addiction, a 12-year addiction to pharmaceutical drugs with psychedelic medicine. And I've put all of my passion and healing into this nonprofit organization that I run here in the Bay Area. We're actually now mostly online, and we provide community education, integration, and support for individuals across the globe that are interested in learning about altered states of consciousness and psychedelics. And we facilitate integration circles where people can come and unpack their psychedelic experiences in a group setting and learn from one another in the groups and really embody the realizations that come through the psychedelic experience. A lot of our focus of our organization is on harm reduction, and people come to us when they don't know a lot about psychedelics. They don't know where to start. They don't know how to use them safely. And a lot of the work we're doing is eliminating the stigma around psychedelic medicine. And we do that by educating people on how to use it properly so that we can minimize the risk and minimize negative experiences, which then develops into global stigma.
I like that. So tell us a little bit more about the classes that you've been teaching, like your microdosing, your experience with that. I know a lot of people here are very much interested in that as well.
Yeah, thanks for asking. So we are, well, today we're launching our the microdosing movement. So we teach these courses that last anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. And the purpose of this is so that we really get to build a community within the course, so that you're not just taking a presentation and leaving. You get to meet other people in the course. You get to meet the facilitators, ask questions, and actually make friends in the psychedelic community as you're going through the course material. So today we're launching the microdosing movement, and this whole course is basically giving the lay of the land about microdosing. And we're teaming up with this group, the Microdosing Institute out of the Netherlands, and the Flow State Micro, and also Jim Fadiman, who is a renowned psychologist and author of the Psychedelic Explorer's Guide. And he invented this protocol for microdosing, which basically educates people on how to use the medicine, like which days to use it, which days to take off. And we're going to be covering protocols, best practices, preparation and integration, testing your microdose, reasons for microdosing, and how to integrate the microdosing experience. It also comes along with a microdosing journal, so you can track your experience and learn how to track your experience, so that you can learn about the small changes that might be made, but that will lead to those big changes and transformation in your life.
I really, really love that. So how has it helped you, like, or your experience in working with people with addiction recovery? Because I know that it's the forefront now with plant medicine and with the psychedelics. Like, could you address that for a minute? Like, who would be a candidate, how that might work or look?
Yeah. It's interesting to think about, taking a psychedelic substance or taking one drug to overcome another drug. It seems sort of counterintuitive to introduce more drugs for an addicted. But we have found that psychedelics are actually addiction interrupters, meaning that they can stop a person from their addiction behaviors and that pattern that they're on, and snap them out of the addiction process. Psychedelics allow for people to view their life and view their addiction and from a different perspective. So I would say someone that is interested in getting off of pharmaceuticals or tobacco or hard drugs, and they haven't found that the abstinence only path is sufficient enough or adequate enough for their recovery, and they're interested in unlocking their addiction with plant medicine. This group is for them, and we basically get together several times a month, and we talk about how psychedelics are helping our addiction process, and we focus on changing the language that we use to define our reality around addiction. So much of the psychedelic experience fosters that transformation and that growth. But in this paradigm that we're in of addiction, labeling ourselves as this addict, or that we have this disease that's never going to be healed or transformed, doesn't necessarily align with the psychedelic experience. So we focus on changing that language that we use. We are not identifying ourselves as addicts. We are people that have experienced addiction, and now we are transforming out of that. And always being conscious that we have addiction is part of my human experience, but I am actually more powerful over my addiction. I am not powerless over any substance or behavior, and we shouldn't be identified with, our personal identity shouldn't be attached to what we consume.
That is so interesting to me, because when I first started in plant medicine journeys, I met a few women in the group who had said, well, I'm in AA, I haven't had a drink for 20 years, and I'm a little anxious about this. It's going to trigger me to have a relapse, and so it was the first time I'd actually thought about, like alcohol addiction and plant medicine. I've lost several friends in the last few years to alcohol. And so I'm finding this really interesting and helpful.
Well, condolences on your friends that have been lost, and my prayer is that people that are struggling can find us and feel that there's faith, beyond hope. There is faith that people can transform out of addiction and truly come home to themselves.
I agree. How can people find you?
So you can find us on psychedelicsocietysf.org. Our new website just went live last night, and I'll put that in the chat here.
Wonderful. I don't know if there must be some questions. I haven't had a chance to look at them. And also, were you involved in some of the legalization of psychedelics? Tell us a little bit about that, because I know we have a lot of activists who hop on.
Yeah, so we were part of Decriminalize Nature Oakland, which is a resolution that was passed last year on June 4th in the city of Oakland. And basically this resolution decriminalized all Schedule 1 entheogenic plants and fungi, which allows people in the city of Oakland to be able to gather, grow, and gift their own medicine, but you can't commodify it or sell it. So there aren't any sales allowed. There aren't, mushroom shops popping up. You can't go buy mushrooms, but you can grow your own. You can gift them away, and it also allows for people to use ayahuasca and DMT and psilocybin mushrooms, cactus. We don't talk a lot about the use of peyote because it's such a scarce plant, and it's being wildly harvested, and it's really a risk to the peyote community. So we encourage people to stay away from peyote and work with San Pedro, Huachuma. It's just a very sensitive subject within the psychedelic community around the exposure of peyote and how it's an endangered species. And also, this measure allows for iboga and ibogaine, but that's also tricky because you need a doctor to work with ibogaine. These are very serious master plant teachers, so it's been interesting to unleash these medicines in the decriminalized format within Oakland. And now Decriminalized Nature is working on a community-based ceremonial healing initiative, which they're trying to legalize ceremony in Oakland and have it be this pilot program for the rest of the state. And there's also currently a senator out of San Francisco that's wanting to decriminalize all psychedelics, including LSD and MDMA within that measure. And hopefully, my prayer is that someday all drugs will be decriminalized and people won't go to prison for what they put in their body, and we can end the war on drugs and replace it with education and community.
Well, I really stand for that. Absolutely. First of all, we should all have the freedom to choose what we're going to put in our body, the kind of consciousness that we want, and no one should prevent our ascension in those ways. This has really been wonderful. I have one last question for you, and then I know you have your own event. You said that you mentioned the word master teacher plants. I'm not sure, some of the people are newbies. Can you say what a master teacher plant is?
Yeah, so a master teacher plant is a plant that there's many plants out there, but a master teacher we like to call iboga, ibogaine, ayahuasca, peyote. These teachers have been around for thousands of years that have taught millions of people how to access the inner workings of their psyche, that have healed millions of people. And we have a lot of respect and reverence for these teachers, and that they shouldn't be used lightly. They shouldn't be used without individuals that have been properly trained to work with them, and individuals that know how to properly prepare people, navigate that experience, and integrate people while working with that plant.
I love it. I love it. I really appreciate it. I know that your time is valuable. I'm sure we have some questions in the chat room for you. People are already asking, how can I find out about this? How can I join this group that's starting tomorrow? Actually, the group is starting today. It is her microdosing. So if you can also, when we're done, hop in the chat room and let everyone know a little bit. But can Danielle comment on organic versus non-organic shrooms and wild versus homegrown?
Interesting question. Yeah, so I have been hearing about people that are putting pesticides with mushroom cultivation to prevent from the flies, and I'm really concerned about that. So I would say that try to grow your own medicine, and we teach mushroom cultivation workshops where you can learn how to grow your own medicine. And wildly, if you can harvest them in the wild, that's also good, but make sure you know what you're doing, because there are I've heard about challenging ways, like of people drying them improperly and getting really sick that way, or choosing poisonous mushrooms in the wild. So I think it's important to know where you're getting it from and know how it's cultivated. And they're actually fairly simple to grow if you learn how. You can basically grow out of the size of a shoebox, and that would last you over a year. So if you're interested in learning about cultivation, connect with the Psychedelic Society, and we will have some mushroom cultivation workshops this year.
Oh my goodness, I think that's fantastic. Fantastic. This is great. Neil, you have any more questions? She did a great job. Can we hear you?
I was on mute. But I was going to say, Santa Cruz also decriminalized, right?
Yep, Santa Cruz decriminalized, Ann Arbor decriminalized, and
Yes.
there's like
Denver?
Denver is just mushrooms.
Oregano? Oregano. Oregon. I like Oregano.
Yeah, Oregon's was interesting. They decriminalized all drugs, but they didn't decriminalize ayahuasca and ibogaine. And then if you still can get a ticket if you get drugs and then just go right back into the system. But it is a step. It's definitely a step in the right direction. And they legalized psychedelic therapy with mushrooms, that program will actually be launched in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the beginning. Just like think like we're actually, I feel, making a lot of headway for just all of a sudden, like, but I do want to give credit to the fact that some people have been working a long time to get to this point, but this is just the beginning of the decriminalization. And it may take like a little while in order for it to be implemented into pop culture, but it's definitely happening. And you can't really deny the therapeutic effects from these herbs, plants, and fungus. You can't deny it. And they wanted to for so long, but now the research and the studies show that people are getting really great results from this, and they want to be heard. And I was actually listening into the Santa Cruz. I was watching the YouTube live while they were doing the whole thing. I spent like half the day listening to it, and there was vets, war vets. They were all just regular people coming up there, not just like people you may think that are into the psychedelics, but regular people that were coming up talking about how it helped them with PTSD. And this is what made the council actually have a unanimous vote to decriminalize, because
I love it.
The energy has been focused on the wrong place when it comes to healing. Western medicine can help with a lot of things, but now it's time to really to get rid of the stigma and to start addressing these issues so that we can live an abundant, empowered life, all over the planet.
And it's the age of Aquarius that we're stepping into. So I think it's awesome, like this freedom that's happening through the psychedelics. So Danielle
Deborah's asking here, where can she find out about this and how to join the group starting tomorrow? Did you put it in the room already?
Today.
Oh, today, yep.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. So it's on Eventbrite, the microdosing movement. And you can also look on psychedelicsocietysf.org is our website. And we hope that you join us for the microdosing movement or any of our free integration circles and many future offerings, cultivation workshops.
Yeah. And
we are honored that you've been with us.
Definitely. This is just the beginning of what you were creating. Like, it's just going to get bigger and bigger because you're in the beginning of an industry that is going to sweep the entire planet.
Yeah.
Yes, the forefront of consciousness, the forefront of awareness, and taking back personal freedom, medical freedom. I love that.
Exactly. Agency, freedom, and ascension.
Mm-hmm. That's right. All right. Do you want to, what else do we have?
If you want to share any final thoughts and then maybe stick around just for a bit in the chat room, if people have some more questions that they can ask you, that'd be great.
Yeah, I would love to. Well, I just want to give a big gratitude to everyone that's tuning into this webinar today. Thank you for your open-mindedness and your interest in this subject, and get involved in the psychedelic community. We want more people a part of this community, and we want you to be a part of it. So please reach out, get involved, come and meet us. And Neil, we truly look forward to collaborating on more future offerings. Thank you so much for inviting me here.
Thank you, Danielle.
I'm just clapping for everyone. Okay. I'm just going to be the universal clapper. Really, seriously. So you get the feeling we're in person.
Yep. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate you so much. We'll be in touch soon.
Thank you. Oh my God, Neil, that was incredible.
Yeah. And
I'm just
so
learning so much.
when you connected me with Danielle and I had a conversation with her, I told her the whole history of, you know, how this really came about and how it was supposed to be in Oakland. And lo and behold, that's where she's at. So, and I've been wanting to make a connection with someone that, you know, is doing something important in regards to plant medicine in that area, because I'm all the way in Southern California. I don't really have that connection. I would be just going into a community and creating something. So I feel she's like really someone that I could work with in order to bring our resources and our tools of event production and take it to Oakland and start doing that there. Because I want to actually do it in Oakland. I want to go to Denver. I want to have annual psychedelic and plant medicine conferences that people can come to and just get information. We can have places where a room where we talk about integration. We can have a room where we're talking about what the different things are and explaining the history behind it all, you know, and that's really the goal. And this is the first event in that.
And we can have practice journeys, okay? Because I loved like learning all the phases of it and how to work with the medicine. So I'm with you, by the way. I'm going to go around the planet with you. I love the consciousness of plant medicine. I don't know if I told everyone that I didn't start painting all the angels until I did my plant medicine journeys.
Oh, yeah.
And that opened up the portal. And speaking of plant medicine journeys, I met our next speaker in a plant medicine journey, Brandee.
And I'm just checking to see if she's online because I don't see her, but her assistant.
We don't see her yet.
Brandee, if you're in the room, please make yourself known in the chat room. Good.
If you are in the house.
Yeah. So let's just wait for her to respond. But her assistant said she's in the room, so let's find out. But somebody does have a question here I want to address.
Okay, perfect.
It says, would you say vegans have a better, more intense experience with it from my experience? Okay, so I'm vegan, and I think when I first did my plant medicine ceremonies, I wasn't. Yeah, I've done 10 ayahuasca ceremonies, and for like 7 of them, I've been completely vegan. And the thing is, you want to be as light as possible, and you want to be as cleansed as possible. So if you're eating things, like, it's not really about the, you know, whether you're vegan or not. It's more about, are you eating things that are contributing to the betterment and upliftment of your body and your soul or not? Well, they even have a dieta, you know, for 2-week dieta, most places ask for. The one we went to was like longer than that before you actually go and do the ceremony. And a lot of times it's eliminate meat, eliminate dairy, but sometimes they say continue to eat fish. I've been to ayahuasca ceremonies where they don't have any meat available. Then I've been to one in Peru where the people, the shamans in the jungle are like, we love meat, you know, and they still do ayahuasca. So, and then they have fish and chicken as different options. So the answer to that really, I feel, is just be conscious and intentional about what you eat. And you're going to want to do the dieta before you go anyway. And 9 times out of 10, all the dietas I've experienced have actually been vegan dietas because you don't want to have anything that's holding you down. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that. Do you have something to say?
Can I throw something into that too, just to mix this up? I think as we grow in spiritual awareness, having lighter foods, you know, heavy foods can interrupt your flow and your meditation and your expansion of consciousness. So in a certain way, the lighter the foods are, the more aware you can become. But that being said, there are some people, just like Neil said, some shamans that still have meat, and that's perfectly part of their awareness. But you remember, we're going for expanded awareness. A good thing to do is actually talk to your body. So I use my pendulum all the time to find out what my body really wants. What kind of diet do we really want overall? But cleansing before ceremony is definitely a way of setting intention.
Yeah, definitely.
So
he's still not in yet. If you want to, like, maybe I can call her really quick. Oh, there she is. She just texted me.
Okay. So we actually have some other questions, but I think that I'm going to let everyone know how I began. Let's see, I'm looking at questions at the same side. Why isn't the FDA sued? Listen, guys, just so you know, the FDA just banned homeopathy, which has been a medicine that's around for some thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So it has to do with a philosophy difference. And the philosophy of plant medicine, consciousness medicine, teacher plants, is that there is a wisdom inside of the plants that can go inside your body and harmonize with your body, giving your body everything it needs to heal. Now, that is our expanded consciousness through psychedelic medicine and plant medicine, the FDA, remember, they are pharmaceutically based. So we are lucky that we are getting them to open up and agree to that plant medicine is acceptable. But a change of philosophy comes inside of us. Okay.
Yeah. Did you just answer the question in the room, or were you just freestyling that? Because there's a question asking the same kind of thing.
Well, that's what I saw. I kind of briefly looked and saw a question about the FDA, and I really want to address that, guys. I've been a chiropractor for many years and been fighting with the pharmaceutical companies since the day I discovered that they were lying about their medicines and that their medicine actually shuts off your own innate flow. So when we start returning to plant medicine, we have an ability to allow our bodies to heal and to heal. First of all, they say 10 years of therapy in one night of plant medicine is certainly worth the journey. But we're not just talking about consciousness or psychology, we're talking about your physical body. Mm-hmm. And I made the mistake thinking that everyone on plant medicine actually knew that you can use plants for healing your physical body too.
I had the same mistake.
Really?
I was in Peru, and we were, there was like 20 of something of us in the jungle, and an individual there actually had cancer, a form of cancer, and she was there. She'd done multiple ceremonies before, and she was there for her personal empowerment and emotional well-being, but she had no idea at all that ayahuasca could assist her with the cancer. And I was literally I don't even know, it was like the 10th day, and we're just sitting because there was pretty much, we're just hanging out all day and taking classes. And I said, have you ever thought of asking ayahuasca to help you with the cancer? And she had not even thought of that. So yeah, right. I made the mistake too, that people believe that. And I have seen and heard and watched documentaries of miraculous recoveries and healing from plant medicine.
And you brought up an interesting point. You have to ask. Mm-hmm. You have to set the intention. Well, not that you have to, but it works best. This is not a recreational experience, guys. This is a mindset that you're going in for healing. You're going in for transformation. It is not a walk in the park, and it is not a piece of cake. Now, someone's mentioning pharmaceuticals. Yes, pharmaceuticals can be a key ingredient to healing, but not all of us.
Brandee's in the room as well. So after you answer that, if you want to go into that.
Perfect. Brandee, where are you? Let's bring her on.
Haven't seen Brandee in a long time.
Oh my God. Unmute yourself, girl.
Okay.
Welcome. Oh my God. So guys, I first met Brandee in a plant medicine ceremony. It was back in the beginning, I think it was 2014 in the hills of Hollywood. And I was it was right after I started painting angels. And it was so exciting. I think you were also beginning your journey into plant medicine.
Yep, absolutely. And I remember at the beginning of the ceremony, the medicine woman was like, she's so tuned in. And she's like, Joan's going to have a message for you tonight. And I didn't know that you're an oracle. And you came into the room and you said something that was so profound. And it was something that there was just actually my boyfriend at the time and I had been told these things our whole life. And you just dropped it on us. And I was like, wow, where are we? Who is this magical woman?
Oh my God.
But yeah, that was that was the message that you dropped on us actually was a big piece of something that guided us and led us on this whole journey. And I never thought in a million years that I would be working with the plant medicines the way that I do.
Right? You were working
I was
with
very
clothing,
reluctant to
fashion,
even
and design.
in the medicine.
So tell us about what you do, love. We have people hungry for your message, for your film, for everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've been working with the plant medicines. I kind of I first had to do a lot of work on myself to be able to do the work that I was called to do. I co-created a center called Rhythmia in Costa Rica. And this is a medically licensed plant medicine center where we have created a program, a life transformation program around the plant medicine. And this was really important because, you know, I saw the power of the plant medicine, but I also saw how, you know, people doing it underground and having to, you know, go to places that sometimes aren't safe because, you know, the plant medicines are not legal. We realized that we needed to do this in a different way. And also the plants were calling to be legalized and to be done above board. And so this is a big step towards us bringing forward this sacred medicine. And, you know, the pharmaceutical industry has used the plant medicines, and they add chemicals to the plant medicines, and then they call that the medicine because they're able to patent that medicine, and they call the plants a drug, you know. And so we have to, you know, really take control of our health at this point. So many people are suffering. Half of the country is on pharmaceutical drugs. And so this is a revolution on our consciousness. This is the time that we're living in. And we're also in this incredible opportunity to access our human potential. Not only have all of these things, including the plant medicines, different modalities and technologies that have been hidden for thousands of years, are readily available to us. But we're also in this energy and this frequency where the frequency on the planet is so high. And so as we do this work to heal our wounds and our traumas and make ourselves accessible to this energy, we have incredible opportunity to reach our higher potential and to live in service. And so the plants have blessed me to serve the plants and to help bring forward this movement, as well as other leading edge technologies. So that's what I've been working on.
Tell us more about your film. How did you start that and what you're doing now, too?
Yeah. So the first film that I did was called The Reality of Truth. And this was a film with many different thought leaders who have worked with plant medicines and gone into altered states of consciousness through breath work. Deepak Chopra, Marianne Williamson, Ram Dass, Michelle Rodriguez were in the film, along with many others. And it's really this journey of my friend Zappy, who takes these, who goes on a journey to understand the plant medicines. And along the way, he goes and meets with all of these different masters who have worked with the medicines and altered states of consciousness. So that was a film that I helped co-produce probably about 5 years ago. And since then, I've been working on a lot of other projects. I'm trying to think which ones I can talk about because some of them have not been launched yet. But one of them that is exciting is I've partnered with The Plant in New York, which is an incubator and will be the home to the biggest environmental movements on the planet. This is critical for the time that we're in. And The Plant has also partnered with Chief Orville Looking Horse, who I'm also working with, who is he's like the Dalai Lama to the Native Americans, and the indigenous recognize him as a voice to indigenous tribes. He's been protecting the sacred sites all over the world. He's the one who led Standing Rock. And so I have brought him to The Plant, and The Plant is now getting behind him and his mission to protect these sacred sites. So I'm really focused right now on bringing together all indigenous tribes and helping to create this almost like it's a peace embassy, which is his vision, a place where the indigenous can have access to whatever it is that they need from the many different ways that they are suffering right now. And especially with the coronavirus, the media has really tapped into, pumping so much fear around the coronavirus. And meanwhile, so many rights are being taken away. The Amazon is on fire still, and it's down to 5% right now. And people aren't even aware of some of the horrible things that are happening to indigenous while we're not paying attention. So this is a critical time for indigenous wisdom. Plant medicine is included in indigenous wisdom, but all of this wisdom is critical to our survival. It's critical that human beings get back to being in balance with nature and connecting with this ancient wisdom and bringing it into our modern lives. So this is really my mission right now, what I'm working on.
I love that. I love that. So how can people find you, first of all?
Well, I kind of go to social media sometimes. I kind of hate it. I force myself, but under Brandee Sabella on Facebook and Instagram.
Can you put that in the chat room?
And I have a web.
You have a website. What's your website?
Yeah, me. Oh,
we'll put
it's
it in.
Brandee Sabella. Oh, should I put it in a chat room?
No, Neil will put it in.
I'm like really.
He can multitask
Okay,
better than me.
Okay, brandeesabella.com is my website where you can check out the things that I am working on and get involved. The plant is going to have a lot of opportunities for us to get involved. And I feel that this is one of the great blessings of this time and this plant medicine community is, you know, first we're doing this work in healing ourselves. And I really give it to the community because it's scary work and it's not for everybody. This is a community of light warriors, you know, to jump off a cliff for the sake of truth and for the sake of, you know, seeing the things that you do not want to, you know, possibly see. I really give it to this community. And there's a lot of opportunities through what I'm working on if people want to get involved to help serve the plant medicine revolution and protecting the indigenous.
I love that. I really, you know, I'm looking at you and what I'm hearing is, oh my God, this woman has come so far since her first plant medicine journey, which I was a witness to. I think a thing came off the wall. I kind of remember that you were in the room and then something fell off the wall. It was really very powerful, but I am hearing, I want everyone to get that you have a divine appointment with plant medicine. I think the plants call you. Is that kind of been your experience? Because you were not on this path.
I was actually opposed to this path. I was actually, you know, my mother to this day suffers from meth addiction. So when I first had shamans from Costa Rica asking me to partner with them and help bring this medicine forward, I was really reluctant, but also very curious because I saw the powerful stories of people who had healed cancer and all kinds of different, you know, things that are impossible to heal. I saw miracles happen, and I did agree to get involved. But the funny thing is, I still would not take the plant medicine. I was like marketing and creating a center, and I was like, yeah, but I don't need to do that. And it actually, our mutual friend, Jennifer Butler, thank God, it took a woman in her 70s to get me to do this because I was not convinced that it was for me. And thank God she brought me into my first ceremony. That ceremony opened my eyes. It helped me to actually hear my soul. I didn't even know what, you know, that there were differences in voices that you're listening to. I didn't understand the difference between your soul and your ego. And so for me to be able to have a conversation with my soul and actually see what I was being called into and this big vision, it was life-changing because I was very close to going a different direction in my career. And I'm very grateful that I found the plants. It pretty much saved my life. And at the same time, one of the things I did want to talk about today with the plant medicine is after working with thousands of people and watching the miracles of these plants, I kind of wanted to talk about both sides of the plant medicine and how I found ways to use the plant medicine in a way that was more, let's say, as a catalyst, but also in a way that you can have these breakthroughs and not have to keep going back over and over and over again, and just depending on the plant medicine. Because I've also seen a lot of people in the community turning to plant medicine and not having the breakthroughs that they're looking for. So after working with so many people and working with the plant medicine, and I've seen people work with plants hundreds of times and still have the same problems that they came with. And so as much as this medicine is so miraculous, I don't want anyone to think that it's like this magic pill, because you really do have to do the work. And you really do have to be open to seeing yourself and seeing things that you don't want to see. So I was wondering, is that okay for me to talk a little bit about this right now?
Oh, absolutely. We all want to hear this. Please.
Okay. Yeah. So with transformation, there's a wheel of transformation. And the first piece is awareness. Until you have awareness, you really can't shift, something that is not working in your life. And then once you have awareness, there's a piece where you have to work out what it is that you're working with. So let's say you have an issue that goes back to your early childhood, a trauma. And this was something for me. I had this piece with men personally. I was always trying to save men, which was really me trying to save my mother, who is still addicted to drugs. And I was in these real codependent relationships that were affecting my life. And even when I was working with the plant medicine, even when you were working with me and that boyfriend at the time, that was a very codependent relationship. And that was like my drug. And I was working with the plant medicine, but I was also still caught in this loop. And part of it, what I realized was, I was going through the mind before the plant medicine. I was aware of this issue, but I was, reading the books, going to these programs. And the beauty of the plant medicine is it brought me into an opportunity to heal my emotional body. So a lot of times we intellectually understand something, but then we wonder, why does this keep showing up in my life over and over and over again? And that is because it still is living in you somewhere. And this is what's beautiful about the plant medicine. So one of the ways that I found to work with the plant medicine that is super powerful, and it also allowed me to not have to do so many ceremonies working on the same issue over and over and over again for years. I started doing this inner child work with the plant medicine. And what I do is when there's something that is not working in my life, I go back on the medicine to the child, to my soul. My soul is my inner child. And, I'll give an example of something. So first of all, going back to the wheel of transformation. So first you have to have awareness. Then you have to work out, what it is that needs to be worked out so you can release it. And then you have to go through a process of forgiving yourself and loving yourself. And then you go through a process of creating a new behavior. So with the plant medicine, this is this cycle that I work with the inner child. And I'll give you an example. So for instance, I was like building these visions and doing all of this work. And I've had this pattern my entire life where I would build these big visions and companies. And then in the end, I would somehow cut myself out. I would it wasn't even in the end. I would actually subconsciously from the very beginning set myself up for failure. I would do a contract that wasn't in my favor, or maybe I wouldn't even do a contract. I would just do a handshake. And I would subconsciously set myself up where I would build something really big and then I would cut myself out of it financially in some way. And one of the ceremonies, I went back to my inner child, which her name is Bean. I went to Bean and I had to ask to get to the root cause of why was I doing this in my life. And Bean, I saw her kind of hunched over and she was really just sad and feeling very unworthy and she couldn't receive. She loved to give and to do and to build something for someone else. But as soon as it came to receiving for herself, she would do something to sabotage because deep down she didn't feel worthy to receive. So I had to now come in and I had to basically be the parent that I didn't have at that time. And I started talking to her and having these conversations and listening to what her belief systems were that were creating this reality. And when I did, I was able to be the parent that Bean never had. And I was able to tell her what an amazing job she was doing. And I also was able to recognize this critical adult voice that was constantly bashing her and telling her she wasn't enough and not worthy and not doing enough and she needed to do more. And after this night of working with her, it finally got to this point where Bean was sitting up tall and she was proud of herself. And she was actually smiling and feeling like she didn't need to do anything to be loved. After this ceremony, I went into life again, and all of a sudden I got showered with so much abundance. I could not turn it off. I have not been able to turn it off. Whenever I'm working on something, it's so supported financially, even beyond finances. It's just like everything comes with so much ease and grace. And I'm in a balance now of my masculine and feminine, giving and receiving. So this is just an example of how you can do your own work on the medicine, and you could take any problem that's you're working on in your life and go back to that child and really work on it from that level. And when you clear that energy on that level, you recreate new neural pathways, and you basically become the creator of your reality. Whereas before, your wounds and your traumas and the places where you're avoiding pain or trying to be enough or trying to be worthy is really the underlying thing that's creating your reality. So you're not really the person in control. And with the plant medicines, you can keep going to the plant medicines. And what's so beautiful is you set that intention, and you can get the answers and see the things that your ego and your mind cannot see. You can even open doors that have been closed, blocked memories that are holding you back. The medicine is really miraculous in this way, but it takes 50-50 work with yourself. It's not going to override your free will. And so when you're really ready to be real with yourself and be honest with yourself and do the work, when you see a message on the plant medicine, it's not enough to get super excited about this new to your life and just continue doing things the same way, because what will happen the plant medicine again, and you're just going to keep going into a loop and getting some addicted to the highs of these epiphanies and these moments of reality and the work. What's really cool, what's really amazing about the plant medicine is it is going to work either way eventually, because your life will then turn into, for example, a crazy ayahuasca ceremony. If you approach it that way, where you're not taking the messages and actually working with it, it'll start giving you first a rock, then a big brick, then a boulder, and then a brick wall until you make the change. And that's what's so powerful about the medicine, but that's also a much harder approach. So I really encourage the community to approach this medicine with really the right intention to take the visions and to take, whatever this opportunity is of opening yourself to healing, and then to bring it into reality and build the muscle and create the new behavior and become that new person, so that you can really benefit from this time that we're living in, to be in service, to be awakened in our higher potential. The plant medicines are such a catalyst, and it's really a blessing that we have access to this right now in our lives.
I love that, Brandee. You have come a long way, and setting intention and shifting. And that's a message for all of us on how to use these plants for transformation, personal awareness. And I think it's wonderful because, we're in the most amazing period of time too. And so it would be very hard to understand the big picture if you didn't have the plants to access.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Now how do we see your film?
Mm-hmm. So you can go to YouTube, and we've made the Reality of Truth free on YouTube. Our plan was we wanted to just reach as many people as possible. So it's been watched by over, I believe, 9 or 10 million people at this point, and it's free on YouTube.
I just have to say, we should look at some of the questions. Maybe Neil will pop out with the questions, but you said something that really struck me, which is that you noticed you had some issues with finances, which calling in the money, and you actually talked to the plant. This is the teacher plant, and she gave you enough clarity that you were able to change your life. Now that's one reason alone to start using and diving in, huh?
Absolutely, because it's a big wound, especially with the spiritual community. You know, there's so many like false beliefs about worthiness and things that we've been taught about money and receiving, and that, you know, money is the root of all evil, and, you know, and we've really subconsciously been programmed into this place where we're not able to fully receive what we're here to receive. You know, everybody has exactly everything that they need on a certain level. And when you clear yourself to being available, when you raise your frequency and when you clear the blocks, you can be in this beautiful flow with life where your whole life becomes a ceremony. It doesn't have to be the struggle. And yes, there's going to be highs and lows and pain and love, and all the stuff doesn't go away, but you're able to kind of dance with it in a more smoother way, you know, than being in this real hardcore struggle. So that is what the plants have created for me. I'm eternally grateful. And I'm happy to see that, you know, this conference, for instance, is creating this beautiful opportunity to have conversations, to welcome more people who are interested in it, but also to, you know, talk with people that are working in it and that may need some extra guidance or inspiration on how to navigate these ceremonies so that you could really use them for your good.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Especially a lot of people from my generation remember it as like LSD, and you trip and you go and have fun and you go listen to music and you party on, dude. But this whole thing on awareness and transformation is huge. We have a couple of technical questions I want to run by you, okay? Yeah. So here's from a question we have. Since ayahuasca is something being cooked by a shaman, does the shaman's consciousness level or intention matter? And how do you know if you can trust them or not? Which, of course, guys, you have to use your intuition always. But that's a good question. How do you answer that?
It's a great question. And on my path, I experienced very dark people who were holding ceremonies, and I had to suffer some of the consequences of being in a space that was not held with a person who had no idea of what is really happening in the other dimensions. I fell into this person who was a huge name. He had built a big name for himself. And he was even talking about how we have to get out of using the traditions, and you know, that there was a time where the plant was just had a direct relationship with a human being and there were no traditions. And I was like, oh, interesting, you know. But really what was really behind it was a person who really had the wrong intentions and was doing things for money and was using people. And what's scary about this is when you open yourself up, you are opening yourself to all of the people that are in the room. You're opening yourself to whatever is in that house and the space that you're in. And so if you're not with a person who really understands and really has those relationships to see what is happening in the other dimensions, you're opening yourself wide open to, you know, even receiving other people's entities, or just having a really difficult ceremony that could be scary as hell, and having somebody who doesn't know how to move energy or understand the context of what is happening. So I've seen nightmares myself, and I've also heard horror stories of terrible things that are happening. I mean, men taking advantage of women on the medicine. What the F, you know? So I think it's just important right now that you know enough people that are working with this person, that you take your time, you don't jump into things. You know, the people who have worked with this person, follow them for a little bit, see, do you see this person is growing, and is it a positive thing, or do you see that someone is getting led by money? Or, you know, you can really tell when you start to talk to people, and a lot of the corruption is happening around money, clearly, because it's such an opportunity. There's so many people that have a need, and to be called to being a medicine person, it's a calling. It's not something that you go and sign up for a workshop for. Right. You have a contract to be a medicine person. You have a gift. And for someone to think, you know, and this is what's happening, is a lot of people, you know, even when I took plant medicine for the first time, you know, your ego comes in. It's just like any religion, when you first have that encounter, you're all excited and you want to share it with the world, and you want to, like, you know, look down on people that don't know about it. And, and the spiritual ego comes in, and part of that spiritual ego a lot of times is thinking that you are a shaman and that you're supposed to be serving medicine. And I see it so much. Like, I can't tell you how many times people have their first ceremony and they're like, I was shown that I'm supposed to be a shaman. And I usually don't say anything. I let people go down the road themselves. But I think it's really important that if a message does come like this to you, it doesn't mean that it's not true, but to really take time and work on yourself and make sure that you are in a balanced, healed place before you want to start healing other people. And this goes on the other side as well. Like, when you're seeking a person to heal you, take a look at that person in their own life. How are they walking in their own life? How do they treat the people around them? How are they, you know, look at every area of their life and see if it's the right fit. It's really, I think another thing is the space that you choose to do this in. It's really critical that you make sure that you're in a, I mean, if possible, be in nature. That's the safest place. But I cringe when I hear that people are in apartment buildings in New York, opening themselves to energies. You don't know what's on the other side of the wall or below you or above you. So the more space that you can have with a person who really has that relationship and can clear the space, it's really important.
Amazing. Such really good points. And all I can say, guys, is having seen her at her first journey and seeing her 6 years later, I can say that this medicine really works to shift your life. And when we go in with that kind of you know, intention, it's exciting. What else shall we say, Neil? And next time you're in Joshua Tree, make sure I get to come visit you.
Oh, is that where you live?
Yes, I live right in Desert Hot Springs. Jaya Tara let me know she was visiting you. She said, I'm going to be driving right by you. Yes.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know you lived. That's my favorite land. So good to know. I will
where my sanctuary is.
Oh my goodness. I love Joshua Tree. I actually got married last year in Joshua Tree. So
I heard.
Yeah, so I'm only an hour away from there too. So if you're down here, I'd love to see you.
Neil, awesome.
Just
I
to
would
let
love
everyone
to
know that Brandee connected me, you know, through Brandee. I got connected to Arrhythmia, and I went there in January, and it was probably one of the best times I had in my life. It was so fun. And you've done some amazing work, and like just seeing your journey and the documentary you put together and how many lives that's impacted. I'm just truly grateful to know you. So
thank you so much, both of you, and Neil, for putting on these conferences. I've watched how your conferences have grown, and you're reaching so many people and just bringing these incredible opportunities to speak with masters and people who are speaking about wisdom that's important for us to all learn right now. And Joan, you I didn't even know that we were going to get to see each other today. It was such a surprise and such a gift to see your face, and just to know like that we were together at that very beginning in those first, you were in one of my first few ceremonies, and then to see you now. And I've actually seen you on some of these other conferences, and it's just beautiful to see you and what the wisdom that comes through you as well.
Well, that's great. I talk about the spirituality of plants and of cannabis, which is really exciting. But it's very exciting to be part of this. And I have to tell you, we have a mutual friend coming here to do a plant medicine ceremony here.
Ah, okay. Text me.
Yeah, so this is great. This is wonderful.
Brandee, appreciate you so much. Thank you for everything. And hopefully we can stay connected in the future and do some other stuff together.
Absolutely. It was so good to see you too. Thank you.
Okay, really a treat.
Thank you.
All right.
Amazing, Brandee, everyone. Amazing.
That was awesome. Unbelievable. Guys, so much transformation that happens. That's why Neil is doing this, because it's one thing to use our logical mind. We learn things, but it's when we connect the logical mind and the heart, and then we have that awakening and epiphany. So I think this is like the real like seed of consciousness comes through
Yeah.
our plant connection.
Right. And I hope Brandee's still on, because I forgot to tell her that, yes, she is, that Luis, who helped her with the documentaries on Next.
Oh my God.
And I didn't even know they were connected until I watched Luis's documentary yesterday, in which he was at Rhythmia with his mother, right? And then when I'm reading Luis's bio right now, it's talking about the reality of truth. So what a synchronicity right there.
That really is. I guess we didn't mention that to her.
Yeah. So
I do have her phone number. I could text her.
She's in the room. She's in the room. She said hi, Luis.
Oh, good. Okay,
Yeah.
good. There she is.
Brandee, change your settings to all panelists and attendees so Luis can see what you're saying. So we're going to get into the next guest then.
Yes, tell us about.
And there's some awesome questions coming in. And if you're on YouTube, yes, please do ask questions, because we do have people on YouTube asking questions right now. We're going to address everything we can. And even if at the end we need to do a little Q&A time, we can do that. Oh, and what
You're asking for the name of the film. I can certainly give you that. Brandee's film is The Reality of Truth. Okay. But what is Luis's film?
Let me just confirm the title. I think it's The Song That Calls You Home. Let's see here. Yep, The Song That Calls You Home is Luis's title there. I'm just going to answer one question here before we go ahead and bring Luis on. And maybe Luis can go into this a little bit more too. But someone's asking, I didn't know if you asked this because I stepped away. Maybe you asked Brandee this, the question about ayahuasca trips becoming commercialized. Did you get into that at all?
I didn't exactly say that, but we can ask her again, because she started to talk about like greed and money and how that was causing some bad trips. Do you want to answer that a little bit, the commercialization? I want to comment on it.
So, okay, yeah, Brandee, actually, let's bring Luis on, and then let's bring Brandee and Luis on at the end, because I think it'll be a good reunion, you know?
Oh.
So if you can stick around, Brandee, let me know if you can stick around for 30 minutes. If not, we'll do it in the beginning. But someone's asking, I heard ayahuasca trips have become so commercialized that Mother Ayahuasca is no longer present in them and often have bad experiences. And I would say from my experience, that is completely not the case. And I don't really feel ayahuasca judges us in that way, where it's like, oh my God, you're doing this to me now. I'm going to like judge you back and not actually be present for you. You have the ability to be a more open conduit for the plant, and you have that agreement with the plant. And even, you know, they say, a lot of people say, like the month or even before that you're going to do a ceremony, you can begin the conversation with ayahuasca and start asking, setting your intention. There are people that aren't facilitating it in a holistic, conscious way, that's for sure. And maybe because of that energy, it might not be brewed correctly, or you might not have the facilitation that you need. That's the case. But to say that ayahuasca is no longer present, I don't believe that's the case at all. And I honestly feel, and the Shipobo feel, and Luis can actually comment on this because I got this from his documentary yesterday, that they were told that by ayahuasca that the Westerners are going to come and start taking this all over the world and be ready for it. You know, so even the people that facilitate this in the jungle already have that knowing and awareness.
So we do have a question. Someone wants to know if there's a way to obtain product. I'm thinking that was the ayahuasca product. Yeah, that does plant medicine. Okay, so is there a place locally that does plant medicine journeys? And do we have any information about accessing that? I know Danielle probably has information about that. Probably.
I'm gonna get into the introduction because Brandee just said she'll come on right in the beginning.
Okay, good. Yes, she has to get back to baby.
I think she might have left because I don't see her. Brandee, are you still here with us? Yeah, let's just wait a second. But I'm sorry, I cut you off. You want to finish your thought?
I don't even remember the thought now.
She's still here, so I'm bringing her on. So before you guys, let me just do Luis's bio really quick, and then we can start a little mini convo here. Okay, so Luis began his work in the entertainment industry as an actor. His credits include The Shield, 6 Feet Under, CSI Miami, American Family, and The X-Files. After a decade of continuous work and as an actor, Luis' restless nature led him to explore other facets of filmmaking, writing, directing, and editing. His first short film, El Taxista, has been an official selection of 19 festivals worldwide and has received 5 awards and 8 nominations. In 2010, Luis founded the Center for Cinematic Arts, Inc., a production education enterprise. He has gone on to direct nearly 100 short films for CFCA, as well as the award-winning TV series mini-plot, The Retreat. In 2016, CFCA was tapped to finish production on the highly acclaimed documentary, The Reality of Truth, in which Luis served as an editor. The Forbidden Cure, directed and edited by Luis, in a short drama based on the life of cancer-curing Dr. Max Gerson, and was a finalist for the Best Short Film at the Burbank International Film Festival in 2018. CFCA's latest offering, the documentary that just recently came out, The Song That Calls You Home, a feature documentary about ayahuasca and the Shipobo shamanism, is set to make its premiere on Gaia TV, and I believe that's happened already. Currently, Luis is in development of his next medicine movie, a feature-length drama based on the life of cancer-curing Dr. Max Gerson, founder of the Gerson Institute. So let's go ahead and bring him on. Luis.
Hi, Luis.
How you doing, Brandee?
Hello.
Hi, Luis.
How you doing? Hi, Joan. Hi, Neil. Great to meet you.
You too, brother.
This was awesome. I had the same experience. I was looking through the emails, looking what time I was going to be on. And I see it was right after Brandee. I was like, oh my God. Amazing in so many ways.
Congratulations on your new film.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm super excited to finish it. What a miracle that is, to finish a movie. And so that's the first miracle right there. But we're super excited. It's been 6 years in the making. So.
Oh my goodness. I'm looking forward to watching it. It's on Gaia, right?
It's going to be released on Gaia later this month. I think the date that we heard was December 14th, but I'm not sure. I thought they were thinking about possibly moving it up a week or something, but it's available through our website right now.
Very cool.
So, yeah.
So why don't you guys, I'm curious to know your connection, how you guys connected and, got into... Were you into plant medicine before you started working the Reality of Truth, or was that kind of when it started?
Well, for me, the Reality of Truth was kind of, it was a very important marking point in my walk with the medicine, because I started my walk with the medicine in 2013, which is the first time I went down to Peru. And then I believe that Reality of Truth came around 2015, right, Brandee?
Yeah.
2015-ish?
Yeah.
And what was really interesting about that is that I had just kind of shifted my company's focus from education, from classes and workshops, to more production. And it was actually through the medicine that I got the intuition, if you really want this expansion, then you have to put something into it. So I took all of my savings and I bought all new equipment, new cameras, new computer system, new everything, upgraded everything. And then I was sitting there afterwards, with my thumbs going, okay, now what? And how is it just going to magically come? It's going to land on my lap or what? And then it did, and then all of a sudden I get a call from Zappy, who I had worked for before on some things, and Zappy, the director of the film. And he said, hey, Luis, would you be interested in helping out editing this documentary on ayahuasca? And I'm like, fuck yeah, man. Oh, sorry. Can I not swear? I'm sorry about that.
You can do whatever you want.
But I was like, yeah, man, put me down. This is like, you don't even know how this resonates with me. It's like what I've been waiting for. And so that was the first of a string of mini projects that some of which I've worked with Brandee, including a little short doc that we made for Rhythmia called Mrs. Moon's Medicine and the Ayahuasca Miracle. Love that little piece on Jerry. And then other things, plant medicine in other forms, like, doing stories about Dr. Max Gerson, who was literally using plants as medicine to heal things like cancer and all kinds of chronic conditions that, at that time we're starting to kind of move into the big pharma model, and, naturopathic medicine was kind of pushed aside. So I love the Reality of Truth was actually, I would say, one of my biggest education, because
me too.
Imagine I got to sit there and watch all of these interviews by all of these amazing people, Sri Ravi Shankar, Foster Gamble, Bruce Lipton, Marianne Williams. So many people. you know, I don't want to miss any, but there's so many. And I had to watch that for hours and hours and hours and hours, you know? And it was like, I was like, man, I'm so glad I'm not working on Booty Call 3. No offense to Booty Call 3, but you know what I mean? It's like, if I'm gonna spend so much time in front of the computer and listening and taking in, like this was like a continuation of the medicine work for me, you know? And I mean, everything can be turned into medicine. You know, just like everything can be turned into a meditation. It's really all on how you see it. You know,
Yeah.
but I'd say that for me, that was the reality of truth. Really kind of cemented my deepest desires as a filmmaker. Like it really made me believe that I could do it, that I could, you know, make movies about this topic, and that, you know, people would watch them, would want to watch them.
Right.
You know?
What was your role? Were you filming it, helping direct?
So I was brought in to edit, and the situation was that once, you know, I looked through all the footage, I got back with the director and I said, you know, we really don't really have a story here. You know, we need to personalize this, because we had a big collection of interviews, and but not necessarily a story. And so that's the part that we ended up doing a lot of production on. You know, we did it actually in my backyard. Zappy's main interview throughout the whole film, that's my backyard with that's our fig tree in the background, you know, when he's talking. And we shot more interviews. We reshot Jerry's interview, which was an amazing, like, to me, that's just one of the most beautiful moments in the film, you know, when Jerry opens his heart. And we shot that.
Well, what's interesting too, Luis, I don't know if you remember this, but Jerry and I was telling Jerry, when we were first creating Rhythmia, it was really difficult to do marketing. Like, people, first of all, it was a very small community of people that understand what ayahuasca is. And I'm like, the only way to do this without being really cheesy, you can't market it. Like, he and I came from product marketing. I'm like, you can't market it like this. We have to tell the stories. And I'm like, we got to make a documentary film. And what we should do is go to, you know, the greatest people who have either worked with the plants or have wisdom about the plants and interview them. And the funny thing was, that week, Jerry was sent an email. It was a crowdfunding campaign. And there's a video with Deepak Chopra sitting in his living room. And he's like, that's my living room. I let Deepak Chopra.
Story, yes.
When Jerry was all on drugs and alcohol, he didn't even know who Deepak Chopra was. His hairdresser asked him, can I use your living room interview with Deepak Chopra? He's like, yeah, sure. So full circle, this lands back the week that we're talking about creating a documentary film. And it's a crowdfunding campaign. And we're like, what? This campaign is crowdfunding for a plant medicine documentary. So we contact Zappy, we met Luis, and this is how we came in and helped co-produce the movie. But they had made this beautiful film and interviews, but there was no story. It's just incredible, because we have this amazing story of a real person who ended up co-producing the film.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So let's get into, I want to show you trailer to start out, right? But also, we do have a question. So that I kind of want, I think both of you are maybe good to address this, but someone's asking on YouTube, what is Iboga? So maybe you can address what Iboga is, and then we can play the trailer and then get into some of the content that you have in there.
Brandee, you want to start on Iboga?
So, Iboga is, here's what's funny. After Joan, is Joan still there?
Yeah, she's here. Joan, you want to come on?
Okay, so
Maybe
after I worked with Joan with the plant medicine, shortly after, like I was only a few ceremonies into working with these first plant medicines, and I was introduced to Iboga. This is when I saw that I was going to be working on this big vision, and I was connected to Jerry. And Jerry had just had a life-changing event happen using the plant Iboga. He was a drug addict. He had sold his company for $90 million. He had houses all over the country, flying in jets, and he was literally killing himself. And he went to one of the most expensive rehabs in the world and was spending $100,000 a month and could not get healed. Somebody told him about Iboga in Costa Rica. And in one night, he got to the very core of why he was trying to kill himself. And he saw a repressed memory of being molested by family members. And then later, when he healed his heart after being shown this vision, he was shown that he was supposed to create this center and help other people. Shortly after that, I met him, and I had this same calling. I was actually already partnered with a center in Costa Rica. And what was interesting was if you would have brought other plants to me first, I don't think I would have worked with Iboga the way that I did, but Jerry and I worked with Iboga for about a year. And, you know, we were planning on, Arrhythmia originally was going to be an Iboga center. And this plant is it's actually a root from Africa, from the tribe. And we worked with this incredible shaman who was 10th generation with the Bwiti tradition in Gabon, Africa. And this medicine, I could say, is it really kicks your ass. You're like out for 12 hours, sometimes 24 hours, where you can't even move or walk. But I have to say that for the level of crazy that Jerry and I were at, we needed to start with Iboga the way that we did for a year before trying to create a center to help other people. We needed to clean up ourselves. So Iboga is a very powerful root. The Bwiti, actually their government, in order to be on the government, you're required to do an Iboga ceremony. And the medicine is really powerful. The shaman would guide it, tap on my third eye, and I would see the stars. And this medicine is very connected with the moon. So in their tradition, they try to take you to the moon. And the moon, once you get to the moon, is guiding you and giving you messages. But I would say for me, it was kind of like a video game. Whereas like ayahuasca, I feel like it's very feminine and crazy and chaotic, and you're kind of in a tornado sometimes. The Iboga to me is very like, it's masculine. It's very like direct. It's like, here's the problem. Here is the answer. It's very linear. It's kind of familiar to this reality because you're going into this altered version of this reality. And I feel like it's great for understanding things from the perception that we understand as human beings, because it's very direct. You can ask a question and get an answer. You can, depending, I know everybody has their own experience, but for me, I would make a list of things that I wanted to work on, and the shaman would guide me, and we would tackle each issue. And I would go right through them in a checklist and speak into a recording and be able to listen to it the next day. Very, very different from other plant medicines, but very powerful. And it's great for addiction.
Yeah, I've never had the personal experience for Iboga, but I know people who have had experience with it, as well as ibogaine. And I would say exactly right. She nailed it on the head. I think it's the kind of thing where when no other master plant will do it, bring in the nasty grandpa, because it's a very but it's amazing for addiction. I mean, in the 70s and 80s, there were ibogaine clinics all over the world with incredible success rates, and for reasons they are no longer. But I think this awakening is here, and the plants are clearly driving this, as far as I can see.
300%. So Brandee, are you going to stick around for a bit? Do you have to head out?
I actually have to head out. I have my 10-month-old baby downstairs. So it was really great to
give her a big kiss for me. She's so beautiful. I bet she's huge now, huh?
She's so huge. It's so cute.
My God.
I'll text you a picture.
Please do. Please do.
Here, I want a picture of you with her too.
Oh, yes, I will send it to you when we get off.
And that's another subject, pregnancy and ayahuasca and plant medicine, but we'll go there next time.
Oh, yes. Okay. That's another story for you.
Can't wait.
Continued.
All right, Brandee, thank you.
All right,
Take
you
care.
guys. Love
Bye.
you all. Thanks for having me. Okay, see you
later.
soon.
All right, so if that's okay with you, Luis, let's start out with your trailer.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, let's do it.
Uni pa sama be one pa sama Por medio de ayahuasca tengo que ver los diagnósticos de cada paciente. Puku sama niwe, hau massage na niwe, hau rata niwe, o hau raka niwe. Sama kutia, no como curandere son. Ha niwe bo, kuyo no tsuka ronteha.
There's a lot of talk about ayahuasca. She's the queen of the master plants in a way. But master plants, they are the real little healers and helpers.
Las plantas maestras y la ayahuasca nos enseñan, nos abre la vida, el conocimiento.
So the idea is that you're going to learn directly from these plants. In your dreams, in your thoughts, in your feelings. It's a channeling of plant medicine energies.
The Shipibo lineage, what they're doing is as they diet the plant, they're singing their ikaros, which are the healing songs from the energy of the plant.
And it's very commonly experienced by the people that come here. They realize, oh my God, I thought it was going to be about the ayahuasca. I thought it was going to be about this. It's about the songs.
Y eso es la medicina que tú has dietado, que tú has aprendido.
It's interesting because in medical school, we're not taught about energies or about spirits. It's almost like there's a different lens that this shaman is bringing in, one that we're not necessarily seeing.
Even though at first it may not make sense to our way of thinking, there may be a nugget of pure gold in there that can give us insight, a new understanding, and new tools to facilitate healing.
There's no difference in medicine, you know. There's only one medicine, the medicine that heals.
These teaching plants are reaching out to us to instruct us.
For its breadth and depth of healing potential, ayahuasca is far and away the greatest medicine I have ever encountered.
As playful as it can be at times, it's a very serious commitment.
This is a soul cleanser at the deepest level.
It can completely cause a rip in your egoic structure and reality.
So you do have to be ready to humble yourself to something that might be beyond what you have imagined thus far in your life.
Such an amazing documentary, Luis. Joan,
I
you
know.
have a reaction?
I loved that. Oh my God, how do I get to see the whole film?
You can get it off our website, or you actually have a Vimeo. It's available on Vimeo Pro. So if you go to centerforthecinematic.arts.com, or if you go to thesongthatcallsyouhome.com, you can find a way to get there.
So when I watched it yesterday, like our first really in-depth experience wasn't at the Temple of the Way of Light in Peru. And I was just getting chills the whole time, flashbacks, memories of the jungle, waking up in the morning after like being in the ceremonial space, and then looking out into the just like vastness of the jungle, you know, and it was just so beautiful and inspiring. I really love what you did here. And it's so important for us to create this content so that we can keep informing people about it and help everybody, you know, wake up and or maybe even have an opportunity to heal whatever they perceive to need healing from. So I'm extremely excited to learn, you know, your process here, but we're also going to do like a little freestyle. So this is up to you. Take us wherever you want to, but tell us your journey and how like this, how your documentary was created, your intentions and everything that you want to share with us.
Well, you know, I started with plant medicine at 40 in a kind of indirect way. And I hit 40 years old, and I hit what I labeled, as I talk about in the movie, kind of like a midlife crisis scenario. And it, I had what you could call a good life. You know what I mean? I was a working actor, and I had a great group of friends, and I had a great social thing going, but there was something just missing, and something very fundamental felt empty. And so at 40, I thought, I'm going to give myself a really interesting birthday present. And, I thought maybe buy myself a car, or, something crazy like that. But I thought that's been done, right? Then a friend of mine suggested, let's go to Mexico and do mushrooms with a shaman, hallucinogenic mushrooms. And I was like, wow, that's it. Let's do that. And I went down and with a group of friends, and we went to Oaxaca, to Huautla de Jimenez, where the great Maria Sabina is from. And I had an experience with a shaman that was, it was impactful. I remember it being very personal, and it was almost like it was a little peek into a world that I wasn't ready for yet, but that would be fulfilled later. And what was interesting is the next morning, the shaman says to me, now that you've met the children, you got to meet the mother. And the children is what they call them. They're the Los Niños Santos. And so I'm like, who's the mother? And he says, ayahuasca. I'm like, I don't know what that is. And he says, don't worry. When the time comes, she will call you. And I was like, all right, man, whatever you say, bro. And never thought much about it, but almost a year later, all of a sudden, I felt the call. And it was in the weirdest way, because I just heard the term ayahuasca in all these different places, like in the span of a week. And all of a sudden it popped up in online and all these things and in conversations. And I was like, wow, I'm kind of feeling like maybe I'm being called. And then I got scheduled to do to actually meet with a friend that I hadn't seen in some time, this wonderful individual named Vani Mangoni, who is my co-director in this film. And I met with him because I had heard that he had gone south to South America on some trip, and he'd been gone for a while. And so I got together with him, and I wanted to find out, where he'd been and hear his adventures. But when I sat down right in front of him, I just felt this incredible energy surrounding him. And I was like, Vani, what's up, man? And the first thing he said to me, he said, bro, I did ayahuasca. And I was just like, oh, man. And I said, please tell me everything. And I sat there and I listened to him tell me about his experience for, I don't know, an hour and a half. And the whole time he's telling me this, I'm feeling, yes, this is what I want to do. I know it. And that night when I got home, I contacted Niwe Rao, which is the center where that's featured in the film. And I booked my stay. And less than 30 days later, I was in Iquitos, Peru to do my first set of ayahuasca sessions. And that's how it kind of got started.
Amazing. And your documentary, you have medical professionals in there, right? Which I think is great because you offer insight from that perspective as well. But something that really stood out to me was that the doctor in there was talking about how the Western medicine can deal with certain things, but they're not good at other things, right? Correct. So could you talk about what those kind of differences are?
Yes, I think the medicine does something that Western medicine can't do to the degree that taking a drug, a psychotropic drug, meaning like an antidepressant, doesn't really deal with the core issue of anything. If anything, it may just somewhat chemically regulate your brain, if you want to call it that, but it doesn't deal with the issues of trauma. And I think that these medicines go right to the heart of the matter and right to the heart of the trauma. And I think that that's the brilliance of these medicines, because in life, I can't remember where I heard this, but I remember it stuck in my head because, they say, in Western society, we take stuff and sweep it under the rug and sweep it under the rug and sweep it under the rug and pretend it's not there and keep sweeping and sweeping and sweeping. What ayahuasca does, it takes that rug and it shakes it right out. And all of that stuff rises to the surface, and it can be extremely overwhelming. And that's where, you know, a very knowledgeable hand is necessary. This is why these things cannot be done, you know, by yourself or with somebody who isn't trained to deal with these things, because they can be overwhelming and they actually could cause you a greater trauma than you actually went in with, which, you know, would be the opposite effect of what we're looking for, right?
Beautiful. And someone's asking here, Joan, you had a question.
Well, yeah, someone was asking questions, I think, about, here it is, like, actually they go together. So do you recommend going to the jungle and doing ayahuasca there, or is it better to do it in your hometown, say? And how do you find the right shamans?
Yeah, I think it is very important that that you do your research, like what Brandee was saying. You know, only work with people that come from a trusted lineage. You know, somebody who is preferably, this is my personal opinion, preferably somebody who's tied to an indigenous tradition, because those people know what they're doing. They've been working with this medicine for thousands of years. They know what's up. For us, as Westerners, this is a whole new thing, you know. And I think what we don't want to repeat is the 60s all over again, where we unleashed this incredible consciousness opening, you know, thing, and it didn't have the infrastructure to actually, you know, to take what people learned and what people saw in the 60s and to actually integrate it into their own lives, because it was just too overwhelming. And I think we're in a much better place now, because people are approaching these things not so much now for entertainment as much as people are seriously seeking healing, because nothing else is doing it, because the pharmaceutical companies are not doing the job, but they're not meant to do this. Right. So a really great book that I think everybody should read is called Waking the Tiger. And it's a movie about trauma and how it works. And one of the things about, I'll just start with the premise of the book, because I think this speaks so clearly to what the medicine actually does in us humans. So say, for example, a gazelle gets attacked by a lion. The moment that the lion grabs on the gazelle disconnects. It literally disconnects the nervous system. I don't think they feel anything. It's almost like they give in to the situation and they're just completely frozen, and they will be eaten. But if something happens to distract the lion and the lion moves away and runs somewhere else, after a second, the gazelle will pop up and then will shake it off. You see them literally shake it off, and then they'll run about and do their thing. And they go back to normal as if nothing happened. Why? Because they were able to release that pent up energy from their nervous system in the shaking off, right? Guess what we're not allowed to do as children when we have situations that threaten us or make us scared or make us angry? We're not allowed to shake it off. We're told that that's not what you do. Well, guess what years and years and years and years of doing that will do to you? You know, it's like there can be, I think everybody's walking around with PTSD. I mean, if you had parents, you're walking around with PTSD. Whether it was, given to you bit by bit by bit by bit, or in one big or two big freaking chunks, it's still trauma, and it still needs to be released because that energy's there and it's causing blockages and it's causing you to get sick, and it's just making things worse for you, And so I think what these medicines allow you to do is to literally shake it out of your nervous system, shake these things out. And, and then after that, of course, you have to, institute new habits and new ways of being, as otherwise you will revert back, it's like a gravity almost.
Yeah.
So
when I went down to Temple of the Way of Light in Peru, and then, in Rhythmia as well, one thing that was said at multiple places I've been to and other people that facilitate ceremony is wait a couple of days after this before you start making those doing those text messages and communicating to your family, and then telling your friends and family like, oh my God, and maybe not in the middle of your ceremony on the third out of number 7, you want to call someone the next morning to be like, you need this. You know what I mean? So that was something that they kept drilling, because a lot of people get so excited. They see so much change that they want to go out and really bring it to the people they love so that they can have that feeling as well. Now, in your documentary, your family, your sister and your mother, partake in ayahuasca, and it was really emotional for my wife and I watching that, just to see that, because I would love for my dad to do some plant medicine. I mean, he has Parkinson's right now, and he's really closed off to all things holistic and spiritual. So what was the journey like for you to have your family involved? And I noticed also you didn't seem to even push it onto your mother. Like, she was the one that approached you about it. So what kind of mentality did you have in that situation?
Well, I think because I I personally understand the experience and what going through it and what it entails and what it makes you face and what you need to bring to it in order to get through it. I never felt that it was my place to tell anybody when or how to approach their healing, and so. But it wasn't like I was holding anything back. It was just more like the message was just be the change. This is, you feel this change, you want to change the world. Wait a second, start with this world. This is the world. You know what I mean? You are the world. And so I never pushed it on anybody. And I think to some degree, like, 'cause I remember Joffrey, my great friend of 30 years, when I first came back from Peru, he was actually quite judgmental about it. He was like, I don't know, bro, that, seems wicked to me. I don't know, and I never argued it. I was like, it worked for me, bro, but it's, it's not for you. It's not for you, and leave it alone. And oddly enough, or not oddly enough, like within a year and a half, he comes up to me and he's like, bro, I think I want to go meet the mother. I'm like, well, what happened, bro? I thought you was, I actually didn't do that but the point is that you can't get, fundamentalist is fundamentalist, whether it's a religion or whether it's a product or a lifestyle or whatever. To go around telling people how to live or that what they need to do is just, just wrong, and I think there is a kind of spirit of an open-heartedness way of living that starts to happen when you work with these plants and you really dig honestly into your own traumas, and you're able to look honestly at yourself and you can question even your own motivations for things. I think that it's when you get to that place that you can just kind of flow with what is, because you understand that you are not actually separate from anything outside there. You are part of this one energetic system. And if you can flow with it, you can actually kind of line yourself up with the will of God. And, and you realize that your true nature, your true will is the will of God, and that's what these plants help us to achieve, is the stripping away all those things that we consider to be us, which are not. They're just things. I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not even this, and to understand that on a heart level is very different than to try to understand it or grasp it with the mind, which in actuality, the mind is built to think of itself as separate from everything else, because that's how it stays, that's how it protects itself. But, and it's like, I love Alan Watts's definition of the ego, because he doesn't vilify it in any way. He says the ego is just the focus of conscious attention. It's like a radar on a ship. It's there to kind of troubleshoot, to see what's out there for any troublemaking changes so you can make the proper adjustments inside, right? But when you start to identify your being with that troubleshooting system, you're in for trouble, man, because you're like going to be in an anxious state 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because you're identifying with this one tiny little aspect. And so as soon as you stop identifying with the ego and you identify with the heart, then, you know, it's like the ego, I always thought of it as like a pit bull. You know, pit bulls are beautiful animals, but they don't feel like they're part of a pack, and if they don't feel that they have a pack leader, they're going to try to dominate. And that's what the ego does, because the ego needs to have something to follow, and that's the heart. So we get to a place where heart and then the mind kind of supporting that, I think like that's the place of wholeness that we can actually start, you know, changing some things. But it always starts, and I know it sounds so cliche, but it starts with me, you know, and it starts with me, and then I radiate something or say something, and then somebody gets curious about it, and then they start to, you know, research their own thing, and then they start to follow their own intuitions, and it turns into this whole beautiful web of healing. But nobody has to push anything on anybody. I don't have to force my vaccine on you.
Yeah, definitely. Deborah is asking, what was the name of the book that you said earlier?
Waking the Tiger. And I'm so sorry that I cannot remember the author's name.
Let's write it in the room here. So last question here. I want to know about, so when you went to Peru, firstly, what center was it at? And the reason why I'm asking, and other people asking too, I want to know personally, because I went to Temple of Way of Light, and it's a regimented plan. This is the program, you follow the program, you know, like in Rhythmia, there's a program, you follow it. But you went somewhere where it seemed like they were working with you as individuals. Was this just because you were doing the documentary? Your friend that was the artist, he was doing a specific dieta. It looked like he was like kind of doing his own thing, and they were catering towards him. Is there a center or someplace that can do that, where if you want some more fine-tuned experience?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And I'll speak to both of those centers because they're both amazing places. Niue Rao was actually the place that I went in 2013 for my first set of ceremonies. And that is a strictly Shipibo tradition. They work with ayahuasca and chacruna, and then they also work for people that are there for 2 weeks or longer. They also do master plant diets as well. And then with Ayamadre is the center run by Estela Pangosa, and she's been around for, I think, a few years. And her methodology is a little bit different, and she has a much more personalized approach. And they're both very different approaches, but equally effective. And they didn't, you know, treat us any differently for the film or anything. We did everything exactly the same way that everybody else would. And I would say, you know, it depends on what you need. You know, in other words, here's what I would say. If you already have experience with, you know, reaching states of consciousness being via meditation or previous plant medicine experience, and you feel you have the kind of fundamentals, then, you know, maybe going to Ayamadre might be, you know, a more interesting choice, because then you're going to have a little bit more leeway or more say in your own process, right? Whereas Niue Rao is you're putting yourself more in the hands of the shamans there. And the Niue Rao is run by Maestro Ricardo Maringo, who is just amazing. And every time I've been there, he's surrounded with other amazing healers. And but both of those places I would highly recommend, and I would have sent my mother there if she didn't mind the bugs, but she doesn't do bugs, so she went to Rhythmia.
That's hilarious, because that's exactly how I feel about people too. Like I'd be like, "Are you okay with bugs?"
Exactly. Yeah. Do you want great big bugs?
Do you want a luxury 5-star experience? You can go here. You know, and that's the cool thing. There's so many different varieties. There's no reason to even cast any judgment on them, right? Like there are different varieties for different people that want different experiences. You know,
yeah.
There's the comfortable ones, and then there's the roughing it in the jungle ones.
And you know, I want to just address something that you guys were talking earlier when I couldn't get my camera on, because I thought it was pretty relevant. You know, somebody pointing out or saying that the spirit of the medicine is no longer in ayahuasca, and I don't think that's true at all. What I believe is I know the spirit exists because I've communicated with her, but I also know this about ayahuasca, is that nothing that you will ever see in an ayahuasca journey is anything that's outside of you. In other words, you know, for better or for worse, good, bad, ugly, whatever you're seeing, it's not coming from out there, it's being revealed from inside. And here's the thing that, and I remember, I think it was Ricardo who told me this, the shaman in Peru, who said that it's good news when you're seeing monsters and demons and all these things, because it means they're on their way out. Mm-hmm. You know, you can't you know, bypass the show on the way out. You had the show on their way in. You got to see them on their way out. And so when they rise to the surface, you know, he told me, be glad, be happy, which, you know, of course it's hard to do when you're in front of Satan, but it's comforting, because you understand that if it couldn't hurt you when it was deep, deep down in your soul, where you couldn't even notice it, it has no power over you when it's right here.
Also, you're not crazy.
But, yeah.
You know, and when you work in that situation, you begin to get that the voices you hear, the inspiration and visions are actually true, be it like they're a reality themselves, but
absolutely,
it's very empowering to understand yourself.
Absolutely. And I think also the, you know, there is a way in which the medicine ayahuasca opens you up to a mystical way of living, you know, where you're not so much living by sight, but you're kind of living by faith. And then you get into this place where you set an intention and things just magically kind of line up in their own way, maybe not in the way you thought they would, or maybe the way you wanted them to, but you start to see that there is, you know, this, it's real. It's like an infrastructure of energy that exists that you can only see if you, first of all, open yourself to it and then become sensitive to it. But it's always there. It's just we can't see it. And so we can't enter a flow until we first, you know, say, okay, it does exist. I see it. I feel it. Let me jump in. All right.
Definitely. Joan, did you want to chime in and say something else before we move on to the next speaker?
I love it. I so appreciate. I can't wait to watch the film. I just love your energy. I'm with the one who wants the high class, really nice center. We're gonna go to Rhythmia.
I recommend Rhythmia. Rhythmia is a great place.
Yeah.
Right.
Luis, thank you so much, brother. Congratulations for your documentary, and actually, more than congratulations, thank you for your documentary.
Right.
Thank you so much for saying
bro.
that.
I really appreciate you. I see your intention. It's such a beautiful person. I really want to connect with you and talk and see what else we can do in the future. So we'll be in touch.
Absolutely, we will. Thank you so much.
Well
Take
done,
care, guys.
well done.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
brother.
I'm the clapping section.
All right.
We have such fantastic speakers.
We need that. We need to keep the energy up.
Right. This is so. I'm just being blown away, Neil. Every speaker has
So good.
comes to the table, and with checking all the questions too.
And we'll take, okay, so I didn't let anybody know yet, but we're going to have an hour-long segment where if anybody wants to come on and tell us about their experiences on plant medicine, you can do so. We're running a little bit behind, so it'll be like 3:50, maybe 4 o'clock Pacific time. So if you guys want to do that. And there's a lot of questions that haven't been answered because we don't have the time. So I'm waiting for those. We're going to have a time where Joan and I can do a little Q&A. And I'm also going to walk you through every place that I've been to do ceremony. I'm going to walk you through the jungle experience. I'll walk you through the Rhythmia experience, and then about California and this one's here, just so that you, because there's a lot of questions here about where to go, and a lot of people asking for affordable ones because not everyone can just get in a plane and go to Peru, right?
Well, I just also want to say I never got on a plane and went to Peru. So not to this point, I've only journeyed inside of the United States, and I'm here to tell you that you can effectively do that with the right tribe. It's all about the right tribe, the right people, the right shaman, and your right intentions.
So let's get into the next guest.
Yes.
We are now going to be graced with the presence of Ilaq, and his name is Moses. Moses has worked and consulted at Machu Picchu and is credited with discovering more than 40 new amazing sites there. He has developed an intimate understanding of the ancient technologies that were used at various Andean sites and has lectured on this topic for the past 35 years. He also trained in the remote jungles of Mantalo and Shivan Goreni with the Manchi Guena and Ashaninka, which I think I have correct, tribes to understand the use of plant-based medicines. You will be energized by Moses's sense of wonder and curiosity as he mixes wisdom of ancient technologies and plant medicine with some surprises and even magic during this ceremony. So let's go ahead and bring Moses on.
I love that. You know, the original Moses did a lot of ancient technologies too.
That's true. And it could be argued when he saw the burning bush, he was on plant medicine.
Absolutely. I am probably sure of it.
That's hilarious. All right. Moses, you there, brother? There we go. You need to unmute yourself.
All right. A big hand for Moses.
Yay.
Who changed our life with technologies then and now. You're still muted, Moses.
Click the unmute button, the microphone.
Yeah.
There we go. Hey, brother.
Hey, how are you? Good morning. For me, it's still morning because last night I've been working all night long and I sleep a little bit. And now I'm here ready to share my experience and how was my initiation and how all this journey into plant medicine started. Well, I am master in archaeology. I'm third generations of scholars and healers. My father is an anthropologist who is expert in all the ancient plants. He's still alive and he's still researching and collecting thousands amount of these amazing plant medicines that exist in all the Andes area. I was initiated since I was very young. I was took by my father to different places, villages. And then this turned on my curiosity and my interest in learn more because I knew that we have more. And that's why I decided to become an archaeologist to learn more and to discover and share everything with humanity. I want to say that in the Andes and South America, basically jungle and coast and mountains, this knowledge is ancient and it's more than thousands of years because many people think that it's just 4,000 or 5,000 years old, but evidence are showing us that this comes from so long. And so I as an archaeologist, I do expeditions, different places. And then too, I started to go into the jungle. But the time that I was visiting jungle was when people don't go there. We were really adventure tours that we have to stop in some missions because there were some missions of the Dominicans in the area. And they have to give us a translator, one of the Indians that was there and already speak Espanol, because at that time that I went, nobody speak Espanol in these areas. No, wear this Occidental clothing, so it was authentic. And the communication was through the translator. And my first experience was in Shivangoreni. When I was there, a young guy, the only one that speaks Espanol, come to me and say, if you don't give me tobacco, I will kill you. I say, hey man, you don't need to kill me because I have a lot of tobacco, but I used to bring tobacco because it was tons of mosquitoes. And we don't have at that time the mosquito repellent, all that new things that was in our south of Peru. But in Cusco, you can go any store at that time. I'm talking about 70s, mosquito repellent, because Cusco doesn't have mosquitoes. So nobody sell there. And so our way to protect from mosquitoes was the tobacco. And so the guy come and I say, you don't need to kill me. I give you as many tobacco that you want, but if you give me ayahuasca. And so the guy said, deal. He ran, and after around an hour, he come and say, we don't have ayahuasca I have just this toy. Okay, I said, no problem. I was looking for something that I didn't imagine how strong that was going to be this experience. So we drink with the motor guy, and he said, just take a teaspoon. We take a teaspoon, and then he said, there's some leftovers. Okay, let's drink more. And after an hour, nothing. And so we went to our Maloca. We were in there, and suddenly the young guy that go with us in the boat, he said, "Oh, this Franklin is running." And Franklin was the driver of the boat, and this guy was running. And suddenly, in that moment, I couldn't move. I get paralyzed because all my body was, I don't know, feeling something different. And I don't know how I do that. I come out from the sleeping bag and I try to find him, but I couldn't. And so then I started to getting into the village, getting all the rooms of the Indians, and they were looking at me, what you are doing, because they didn't have a clue what was happening. And so in a moment they get mad because I was searching all the rooms, all the small malocas that they have. And so they started trying to capture me to say, hey, what's, I don't know really why, but they come to me and my intuition and my instinct say, I have to run. I have to, don't let these guys capture me. So my experience was all my own. They trying to get me, and I was running, hiding. And so the next morning, they couldn't get me. I am with no shoes, just with boxers and running all the jungle. The next morning, I see my body and look like I fight with thousands of cats because I have scratches. I was a mess. And they were already in the port trying to kick out from their village because they were really mad for what happened because they didn't understand what was going on. And so then I get to the port, and the Indian that is the translator say what happened, and I told him the truth. And so the guy tell to the chief of the village what happened. And right after he said, who is the person that gave you? So I look in them and I point the guy, and was the son of the chief. That this guy knew Spanish because he escaped from the tribe and he was living in another big area around. And so it's how he learns Spanish. They get him, they hang, and they start whipping him because they say that it was very dangerous, that I could kill myself. The Indians don't use toy alone because it's so strong. So after that, they say, if you want to learn more, you come back. And so I come back there, and then I visit Mantalo, other areas. And all the communication through my training was telepathy. Because after you drink the medicine, the ayahuasca, you connect in telepathy. And so I don't have the need to talk with him because everything was, and my first experience was that I see my parents coming to me, and I was afraid because everything that I touch, I make disappear. And so I was looking at him and I say, it's my parents. I don't want to touch them and they disappear because, I love them. So don't worry. You just wait to them and hug them and welcome them. And so I have that experience to reconciliation with my parents because I have a good relation at that moment. So I was so young, so wild. And so besides that, I have that confrontation. I love them too. And after that experience was amazing because then we started training until in the moment that what the shaman, my master, was feeling and seeing, I can feel the same. And so we look to each other and we are looking the same thing. It's like we are watching the same movie. So you're watching what I am watching. And so what's interesting, all these years of learning, then I hike and I explore other areas. And the most amazing thing is like 25, 30 years later, I was in other part of the jungle because the Indians from Chihuahua already have to move out because Shell found a big natural gas reserve. And so these guys, don't care about the Indians. The government don't care protection to them, so they kick out. And 30 years later, more or less, I was in another area, and the motor guide too told me, we are close to another village. Would you like to visit? And I said, okay, let's go. So we went there, but in this village was a store. They dress like us. Everybody speaks Espanol. And so we sitting there and we were trying to buy some handcrafts that they were doing. And I started telling my story about what happened in Chihuahua, that I drink the toy and the Indians couldn't capture me. And so I tell all this story, and an old man walks and scratch my head, and he passed. And then he come back and he bring this. This is an amazing ceremonial drum that this master gave me, and I have since then, and I take with me everywhere. Thousands of sessions of ayahuasca with him and with me. And I couldn't believe that we reconnect that moment. It was very old. And we were able to enjoy our energies again. And he said, he already speaks Espanol too. And he said, if you don't tell this story, never I will recognize you. I said, same here, you know, I never thought that coming to this village, I will find you. Also, I don't remember well your face and all that. And so since then, my mission was still learning, still rescue in the authentic way. And so I traveled a lot, and then I just visit the States. I used to go to promote tourism, and then I started lecturing, and as the years, also research in Peru in other areas, different other plant medicines, and we have thousands of amazing plants for different things for our health. And so that was my initiation in lecturing. First, I was lecturing because it was difficult to try to make the ceremonies here. So I have one of the first centers that was something unique because I mixed healing arts with beauty services, and was Pachamama Center, Inca Spa, beauty for your soul and beauty for your body. And it was interesting because a lot of local people was coming and they were starting learning about these master plans, and we started working with them, and they solved lots of problems in relationships, in traumas, in experience of their lives. And since then, in Cusco, started opening many other sites, more people start to use it and get more interest. And here too in the States, the only problem that all this interest in the Occidental world make that the authentic way of the ceremonies or the way how you use the plant medicine is transforming, and every time is going more far of what's the purpose and how sacred is to do this. Now they do ceremonies here with 100 people, 50 people, 80 people. Each shaman has their own way. They do more performing than healing. And so that is one of the things that is going so far, and there is no way how to control. And the person that spoke before, yeah, he's right. You have to research, you have to make your investigation where and how you need to go. From my experience, it's interesting to do in the jungle, it's more intense, but also if you have someone that is well trained and respect the sacredness and the importance that is to take ayahuasca or any other plant medicine, have to be in the authentic way if you want to get the results. Otherwise, you will go and just get more lost than what you are. That is one of the reasons that I am not the person that advise go to this places that exist in Costa Rica, Peru, and you go 10 days and you do 7 days in a row ayahuasca. That is crazy, that is insane, that is not good. Most of the people that come to me for help is people that they did this type of experience, because you need a time. Any tribe, only if you are trying, doing the dieta to become ayahuasquero, yeah, you can do that. You go and you do intense diet. But the person that need to solve problems in the emotional traumas and also physical, they don't need that, because the information that you download in a session is so much. And you need more weeks to process and still downloading, to understand and integrate, because the most important part of the experience is the integration moment. Otherwise, you're lost. You say, I don't fit in this world anymore. I don't want what I am doing. So you get very confused and you don't get the proper result. So I advise that you do one and take your time, follow the integration after the ceremony with the shaman or with the ayahuasquero, and then you will get the results that you want. Plus, also, when you work, the shaman will take care of each one. And what is an Icaro? Icaro is the song when you talk. You make a deal with the spirits of the plants. But you can sing an Icaro for the same Icaro for all the people. Or you go and there is 20 people and you will put the CD and the people will listen to all this. And Icaro is like, I am dealing with the magic of the plant, bringing the energies that you need to solve your problem. So it's like the shaman is telling the Icaro and is prescribing the proper elements that your body, that you probably need to solve this. And one other important thing is when you do the research about the plant, don't watch all what is online, because then you create expectations. And nobody repeats the same thing. Even the person that are doing the work with the medicine plant, you don't have the same experience always. The first could be way different than the second way different than the third. So it depends how is your energetical field and how the plant will show you and tell you what you need. And that is what I call the ayahuasca is an interpersonal medicine that yourself, the shaman, and the spirit of the plant have an important role, because the shaman, through Icarus, singing, tuning, whistling, drumming, will take you and guide you to this point that you will develop and the plant will show you. And yes, many people has good experience, but it's the process. It's the process that is what you need. And the plant always will show you what you need. And so when you see online and say, oh, you drink and it's like this, no, because for that person. But for the other, it's different. Myself, I drink many times and every time it's different too, when I work in myself. But when I work with the people, I know how to connect and I know how to show them to connect. And it's not always in the same way, because there are people that sometimes they are blocked because they come with fear. They don't trust themselves. And when you are with fear, already you are blocking everything. And so your experience will be not profound. You will start to freaking out because fear will bring more negative things. And always when you open as a ayahuasca ceremony, a lot of negative energy surround. That is why the shaman have to be awake, aware, and check to be cleansing and protecting the environment, delimited the space that is sacred and nothing can break that. And so in Peru and South America, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, there are hundreds of tribes. Different tribes has different ways to work with the plant. But the end of every tribe is the same, is to help you to solve this problem. In the jungle, is different the way that the concept of how they do their ceremonies. It's not like, hey, let's next week because it's full moon and we want the vibe of the full moon and let's do no. It's something that is special in yourself, in your body, in your spirit. When you're having some problems to identify yourself, so the young puber guys are at that age that they start. But it's not like you're going to start and you're going to do twice a month, 3 times a month, 5 times. Sometimes they do once a year, twice a year, three times a year. So they respect because they know how strong, how powerful, and also how the effect is after the ceremonies. So it's one of the things that we are not paying attention in the plant. We are doing more to feel the curiosity of the people. Many people do Aya because they want to feel what it is. And other thing is one of these plants is impossible to do for recreational purposes because nobody can drink and go to party because it's the spirit of the plant is way different. It's so sacred that you need a special environment. And also, ayahuasca always is in a dark room, can be with lights or at 3 o'clock because connects the plant, the darkness awake more your vision, and that chemical start to working in your brain, and also the DMT will enhance more many senses. That is the way when your brain will show you many things that you are not familiar. Like you start to sensing deep in your memories that you sometimes forget and delete it. It's gonna come and you say, why this is happening to me? Why I'm looking this? And then you connect because the shaman will be aware, taking care of what is going on. And so it's interesting all this process that was before and now how is working. The centers are good because it's important, but they need to keep preserving the authenticity. They need to understand that if you overdo, you are not helping. The people is going to be more lost than when they start. And like I say, South America, Peru, there are many tribes, and it's what I am perceiving that every time they are transforming the authenticity because they are trying to please the demand that the people that are coming from outside need. And so they also transform the way how you have to do it. In the jungle, because their diet is very healthy and they don't have things, they don't diet. You go and you start doing the ceremony. The only thing that they don't eat heavy is the day that you're gonna have the ceremony. But now, there is a list, but who create that list? All the people that was going there, and they say, okay, we have to, don't do this, don't do this. And now it's popular that. And you go to the centers too, and but normally as you visit well, I haven't been in centers, but I've been in the tribes. You visit them and you 2-3 days before, you are feeling the vibe of the area, connecting with the people, with the shaman, preparing the medicine and all those things, and then you are ready, you are open. And like I say, they don't require you dive, because their nutrition, is different. It's not that with a lot of preservatives that you have here, that yeah, it's good to cleanse and do some detox of your body, so you can also process better and have a better experience. And as an archaeologist too, I start to researching how far this goes. And so this coming for 4,000 or 5,000 years. This coming for hundreds of thousands of years. And who knows that I have evidence in textiles, in pottery, that show these people that looks aliens in ceremonies. People that the Nazca, for example, and Paracas, they in the pottery and their textiles, they show you these figures that now you understand. The people say, oh, these guys, what they are creating. They are not creating. They are representing what they are connecting. And there is a big amount of evidences that show us this was connected with other people. And so we don't know if this come from since that times, because it's more clear that I think so, because this is a medicine that goes way beyond our imagination and what we can do it. Because take your body in the way that you don't gonna understand sometimes. And the most important for you get the best result is you start to connecting with yourself, and every day, maybe for a month before, you start to clearing everything and looking what is the intention of this. When you're connecting, that you have clear this, there is not limits. There is not limits. And I have experienced that was amazing, because at the beginning too, I have this experience with the plant, but to the level that the plant showed me was amazing. I saw people that come and say, I have a vision. I've been dreaming. That is why I want to do this medicine, because I have this problem, and I am sure that is going to be healed. The first time I was kind of a skeptic, saying that, I don't know, I've been so many years and I don't know if it really is going to work in the way that this person is telling me, but welcome. And the person come, and in the morning when we are doing the integration, say, or the doctors come, no tools, nothing, they stick their hands, they remove everything that was wrong in my body. And then they say, you're okay. And I saw this light that from my chest was coming, these rainbows and everything. I'm so happy because I am healed. Okay. And in a moment I was saying, I don't think so. And so then talking with the person and say, I am healed. And I say, look, I can tell you 100% if you are healed or not. How if I say, yeah, but never before I have experienced that happened. After that, ayahuasca showed me and slapped in my face, because the person go to the doctor, check everything, and was healed. Until now, it's healed. And so ayahuasca teach me that everything is possible when you have this. And this person was calling me when you're doing ceremony, when you're doing ceremony, when you're doing, and when happen, get the result. And so since that time, I always say, before a month, or at least 2 weeks, do a little meditation and then connect with yourself and see your intention. And your intention has to be very strong, something important that will transform and change you. And come with no fear and trust. And that will make you happen things that you can imagine. There, in all these years of experience, I've been with different regions, and the one that is more amazing, the medicine, because they do with more herbs than just the chacruna, is the Ashaninkas in the area of Puerto Maldonado, Cusco, and they use toe a little bit. They put also tawari. They put chacruna, then the ahosacha, because these are giving more extra things that you use just with chacruna. The journeys are more clear, the visuals are amazing, intense, that you don't need just close your eyes, because with open eyes you are in the same state. And all this is getting lost because every time the demand is big, and so they are trying to do the easiest thing. And also other thing, there is not center of places that they are reforesting. So every time I listen, we have to go farther and farther to get the vine and the earth, because the closest is already, they destroy everything. So we have to think in that way too. We are overusing, but there is no price that they are replanting, reforesting. We need to keep preserving this, because otherwise it's gonna get extinguished. And it's not good, because now more than before, we need this medicine. We need to this medicine be popular, public, and help people. And also need more people that get trained to be able to do in the proper way, to help more people. And I'm sure that humanity will be in a different level and in different state of consciousness when we do this in the proper way. One amazing plant is the huachuma, the cactus, that also in the regions of Peru are very popular, and there is in different areas. And my experience is the most amazing and strong is the shamans that are in the department of Chiclayo. They use the cactus in a different way. They dry complete in the sunlight, they powder, and they drink the powder. And it's amazing, it's powerful. And this in this region goes jape with huachuma, or San Pedro. It's interesting because the jape that they use is so strong that open yourself in the way that before the ceremony of huachuma, you inhale the jape, and when you take the huachuma, you will connect in another level. And the plant of huachuma is so gentle, so generous, and will teach you compassion, and will teach you open your heart, and will awake all this essence that you have as a healer, that every human being has this capability. And so one of the most amazing answers was when I asked to a person that did huachuma, and say, how you feel in huachuma? And say, wow. My experience was like, feel everything at once. That's intense. It's feel everything at once. It's amazing. The way how enhance your senses, the huachuma is super, it's incredible. You can hear things that are going 20 miles away and you don't understand. in a place that you can feel the waves of the ocean. You can feel things that are so far and give you this peace, give you this state that you want to reconnect with yourself and be with yourself in harmony. You need sometimes to start just quiet and nobody talk to you. And then other experience, other person to say that if the people in the planet will use Wachuma, never we will have wars and never we have negative energy, because Wachuma teach you love, compassion. And compassion is one of the most intense and powerful tools that if doesn't exist compassion, it can exist nothing. And I combine like ancient technology because it's very important to understand the technology, how they build, how they did, and how the medicine come. And so this go together. This goes together because every time that I get connected to see more things with the plant, what I get connected is with this amazing technology that extraterrestrials are showing me in the ocean, deep down, and these amazing things that, wow, it's things that are happening, it's things that are there. And in the years of living in Cusco, that is one of the amazing places in the planet, I have experienced that I've been connected with aliens. One experience was with this lady that one New Year's Eve, I was in a club in Cusco and she was dancing, had straight hair, super white, cut eyes, and she speaks a perfect Spanish, but with an accent of a male voice. And we talk, we dance, and then we walk out, and in a moment, she said, I want to do this, disappear. And so I come back to the club and say to my friend, do you saw the girl that I was dancing? Ah, yeah, she's coming, I think 3 or 4 nights. Maybe she's gonna come back. She didn't come back. And then years later, like maybe 4 or 5 years later, I was in San Francisco, Market Street in the mall, was around Christmas. And I, in the escalator, and something strong called me, and I turned. And this was the same lady, but with long hair. They say, hey, I tried to reconnect and say, what happened? Why she disappeared that night? And she ran, and I couldn't. Then I talked with a friend that he's very deep into aliens, sixtopaths, that he has been researching since his father so many years, and he is well known in the world about aliens and all this. And I told him, and he said, for the description of the physical features that you're giving me, she is an alien. And I said, no, I don't think so. So he has this humongous encyclopedia with pictures and drawings. They suppose alien people, good ones and bad ones, that are living in the earth. And so he said, look, maybe you can find. And I was looking and looking and looking, and I found. It was a draw, and I say, it's her. And he says, since you told me the feature of the eyes, I knew that was your appearance with an alien. And so there is aliens that are all over, and when you are open, you have this energy going, your vibration and frequency is different. You will connect, you will experience, and you will talk. They don't gonna tell you that this is, but you're gonna be able to understand and feel more things that they are bringing. And then, well, I work at Machu Picchu, and I found 44 new sites. It was amazing, these expeditions. And I have the chance once that we did a ceremony in the Apu Giananti. We have an expedition day before, the same, I dream, and I dream that I'm gonna die. In the morning, I call my ex-wife and my daughter and say, something happened, I love you, and I will do this. And they, of course, say, you're crazy, don't go. If you already feel and see that you're gonna die, don't go. And I go. And the shaman of the jungle and the Keros, they sense the energy, and they were kind of with fear too. We were 21 in the expedition, and when we stopped in that moment, they said, we're gonna check in the coca leaves if it's good to continue or not. They check and they look at me and say, we're not going. They say, no, we are going. Even that I didn't tell them nothing that what I was my dream. And so I say, the people that don't want to go, they are free to come back. So 11 porters, they said, we are not going. So we're 21, we're just 10 people, and we have to take a lot of gear. So we say, we don't take this, we don't take, and we continue. We get to the top of the mountain, it was raining, and at midnight, I told them, we are gonna do a ceremony with this couple. And with Pedro, the ayahuasquero, we went with Benito, with the Indians from Keros, and we did this amazing ceremony. We found the mouth of the apple, and we put 2 carved glasses of ayahuasca covered with coca leaves. We pour it in the mouth of the apple, and then we drink. And it was amazing, all the things. I can feel all this powerful thing that was coming from the mountain to my body and shaking and like electricity. And in the morning, before sunrise, I told to the apple, thank you, it was an amazing experience. This was so strong. I say, show me what is your power. I want to see. And the apple answered and started cracking from the bottom. All this huge humongous mountain was, and there was this gigantic pink quartz crystal that blinded me. And it was incredible. And just after that, the sunrise and hit this apple, and the reflection in the other mountain was the shade of the apple, but around the apple was this halo that was bright. And I told the guys, look. And he said, wow, all the mountains, you can see the shades was normal, but this one specific has this halo. It's amazing. And the most amazing is you're sitting here and Machu Picchu is down there, because we hike 3,800 meters more or less, and Machu Picchu is 2,400, and the river is in 1,900 meters. So I'm talking meters. We have this chunk of earth from 1,900 to 6,300 meters that is Salcantay Apple. So from the glacier to the river, and we can see all the Inca Trail to Machu Picchu, all the sites around, and it was like, you have everything. You're there, and your heart, everything is vibrating because it's magic. And I understood that why the Incas, they do all these constructions in this part, because they were able, when they get there, they liberate themselves, and they are in unity with all the universe. It's so amazing. It's just I sit in there and I cry for hours, because my happiness, my joy was unique, that I was so grateful and thankful to be able to be there. And I think I was one of the few that have this privilege to get to this point. Another experience later, as an archaeologist, I was working at Machu Picchu and with other few friends, they say, let's do at the, what they call now Temple of the Moon at Machu Picchu. And so I make all the arrangements, and we go, and we did also in the Temple of the Moon, another ceremony at Machu Picchu. Was so unique that I cannot understand and see how all these things work more deep, how they were, why they built, and it's everything that what they do is connected with the universe. Because Machu Picchu is a special place that there is altars that are connected with different parts of the cosmos, of the universe. And when I was in the Technological Application Center in the University of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and they show me these satellite photos of Machu Picchu that you can see in any scale. And then they show me picture of the Milky Way. And one of the things that shocked me was that in the Milky Way, there is another part that has the same shape that the river do around Machu Picchu. And this constellation, the Incas call the Amaru. That is amazing. So the same shape that the river does in the Milky Way, we have here at Machu Picchu. And the amazing thing is in June, they get overlapped together. So at that moment also is special energy in Machu Picchu. That is why people go there and they feel that this is heaven, this is paradise. Because besides all what has the energy is Machu Picchu is built in this batholith of quartz. And quartz is crystals, absorb the energy. So you go there and you just, with nothing of plant medicine, just with yourself and do a meditation. One of the nights that I was in full moon at Machu Picchu sitting and doing meditation, I thought that I lose control in myself and I was peeing. Because I have the sensation that I was peeing in my pants. I was sick. And I touched, but it was dry. And it was the energy coming and flowing. Wow. So all these things are unique. And I'm sure that everybody can feel it, can experience. You have to open your heart and use in the proper way the medicine. And you don't need go that far. You can do wherever you have in harmony, in balance, and you have a good shaman who will guide you. Your experience will be amazing. Because even in the jungle, in the deep jungle, if you don't have a good guidance, you don't gonna have
Beautiful. Ilaq, that's so beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. Do you facilitate these experiences too, right? You take people on journeys?
Yes, I take people in journeys and I work with this plant. It's one of the ways that I understood to be a different person, growing and expanding and opening my heart and giving more love. So now it's one of the things when you live in love, it's powerful. It's nothing more than you can sense. And this moment that yesterday, 12/12, and the 14, the eclipse, then we have the 20, it's an amazing, perfect moment. You choose and experience maybe the plant medicine in the proper way, and you will be able to ascend to this dimension, to the camp. Because yesterday the portal was special because the light is coming to us, we're opening ourselves, and we are getting ready, and our spiritual and physical body are getting all this light, and we are expanding this light, giving love And the 21st, if you are prepared and you have this balance, the gamma lights that the sunlight is gonna hit the earth, everybody will, the gamma will transform yourself to clean and access, let you access to this dimension. Of course, many people were gonna still in the third dimension, but the persons that are there, they're gonna accept and live in light and love.
Where can we find out more about the ceremonies you facilitate? Where do you facilitate them?
Well, I think through your site, because my site is gonna be done soon. You can connect me, and the easiest way.
Where do you do the ceremonies at?
Well, we do in different areas here in California, and also now it's impossible to go to Peru, but we used to take groups to Peru, to special places, unique places, no centers, because I respect how the centers work, but I do the other way that.
Yeah, everything is needed, right? Like we need the individual, and then we need the ceremony. So different people need different things.
Yeah, because some people come and they need comfort.
Right.
Because, for example, myself, I've been in this jungle, I've been bitten by millions of mosquitoes, but at the time, I don't want to go there. I am done with that thing. But I can take you to another nice areas in the jungle where you have all the comfort and have the vibration of the jungle, and yeah, we do there.
And no mosquitoes? No mosquitoes.
No mosquitoes in this area because you have the technology, the lights that will protect the mosquitoes come. But there are people, I have friends that they want to go there and they be 10 days in the jungle, no bathroom, sleeping in a sleeping bag, no showers, eat what the Indians eat, because it's hard, the logistics,
Yeah.
To carry these 5 tons of bottles of water is crazy. Who's going to be able to? You just have to boil the water, have the tablets to potabilize or the filters, because if you pretend that they're going to bring you water, one person, how many miles can hike with these uncomfortable things in your bag?
Yeah.
So you are doing plant medicine ceremonies here in the States, in California now?
Yeah, I live in California, and I facilitate.
And and so you're doing them over the next period of time too. If people are interested, they can reach out and connect with you.
Yes, actually, the 20th to the 21st, we're having an event in LA, but it's limited. We are just gonna have 30 people, and it's in this amazing place where the location is fantastic. I don't know if you are familiar with Agua Asia. This is a center that has more than 6,000 square feet and have gardens, has restaurants, rooms. And
If you have any more openings, I think a few people were looking for local events.
Well, now actually I am doing private groups.
Okay. Well, see, now
with the COVID, that thing,
So let's put a call out right now. Send me an email to the website, and then I'll connect with you, and we'll do it like that. If anybody's interested.
Yeah, that is the best way.
Okay. Well, Ilaq, thank you, brother. It's been a pleasure connecting with you, and thank you to Andre, who's next, for connecting me with you. Right. Really appreciate all the work you're doing, and I think we will meet up soon since we don't live too far from each other, right?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for the invite, and I'm so happy. And I did my best to be present, because last night I've been working all night long, and was interesting because it was intense, and I was needing to reconnect, process everything to be also ready for these special moments that are coming in 6 weeks.
Beautiful. Look,
very
thank you so
heartwarming.
much. We'll talk later.
Welcome.
Okay, take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
gets
What a
lots of
beautiful,
kisses.
yeah, what a beautiful share, huh?
You know, in addition to the clap, he gets that. I felt at some moments that I was actually with him in journey. And then I had to remind myself I didn't have any ayahuasca today, right?
Yeah, I'm having that too. And, you know, I life right now is pretty good, but the last couple of days have been a little challenging for me. So I felt like I was moving into, you know, like, you know, when you do plant medicine, there's a little bit of anxiousness there. You don't know where you're going to go. It's the fear of the unknown. And I already had that kind of feeling moving into this,
right?
And very vulnerable. So yeah, it's like, it's basically having the plant medicine ceremony without having to actually ingest it. And because we're connecting with the spirits of these plants, right? And that's what you do before. Sometimes the work actually happens leading up to the ceremony because of the conversations people are having. And then a lot of times the actual miracles happen right after they've left, not even when they're actually on the plant medicine.
So definitely today is a shamanic entry point for many of you. I really do believe. And I think you're called by the plants. You know, I think the plants call us. We don't so much, we put out our intention for transformation, but that's because we're responding to our spiritual call. But I see we have our other guest, Andre, who I'm excited to meet.
Yes, and let me read Andre's bio here. Firstly, Andre, actually, I'll talk about what he's going to be going over, and he can go into his bio a bit. And Andre actually lives not too far from us, and we're personal friends. We've done a few things together. He's facilitated 3 combo ceremonies, private sessions for Soul, my wife, and myself. Amazing person. A mutual friend, Vince Royale, he's the one who connected us, who actually is the one who connected me with Luis too. So Vince is watching. Shout out to Vince. Thank you so much, brother. And what Andre is going to be going over today, Viva Combo is a family service of providing the vaccine of the forest. Combo medicine in a safe and sacred environment at 8 Chakra Studio or wherever we travel with the medicines. Combo is a natural medicine for healing the mind, body, and soul, and it is extracted from the waxy monkey tree frog. The frogs are unharmed in the process. Amazon tribes use Combo for hunting and to clear Panama, the indigenous term for bad luck. They see bad luck as a fog that clouds the mind and aura stored in your cells by stress and bad memories. It has also been used for infertility issues, and hopefully you can talk about that because I have a testimonial about that from someone else. And Combo is one of the strongest anti-inflammatory, antibiotic, antimicrobial, and basically a natural vaccine from the jungle. So we're going to bring Andre on now. Hey, brother.
How you doing, brother? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly.
Hi, Andre. So nice to see you on here.
Likewise, Joan. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to hearing what you say about Combo, especially with COVID and antibacterial.
Yes. And let me just say this before you go into that. When COVID started, the first few months, Sol and I were all over the place. We even traveled 16 states. And we went to Vegas twice, you know, not to gamble, but just to kind of see how it was. And so when I came back, I was like, hopefully I didn't get the COVID. So the first thing I did was go to you to have a combo session to reset my entire body. And I really feel that it helped a lot. So I'm curious to know too, how people are kind of approaching combo right now due to COVID.
Wow. This is really new information for me too.
So take it away, brother.
Take it away.
Perfect. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the time to share my knowledge, my experience, and all the wisdom I have accumulated my whole lifetime and probably past lifetimes. But just kind of jump on that COVID topic. Ever since kind of COVID, I can notice there's been a big pickup in people obviously wanting to heal their mind, body, and soul, but just overall look for a different holistic way of medicine or something. I've really had people that were literally scared to go to the hospitals, elderly who literally were telling me they felt like they were going to be put to their death there, basically, more or less. And so I've had a different pickup of attendees for all our combo ceremonies here at the studio, private sessions on the weekdays, but overall, I could say most people that I know, I would say, I don't know if I had to put it to an average or number percentage, I would say like 90, 95% people that I know that have participated in working with combo at least maybe more than once. You know, I've had people that have been gone for at least a couple more, like a little over a year. And those are the people that might have been supposedly, you know, diagnosed with the COVID. So those people may, you know, their immune systems after a year or whatever, their diets or whatever, you know, they might have been living down, and they might have gotten that little flu or however you want to look at that virus, and they overcame it. But mostly I would say like 95% people who have been working with combo this past year or so, more on a regular basis, whether they come, you know, once a month, once a season or so, just for that boost and everything, no one has gotten COVID to my knowledge. I hadn't had anyone pass away that have done combo and gotten coronavirus, or into at least my knowledge, more or less. But yeah, I don't know where this should. I guess I just keep going on combo, right? So a little bit of real quick before I just jump into all that combo, a little bit about myself, a little introduction. Andre Sandoval, or in my studio here at Chakra Studio. You know, I teach Kundalini yoga, meditation, and yeah, we started implementing combo ceremonies into this space probably about 4 or 5 years now. I've been working with plant medicines for about 20 years of my life, and you know, it kind of just took a big difference path on my journey. In 2012. I gave up alcohol. I moved back here to my hometown, Santa Ana, California, and jumped into the Native American church, peyote way and teepee way, and that kind of gave me a lot of discipline to be where I am at now, and to, I would say, hold this medicine and really walk with this medicine in a good, righteous way. And after peyote, got into like ayahuasca, Moses, or that's what you guys and all the ancient knowledge. But I started with him, and I kind of eventually led to combo, as me and my partner, my wife, were searching for a way to help us deal with the fertility issues of not. Of her being told she couldn't bear any more children. You know, I was the stepfather to other children, and I wanted my own. And so we sought out combo, and you know, had a studio up in LA at the time, and I had this place going on, and just helping facilitate the brothers of our, and that's how we kind of got right into it. And you know, became weekly pretty shortly, so we could offer this medicine to people who were seeking the full maybe cleanse. Some people would, or some tribes would recommend doing the 3 to 4 combo sessions within a lunar cycle, you know, 28 days or 30 days, however you want to look at it, to really just benefit the maximum benefit of the medicine, and get the full reset, reboot, you know, feel that really rebirth, and, you know, I would say like literally resurrection of, you know, from an old self, like just dying off, and then being into your new being of who you feel you are. Because when you do 3 sessions, I always tell people, when we do 3 sessions within that month, that time frame, or even more, it's just something so powerful about constantly cleansing, you know, mind, body, and soul, but on a deep cellular level. You just literally feel and look like a new person after those sessions within that month. So I've seen countless numbers of people, lives change, miracles, I would even say, almost, people's lives that have been diagnosed with many different things, like diseases, everything you can think of, things I can't even remember how to pronounce and think of, but things that people have been diagnosed and maybe been on pharmaceuticals or other things that weren't really working for them for, you know, over decades or more. And you know, they were just tired of, you know, feeling, you know, like there was no hope, and they hear something about this medicine that comes from the jungle, and just all the amazing benefits that it is. I know kind of Neil went over a little bit of it, but it is one of the most powerful anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, anesthetic, and antibiotics of the planet, I believe, like known. Just all the peptides in this frog medicine, going through the whole body. It's initially, we traditionally serve it as we burn your skin with a little piece of stick. I should have brought these little props here and showed you guys, but it's a little stick. We burn your skin, almost like an incense size stick. And that's where we basically would say opens the gate for this medicine to travel, or say the spirit of this medicine. And within minutes, it enters the lymphatic system, but as soon as it pretty much hits the heart, imagine it just going through the whole body. You literally sometimes you can feel like every cell in your body vibrating, almost like you have this like life force, like almost like compare it to like anime, like a Dragon Ball Z or something, where like you have this energy in your hands, or it's intense for some people, or most people. Yeah, but you learn to deal with it. You learn to work with it if you sit with it many times, and but it's just a really powerful teacher, medicine cleanse that probably lasts from about 15 to 30 minutes, more or less. That's the intensity of more or less of what we say you're getting well. When I say getting well, I mean purging, right? I would say like 95, 98% people purge throwing up into the buckets, and then, the other small percentage cleanse out the other end in the restroom, or even emotionally, they're crying, or energetically, other ways, and just not just a physical way of purging, but it's a really good medicine. And the intensity, what I said, is like happens here in this space, in this safe space. And but the medicine will continue to work on you for days, weeks, or sometimes even far after. I mean, from the changes that it brings into people's lives, it helps people just overcome many different things, whether they have addictions to hard drugs, pharmaceuticals, or they're just in a toxic relationship, whether it's with a person, a job, or however it may be, a relationship to anything that it can be, somewhat addicting, or something that's no longer healthy for them. Kambo, I saw people the spirit of Kambo, as it enters you, is a real intuitive medicine. It's and it knows exactly where you need the healing, and whether you're conscious of it or not, or even you're setting those intentions for it or not. Kambo, I feel like it literally just kind of like scans the body, goes over all these hundreds of peptides to the body, and so you feel it going, and literally just kind of scans and like focuses on maybe like where there may be toxic diseases or blockages, energetic blockages, or stuff like that needs to be released. And sometimes, we have all types of different blockages out to people, and sometimes the biggest blockages is in our mind. And I see it with Kambo medicine as people, maybe the first time you do it, you're gonna have that resistance, or you're maybe overthinking it. A lot of people overthink it. What's going on? Is this a psychedelic? Am I supposed to be tripping out? I'm like, no, it's Kambo. It's not psychedelic. You're not gonna trip out. It's not psychoactive. It's bioactive, meaning it's going to be going into your body, and you're completely present in your space, but it is working wonders all over your body, mind, body, and soul. And it just really, once you're kind of done pretty much getting well, meaning, whatever, purging, you just feel a big increase usually in your energy, luck, stamina, or even fertility issues. Like I said, me and my wife, we're having, and, bam, we have 2 healthy babies now. My son just turned 1. My other daughter is like 2.5. And it's an amazing medicine and what it brings into people's lives. Like I said, you can be conscious of, I want to heal this or not. Like a short story real quick. I had this this lady who was coming in first to kind of just support her mother. Her mother probably lived a little more traumatic youth, maybe involved in like gang activity and stuff or whatever, in LA and whatnot. And just dealing with stuff from the past. The mother was really ready to move forward, and the daughter was thinking, hey, this is something that will really help her out. And her mother, the daughter had been told 7 years prior that she couldn't bear any more children. How she was sitting up with this medicine in private sessions with her mother and her sisters, after 3 sessions, just 3 sessions, she gets pregnant, and she calls me and she's like, I want to book a 4th session for my mom and my sisters, but not me. I'm like, okay, it's okay. And she was like, I'm pregnant. And I'm like, oh, wow, congratulations. She's like, do you think it's a Kambo? I'm like, almost like, duh, yes, it is the Kambo, not to be mean, but she hasn't done anything for her life in the past 7 years. She literally almost like forgot about even having children. All right, just does it 3 times, right? And I never tell anybody on that note. And I don't. I'd be like, I never tell people, like, oh, here's your diagnosis, and combo will heal or cure you from this or that in this many sessions, right? I am not a. I tell people I'm humbly. I call myself a medicine man. I'm not a shaman or anything like that. I'm not here a real doctor. Maybe people know me as a nickname as Dr. Dre, but I'm not an official real doctor. I don't give people diagnoses of anything, of any diseases, or tell them any promises of, Kama will do this for you and that. I will honestly say that I really believe in the power of the mind and the power of the body and human self, the soul, the spirit, to be able to heal yourselves from many things you probably can't even believe, and everything, just through the power of a thought. And, obviously with the help of all these medicinal, sacred medicines, whether it's combo, ayahuasca, you got the toad, bufo toad, or even like just a regular hape medicine, stuff like that, sananga, eye drops, all these are really powerful medicines and teachers. I feel when you're using ancestral medicines, with indigenous believing, is that you're healing not only yourself in this time and space, in this body, but you're also healing 7 generations of trauma in your family lineage, and also 7 generations ahead, your children's children in the future. So when, you work with this medicine, I've had, different crazy amount of stories. I can go on for days, but just people who weren't in a harmonious relationships or whatever, and had, whether it's in-laws and all that or whatever, they weren't together, but they were still taking care of the children. But just to have like karmic cords being cut and just weird blockages and dissolving right instantaneously almost after these medicines, and just having people like, oh my God, I found my long lost father, I've been missing my whole life. I found him in Mexico. Or, hey, I had, my baby's mother, dad call me and wish me a happy Father's Day. And he's never talked to me. He's never liked me. He's never only had bad words to say about me. And all of a sudden after he does combo, his in-law or whatever, his in-laws are reaching out to them and wishing him well and whatnot. So, even the other people who's been long lost, relationships, out of touch with their children or just anyone in their family, and just after they do combo, and all of a sudden just somehow energetically, things will get cleared out, and then people get, reunited into whatever relationships with those people, and and they start that healing aspect of their journey. But yeah, I kind of, I don't know, hope I'm not going all over the place with this talk.
You're good. It's perfect.
Okay, cool. All right. Man. But yeah.
If you want us to ask questions at any point, we can, but you're doing well.
All right, perfect. All right. Well, I'll say a couple of the key things before I'll maybe go into some questions now. I don't want to talk too much on the Western pharmaceutical industry, but I'll say this, that a lot of doctors are saying that antibiotics, humanity is becoming real immune to a lot of the antibiotics that they're receiving for whatever illnesses or whatever they have. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is the World Economic Forum, probably a few years back, several years back, did a study on combo, and they literally stated that combo is literally I say a biofactory of valuable compounds that could be the source of life changing or life-saving antibiotics, meaning that, like, as we said, we're immune to all the antibiotics that Western medicine has produced so far, that they believe that all the peptides in this frog medicine is where, like, literally could help save humanity, right? Obviously, I don't think you could emulate what the frog medicine, what Mother Nature provides for us in a lab, even if you try to synthesize it and whatnot. And I'm sure that they try to do already break out into peptides and what that peptide is good for, and that one's good for, whether it's destroying cancer or depression or whatever, I believe that's cool. Like in Western medicine, will probably always do that stuff, but I honestly believe that Mother Nature gives us this medicines, whether it's a mushroom, ayahuasca plant, the peyote, cacti, San Pedro, or this frog, toad medicine. And all that medicine gives us everything we need for that tool, right? All these different tools are valuable in different types of healing and different, I would say they're all for everybody, but I would say if you use them correctly, with good intentions set in a safe environments, with maybe good people leading you, you could have a really powerful healing experience. Overall, I would just say, combo is, I like to say, it's funny, my brother just brought this up last ceremony yesterday. He's I call it a miracle medicine. And I kind of like laughed, but it's kind of true. It's like we've seen so many miracles come into this studio, or even my wife's studio when she had it, of people just lives completely changing. They came in for maybe an injury, a past injury, or say they were depressed, suicidal, everything you could think of, right? Or they just wanted to try something new. They felt maybe stagnant, stuck in life, and nowhere, whatever that was leading to nowhere, and they wanted looking for something new, right? And something combo caught their attention, and they just wanted to try it, and bam, they try it, and all these other aspects out of their lives just start healing. And it's amazing. People came in and for one thing, and they're like, wow, I actually, I got help with my back pain, my knee pain, and I'm playing soccer again, but I also quit drinking alcohol. I quit eating fast food, and doing all that helped him lose like 30, 40 pounds. And he looked like a new person by the time I saw him after his, sixth session, and I was like, wow, I haven't seen him back since, but, I'm sure he's out there loving it, but, playing soccer again. He was an ex professional soccer player from Mexico. And, once he, messed up his knee, his life took a turn to the worse, and he gained weight, healthy, just drink all this alcohol. But once he found yoga, meditation, came here, then he saw, oh, what are you guys offering combo medicine? I thought I'd try it. Who knows what could help me out with, right? And see him 6 months later or whatever, he's a whole different person, and it's amazing. I literally have stories for days of people, and I just love to just soak up that knowledge, because I feel as much as I am, a facilitator or whatever, a teacher in one aspects, I'm still a student, and I'm always learning from, I hate to say patients or something, my clients, or I don't know, it's not money, but the people like my soul family, that's how I call it. I say, if you come in here for healing, we're a soul family, right? We're healing on a spiritual level. We probably made these contracts in a past lifetime or on a deeper spiritual level. And we're here reuniting, and maybe it's just here in the sacred space of my studio. I'm created, and these medicines are reuniting us and helping us heal on our own journeys and wherever they may lead us, and into the next chapter of our lives. But overall, I always say combo is one of the most powerful ascension tools we can utilize, because overall, above all the immunity benefits, all that stuff, combo is just helps people move forward in life, right? I would say, whatever is holding you back, whether you are conscious of it or not, combo has a way of teaching you that, or bringing that to your awareness, and then either just helping you, being that tool to cut those cords, or just lose those cravings for whatever it may be, of those toxic relationships, toxic foods, toxic drugs, whatever it may be. And then people just start the next chapter of their life and go on to living that part of the journey. And then, maybe something, a year down the road, they hit a little bump in the road, and like, man, you know what? I want that, what Combo gave me, last time. I want, I'm in a weird rut. I need a little reboost, a little reboot, and they know the benefits of that medicine. So that, I would say that overall, that is the number one, what people are able to see the changes after, or even I would say that Combo is enhances the law of attraction, in the sense of they give it to, indigenous give it to the warriors before they would go hunting into the jungles to cleanse their aura, their mind of that fog, that bad luck. And then they're able to just get whatever they're hunting. So it's what are you hunting in life? Are you hunting, emotional happiness, something more material, and you need a new job, a new house, new living situation, everything you can think of, you know, on a spiritual level, you're looking for, you know, just to get more deep into your spiritual practices. Kambo will do that. You know, it's like whatever you're setting your intentions for, Kambo has a way of just amplifying that prayer and those intentions and really helping you manifest them. So that is probably like the number one reasons why most people end up returning to the medicine. They're like, man, I got, you know, that job I wanted, or I got a, you know, boost in my raise, and, you know, and then they come back, they're like, you know, I'm good with that, but, you know, I'm sure there's better than more, you know, and so they feel like, you know, Kambo's gonna help them with their prayer, whatever acts in their next stage of life. But man, I think that's pretty much most of the stuff I want to say. I don't know if you want to jump in and start asking some questions, Neil.
Yeah, I got a feeling Joan's got something to say.
So I have never used Kambo. Okay, so I'm a real newbie at it, and I'm a real newbie at it now. But I'm very experienced at alternatives to Western medicine because I've been a chiropractor for 40 years, and I've really seen the dangers that our Western way of thinking does. Okay, Kambo feels to me like, so I've had friends who swear by it. It does seem a little challenging to a delicate soul. I mean, I'm just going to be upfront. I have enough trouble with plant medicine. Mm-hmm. I think of taking plant medicine and I'm already sick a day before. I mean, I could be retching days before. That's all I can tell you. So now I'm listening to you and I'm going, oh my God, but what about for those of us who are delicate, you know, in that way? So I want to address this first because I can't be the only one. I know there's people here who don't like mosquitoes too. Okay.
No, definitely. I believe it. I thank you for bringing that up because that's something that literally lately I've been working on this past year and even more recently too. As I've been serving more, I would say elderly people who've been coming into this space, or people who are like who have beaten, like my dad. Say my dad's has like a whole list of things. He's had seizures. He's been in hospital so many times. He's had heart issues, mini cardiac arrest, heart attacks many years ago. But I worked with Kambo with him and a few other people where I learned to serve it in a more gentle way. And it's not so much focusing on throwing up or purging, where I could put it, there's different placements of the body where I could put the medicine to be more gentle, whether it's the leg, or just even the way I serve it. Say, you know, I have an elderly lady, pretty much was probably your age, more or less, who comes in for Kambo quite often, probably say at least a few times a year, at least minimum, like, you know, 4 to 5 times. But for her, I only give her a dot. Maybe I'll burn her 2 to 3 dots, and she like, I'll put one dot on her, and I'll let her sit with that for 5, 10, 15 minutes. And if that feels like she's good, she gets well, and then she gets well. If she wants a little more, then I'll put on a second dot. But just like that way, I know it's way more gentle and it's like not overwhelming, because I know I've seen through other practitioners or other people who just throw in a bunch of medicine, and you know, it's really overwhelming. It's a tough medicine. It's not easy, and that's why a lot of people are scared to do Kambo, because a lot of people say, "Oh, I hate throwing up." And yeah, I'm not a fan of throwing up. I'll say it myself, as I still learn to burn myself, and I'm like, "Oh, I gotta do Kambo," but like. It's not a pleasant thing, but it's something I've learned to at least work around or make it a little bit easier for people, so that it's not as scary or not as traumatic as those people may think it to be, or they see all those YouTube videos and people going all crazy and whatever, bunch of medicine on them and throwing up and whatever and hating their experience. And right. But there is another thing I'll add to that question, to that thing. I do serve Kambo with this drink called cassava. Most practitioners don't do it this way. This is the way of the Matsis tribe that serves Kambo. Cassava is a fermented drink. I brew it here at my studio or my house, and it's basically like a kombucha, a little smoothie, and I give you 2 cups of this prior to placing the Kambo on you. And because the alternative way is making people drink 2 liters of water, which I've done that way for when first year I started doing Kambo, and personally, I'll never go back to doing that way because I feel it's a little unnecessary, and I feel it's in the end, I feel it's a little shortcut. And I feel once I've learned how to do the cassava and make my own cassava, ferment it and everything, it really helps out the whole process of throwing up, of purging, getting well. It's just literally like goes in, you drink it, it lines up the intestines, esophagus, everything, the throat, and it helps pull out all the toxins a lot easier, and it makes it a lot more gentle, a lot more quicker. And I would say overall, sometimes it's just a lot safer than just drinking the water. Because even when I serve people who are on a lot of either pharmaceuticals, or I deal with a lot of people who are addicts on, you know, different types of crazy drugs and whatnot, those people cannot drink 2 liters of water, you know. And I kind of come here, I drink 2 liters of water, and then we serve combo medicine. That's a lot of overwhelming for a lot of people. As far as here's 2 cups of this little smoothie I got, you know, and it's maybe, you know, whether you like it or not, some people love it, and real quick chug it down. But it really, really does help the process of throwing up and getting well. It literally is like night and day for a lot of people who've done it the water method and done it this way. A lot of people will say hands down, it's a lot smoother on the body, easier. It also takes away from, you don't swell up as much as just doing it with the water. So it does, I say there's many benefits of doing it the cassava way. And it's probably the best way I feel to do combo, especially if it's like your first time. It's just like more easier and gentle.
I love that you have an approach for all sorts of situations.
Yes.
That's so important, because as I was listening to you, I was going, oh my God, I just don't know. You know, this is like hard on me. And then Neil flashed his arm. Could you flash that again, Neil?
Yeah, so this is Andre's touch right here. This is my third one I got, but the other 2 disappeared, and normally they don't disappear on people. I only got 4, but my wife is a little more hardcore than I am, so she gets 5 every time. But I'm always like, what's 1 less than the most I can get? You know? So
how long is the ceremony for the combo then, that you're in the ceremony with people?
So if I like more like max, a little bit less than that, 2 hours. Though if you do the group sessions on Saturdays, we have up times like 10, maybe no more than like 15 people in here usually, and that'll probably be like around 3 hours. And that's just because we offer like hape medicine, a tobacco snuff. I have a whole little, you know, I do a little breath work, meditation, you know, prayer. We do the first medicine, which is the tobacco snuff, as known as hape or rape.
I've had that.
Then we do the combo more or less. And then the NBN with the Sananga eye drops. And it's a really powerful eye burning medicine, but really healing, really healing.
Okay, so you're also doing eye burning medicine.
I did it. So she's talking about the eye drops. So the actual combo portion is maybe up to 30 minutes, but the whole ceremony is like 2 to 3 hours, because he puts you in the energy of it all. It's like a whole ceremony. So it's not like you're on a medicine the whole time. It's like he really makes you feel comfortable by doing all these other things, helping you breathe, connect with yourself. And then it goes into that. And then the Sananga afterwards.
So someone made a comment on the chat that they didn't do this because of the water. So I'm thinking they're very, very happy to hear about what you're giving them. And I do have a little side question for personal. Is that drink good for any other plant medicine to help your purging? Because I'm a purger, all right? I hate to state that. If you have something to make it easy.
I would honestly, if I had to drink, if I had to go to the ayahuasca ceremony, I'd probably drink like a cup or 2 of cassava just to like make it more gentle on the body.
And is that your own?
Unless most people are like, I actually suggest you do combo before you do an ayahuasca ceremony. That's how most tribes work with it. Just so when you're in an ayahuasca ceremony, you're not purging. You're able to just sit there, pray, download, and you're not worrying about using the restroom or throwing up in a bucket.
So that goes into a question from Joan. Who actually asked that. I heard he said, oh, you cut out for a second. Andre, you with us?
He's in an altered state.
I know, right?
It feels like an altered state.
For a second.
Best question too. Right?
Okay, there you are. So the question here is, I heard that it's not good to take ayahuasca and combo in quick succession. Is that true? And he's talking about within a few days of each other. So what's your take on that?
Honestly, as I know, and my knowledge, my experience, it's probably best do it. Tribes. I know tribes do it before, literally right before, like the day of, and right before you walk into ayahuasca ceremony, and then even some people do it right after, right when you walk out of it. And the reason that being is it's a grounding medicine. Kambo is not psychedelic, not whatsoever. And it's just cleansing mind, body, and soul. So like I said, it literally, if you do Kambo before you do ayahuasca, or even say if you didn't, you went to go sit with a peyote medicine ceremony, which you do, sometimes people get well on that and throw up. I know people that did Kambo right before they did the peyote, and they're like, oh, I didn't throw up, and everybody else is getting well, and I just felt there, and I would sit there and pray and just felt good and felt the good energy of the medicine, you know. So but even right after the ceremony, I would say some people on ayahuasca or the psychedelics, whatever it is, it's hard for them to get grounded or bring, like, they're still stuck in the astrals, and they're like, oh man, like they don't really know how to integrate maybe that experience. And Kambo is really great at kind of just like bringing you back to the body and just like flushing out any last energies, or whether in the body. Sometimes I've had people that did ayahuasca with our retreats, and they didn't want to do the Kambo the next day, but they held like that stuff in their gut, whatever the ayahuasca was like still working with and cleansing them with. And, you know, they just felt sick the next day or two. So I kept telling them, hey, you know, instead of being sick, let's just do Kambo real quick, and you push out that sickness and you'll be done in, 15, 30 minutes, and they didn't want to do it that way. So I was all good. I respect everybody to their decision, and I let my brother just sit with it. And he kind of, he just took an extra day to recover from the ayahuasca ceremony. So, I mean, in the end, I would say, to each his own, but I don't think it's a bad thing to do necessarily. I think it's a more positive thing. Good thing.
So it's more like.
So I hope I answered that question.
Yeah, so it's more like checking in with yourself and where you're at, and not forcing yourself to do something you're not comfortable with.
I saw these questions here.
Right?
Yeah. I just opened the chat. I didn't realize there was a whole chat going on.
Yeah, so people are just asking where you're located. So where can people find out info and get connected with this?
The Kambo?
Yeah, how can they find out more
right
info?
here,
and how
my studio, Ace Chakra Studio. If you want more information on the Kambo, you can go to vivakambo.org. It's Viva, V-I-V-A, and then Kambo, Kambo.org. I'll type it in for everybody on the message board. But that's where the website, and then you can follow us on social media, Facebook or Instagram. We post a lot of information on there. But we do group sessions every Saturday here at the space, and we do the private ones on weekdays. Either my wife started serving again too, and she actually has a goddess ceremony that's coming up the 27th of this month. So it's probably that, but one amongst the ladies, they went with Kambo and amongst only the. So she does. My wife does. Yeah. So if you feel more aligned to that. A lot of ladies do.
I didn't hear that at all. Except that it's a goddess ceremony.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I think Andre
I missed that question. I kind of caught the tail end of it. What did you say?
I think you were saying that there's a goddess ceremony going on, and your wife is going to be facilitating Kambo for that, correct?
And other plants, right?
Yes, she is. No, just for that's the 27th. It's just pretty much a hotbed. Same thing what we do for the Kambo ceremonies, but a little more like, more feminine, divine feminine touch.
Right.
It'll be like doing like a little divine feminine tarot card reading. Nice. Yeah, they'll do that, and a little Reiki, and
I think I like that. So she's adding a feminine touch to the Kambo, which is feeling like a real masculine medicine, by the way. And I think that's part of my reaction. It's like, oh my God. So there's a way through the goddess energy too, to soften it up a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say on that note, bringing that up on that subject, Kambo has been, since I've been facilitating ceremonies for the past 5 years now, it's been predominantly mostly females who've been leading the way of healing. We've had ceremonies where me and my brother Victor here are holding we're like our own goddess ceremony. We have nothing but females, here holding space, and it was weird where they needed that touch. We're like, oh man, like they needed that vulnerability or that comfort of like, hey, we found these nice men who are really balanced and we're embodying that divine masculine, divine feminine, and really holding space with this medicine in a safe way, so they could feel vulnerable and heal. but yeah, I would say this lately, since this past year, since COVID, men have finally stepped up, which is thank God, because I feel like men have a lot of ego, or men have a lot of trauma from maybe past lifetimes because they've been warriors or whatever it was. You know, I feel like men have a lot of healing that we need to do, and you know, it's tough to really step up to the plate and face that shadow self and think, hey man, I really need to heal and let go of this energy and stuff. But so yeah, I would say, you know, women have been leading the way of healing, but now I feel like, you know, since COVID or whatnot, men have finally been stepping up, and we have having like mostly men and like one women lately, and I've been tripping out on that because it's cool. This is with that lady I was talking about earlier, Elswith, who's around your age. She was observant of that. She's like, wow, it's mostly women here, but now it's the first ceremony she sat with all men, and she was like super happy, and like her energy, that life force, you know, she's elderly, older, but she was like so full of life and everything. And
I love it.
I
think we lost you again, brother.
The way I see it is Kambo is a warrior medicine. It's a warrior medicine, and it helps awaken that warrior within each one of us, that divine masculine, divine feminine, you know, however you want to see yourself. But
seriously.
But yeah.
Andre, thank you so much, brother. Truly love and appreciate you. And thank you for everything you're doing. And people can connect with you at vivacombo.com. But is there any way, is that where they should go if they want to book a session as well?
Can
you say that again? We've missed that.
I'm taking everybody either through like DMs on Instagram or just through the texts and calls. Or
What's your Instagram?
Oh boy.
Almost there. Well, go ahead and post it in the room because we can't hear you.
Okay. Oh man. I said, yeah.
We got
Instagram, Facebook. Some people call. What do you call it? Some people call me, text me, and some people just show up. They know we're having ceremony here every Saturday at 10 a.m. So they'll just show up and, hey, is there space? And yeah, there's space, you know. So I usually, like I said, I usually don't turn anyone down as long as there's room for them.
Cool. And I'm gonna go ahead and put my email in there
too. You guys
hear
that?
Yeah, we hear all that. So you know, I can also connect people with you. Thank you, Andre. Love you, brother.
I learned so much. Thank you so much. You made it so accessible to us. A good clap.
Thank you for letting speak on this platform and share.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we'll talk
love
soon.
you guys. Much love and blessings.
Ciao. Okay, Neil, I'm learning a lot.
No, beautiful, huh? So when we did, no, go ahead, please tell me.
No, I'm just telling you, I had a block against combo, terrified me, and as he's talking, and so I'm going, oh, I think how's he going to get around this block?
Yeah.
But then he helped get that, and I understand it's a very powerful medicine. All of these are powerful medicines.
Yes. And it's, you know, honestly, I personally feel that if you've done ayahuasca, combo isn't as hardcore as ayahuasca can be, because with ayahuasca, it's like, for me, I have anxiety every time I do any plant medicine, whether it's combo, mushrooms, ayahuasca, San Pedro. I have anxiety because it's the fear of the unknown. You're about to go into this realm of the unknown and you have no idea where you're going to go. And then if you have any self-doubt or like any like guilt or shame within yourself, then you are almost like afraid that you're going to see that. And if you see that, you're like, I'm afraid about what I'm going to see about myself. But every single time I've gone, I've never experienced that shame and that guilt reflected back on me. That was all me leading up to it. So I had that anxiety. And I have the same thing with combo, but the beautiful thing I found about that is it's not a psychedelic, but you have similar experiences after it you can get from it. Whereas you're not like going into the unknown. Oh my God, who am I going to see? Oh, I'm afraid of snakes, or oh, why are there spiders all over my body? Things that have happened to me on ayahuasca. And, but so within 15 to 30 minutes of the actual experience is pretty much like, you know, over. And what you really experience is purge-like symptoms. It's basically like having the flu for 30 minutes. You have your head can be throbbing a little bit. You'll be sweating and then you'll throw up like you have the flu. For me, it's been more subtle. for my wife, I see that it's the more extreme. She purges. I barely purge, right? I barely purge through my like vomiting. I barely do that on combo. But then for the next 3 to 4 days, I have a headache. And what every time, right? And I always forget that I had a headache the last time. So I go again, forgetting how uncomfortable I was the next few days. And then like, so, but the headache is literally, I'm so heady, so in my mind, it's a detoxing, and I can feel like heavy metals or something are coming out of my brain. And when it's over, the 3 days are done, I have this sense of stillness. The first time Sol and I went, we went to Combo, we left, we carried on with our life. We were having the best time ever. We had a couple of weeks of greatness, so many synchronicities. And then we're like, what the heck is going on? What happened to our life? Why did it change? And then we remembered, oh, Combo. And like after the first time I went to Combo, I sat in meditation for like an hour within a couple of days without like with complete stillness in my mind. Like all my thoughts, I was now in control of all thoughts that decided to go into me. And it was from that Combo experience. But then every time I went to a Combo, completely different experience from it. It depends on what you need in that moment. But I really recommend it to people who are scared to get involved in an 8 to 10 hour ceremony where, you know, first of all, maybe they can't allot that much time, or maybe they don't know where they want to go, and they don't want to be like gone for like that long. The Combo gives you an opportunity to not have to dedicate so much time, but still get benefits out of it.
Got it. Well, I will say the following. You know, we didn't see a lot of each other at the beginning of the year, 2020, 2019, because of, you know, what's going on. And when you came out the last time, I noticed that the two of you were grounded in a new way. And I could feel that, you know, so now you're saying that was the Combo had a lot to do with it. And I think so. I feel like that it's interesting when your friends see, you know, oh my God, there's a transformation, a change in energy.
Yeah. And that was actually Rhythmia as well. Rhythmia and the ayahuasca ceremony there really helped.
Yeah, so what a powerful day this is, like Rhythmia, to have Brandee with us to talk to us about that. Yeah, no, I agree. Powerful, transforming year. And the plant medicine, definitely. I did some journeys this year too. My thing is that I have been a purger for almost all of them. So I have a little trepidation, but the experience, I have to say, has been so transformational. And just hearing about the Combo has been great. So
yes, definitely. All right, so let's get into the next guest. I don't know if you have the website open. Maybe you want to introduce him. It's my first time connecting with Paul too.
So we're going to talk to Paul in 1 second. Is he coming up?
Yeah, he's on right now, so we can start the bio and then I can
bring him on. We can look at you.
Let's bring him on.
Okay, because especially if we're going to talk about trauma again. Hi, Paul. So nice to see you. Guys, want everyone to meet our friend Paul Antico. He's talking about triggers, trauma, particularly developmental trauma. And it's interesting, we're already diving into handling trauma and how that plays out when working with plant and fungi medicines. And you will have a better sense of how to decide on your dosage, on your appropriate dosage, very important for trauma work, as well as how to work with difficult journeys. We will also cover basics of set and setting, working with guides, and provide resources for the trauma work. Paul has been based in LA, working with psychedelics and healing for over 7 years personally, and over 2 years supporting others. Very active in the psychedelic community as a managing director of psychedelic integration. You're right here in LA. Okay, a LA-based psychedelic society, a certified compassionate inquiry practitioner. Working with another method. Okay. Also, he helps facilitate work with the trauma, individual and group integration facilitator. And you have just completed the Psychedelic Somatic Institute training in psychedelic somatic interactional therapy, which sounds very complicated. So I hope you break that down. I can barely read this. He is the communication director for Decriminalized California Movement. I know that we have a lot of Californians on here too, so we want to hear about that. And he does have fun sailing and ecstatic dance. Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Oh, we're so grateful to have you on.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much, Joan and Neil, for inviting me to this conference. It's really exciting to be here.
Good. And we look forward to what you have to say to us about healing with trauma.
Yes. No, I have a PowerPoint that I've kind of put together. And, I've never used a PowerPoint on Zoom before, so hopefully it'll all work.
Okay, you just share a screen and go from there, and Neil is right here to guide us.
Okay, good. So let me hit the share screen right now and see if we can get this going here. I think I want this one. And let's see, share. Then I want to hit this button.
Yeah, we see your screen, so now you can just go to your PowerPoint and start it.
Let me see if that works. Okay, now, what are you guys looking at? Can you see?
We see presenter mode.
You do? All right, let me just fix that. Oh, wait, now, is that better?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, it's actually reversed because I'm looking at the wrong screen here because you can still see my face a little bit. Anyway, this is close enough, is it not? So I just was going to start out, which I guess I really don't need to start out too much because of the great introduction from Joan. This is just a little brief listing of what I'm doing. The psychedelia integration is well, I'll get into that as we go along here. So Psychedelia Integration is an organization in Los Angeles, and we're a 501c3 nonprofit. And basically we have integration circles and we have events. So like we had the author Bet Williams, the author of The Wild Kindness, A Psilocybin Odyssey, which is an awesome book about, mushrooms, if you guys want to grab that one. It's a great counterpoint to like the clinical Michael Pollan approach. But it's poetic and anyway, so we have guests like that on, as part of Psychedelic Integration. And of course, now that we're all in COVID land, worldwide, anyone can come. Otherwise, you'd have to be here in person in Los Angeles. And so, I have an integration circle myself once a month that I hold, and the next one's going to be December 19th, next Saturday coming up, just letting people know about that. And compassionate inquiry is, many of you have probably heard of Dr. Gabor Mate, and he has a system called compassionate inquiry, and it's a very somatic-based system that helps you really tune into your early childhood trauma and how your early childhood traumas are affecting you today. And, I wanted to mention that this particular talk is really trauma-informed, trauma-focused working with plant medicines. So there's other ways to work with plant medicines, but this is really geared toward let's get at the trauma. It's not so much about having a mystical experience. It's all about let's get at our trauma and really see if we can help release some of that stuff. So one of the key things, not only in compassionate inquiry, but that I learned in compassionate inquiry was that, a lot of people say, well, but I don't remember my childhood. And I don't remember my childhood either. And the feelings are the way back. So let's say someone says something to you and you get mad. So that anger or whatever, your reaction is, whatever triggers you have in life, the feeling sense, that feeling is the same feeling that you had way back, the first time you had that. That's one of the questions that we would ask in compassionate inquiry. If someone says, well, I was angry when so-and-so said this, or when this happened, I had this kind of reaction. We'd say, well, is that the first time you've ever felt that way? And quite often, usually the answer is no. And so this is the way back into your early childhood, is through your triggers and through your, things that bother you. Those are like little signposts along the way. So your feelings are the key to the trauma stored in the body. So psychedelic somatic interactional therapy is a different and complementary modality. And basically what that does is we're getting people, on medicine, usually cannabis, because cannabis seems to work really well with this method. where you really focus on your body sensations. And invariably things come up like anxiety or uncomfortableness. And the idea is to really stay with those feelings and sensations in the body and let them actually increase in intensity. So this is where, you know, having the therapist there relating with you is really important. And so you have you know, enough of that sense of safety to go into that, because it's like if you increase your discomfort to a level where you you know, can no longer take it in a sense, your body just kind of starts to have some autonomic responses, which is actually the release of the trauma. And a typical example might be, if any of you have heard of Peter Levine, and he has a book called Waking the Tiger, and he talked about how a woman was having a fear response and her legs were just involuntarily shaking. And what it was her body working out running, because in the real situation, she couldn't run. So her body was reenacting that flight response, which helped to really release the trauma from our bodies, because all of our trauma is stored in the body, and you know, you can't talk therapy your way out of it, unfortunately. It'd be nice, we'd all be enlightened. I'd be enlightened by that if it worked that way. So that's a bit about psychedelic somatic interactional therapy, and all these methods are complementary. So getting into what is trauma. So the original trauma is disconnection. Trauma puts the nervous system into a permanent defensive, or at least recurrent defensive mode. So we're always on the defense, you know, and traumatic initial experiences happened that overwhelmed our nervous system. You know, imagine that you're a 2-year-old or something, and you're not being held, and you're scared. And, you know, at 2 years old, you don't have any real thoughts about this stuff. You're just knowing that you have really sensations of panic. And if that happens too often, it'll overwhelm our senses and we'll just shut down, and we'll start. And if that keeps happening, we'll just start permanently shutting down. And that's, you know, one example of how trauma, you know, how we receive trauma. And this is another important point that Gabor Mate makes, Peter Levine, a number of others. Trauma is not what happens to us. It's not the actual event, but it's what happens inside us. So it's our reaction to the trauma, because you could have the same situation with 2 different people. One person may have a traumatic response, the other one may not. So that's an important thing to note. Eckhart Tolle has a great little way that explains this. So I'll just read it out. Children in particular find strong negative emotions too overwhelming to cope with and attempt not to feel them. Thus, they're attempting to not feel them. In the absence of a fully conscious adult who guides them with love and compassionate understanding in facing the emotion directly, choosing not to feel it is indeed the only option for the child at that time. So this is where, without the nurturing adult there to let us know that it's okay, that we can handle those emotions, and we're using the actual adult, their nervous system to regulate our nervous system as the baby, if we don't have that, then that's where the trauma comes in. And so unfortunately, that early defense mechanism usually remains in place when the child becomes an adult. So let's say you've learned to shut down, for example. That emotion still lives in him or her unrecognized and manifests, for example, as anxiety, anger, outbursts of violence, a mood, or even a physical illness. So in some cases, it even interferes or sabotages every intimate relationship. So this is how our trauma can really affect our entire lives. And that's why it's so important, from my perspective, to really work on the trauma piece. You know, the transpersonal piece, the mystical experience, that part is fantastic. And it'll be even more fantastic once we clear the trauma. Bessel van der Kolk, who's a noted trauma specialist, and he wrote the book, When the Body Keeps the Score, which is a fantastic book on this topic if you haven't heard of it already. Trauma specifically is an event that overwhelms the central nervous system. We get back to the overwhelm again. It alters the way we process and recall memories. It's not the story of something that happened back then. It's the current imprint of that pain, horror, and fear living inside people. And this is, you know, this is what we're really trying to clear. So Dr. Stephen Porges is another, he's a neuroscientist who's really, he's not a therapist, but he came up with what I call the physiology of safety. So what that means, the physiology, our body, what does it mean in our body to feel safe? And so he talks about how trauma disrupts our physiological state. It distorts our social awareness and displaces social engagement with defensive reactions. So the second line here, trauma replaces patterns of connection with patterns of protection. That's really what's happening here. Instead of looking at the world in a way that's more open, let's say, we are now always looking at the world on the defensive and protection. Oh, what's going to happen? You know, you're not trusting the world, and that comes from our early childhood. It's subconscious for the most part, and these are the kind of things that we're really trying to get through. So from a state of protection, you know, which is where you're in the flight mode, mobilization, or disconnection, you're just shutting down. Survival is the only goal. So that's your only interest, you know, when you're feeling shut down like that. Adaptive survival responses close the system to connection and to change. So what that means is that when you're in those modes of protection, you're unable to really learn, you know, from a body point of view, how to clear stuff, how to let go of things, how to heal yourself, because you're too busy being defensive. You know, imagine someone's trying to hit you, you know, you're busy trying to, you know, protect yourself. And so you're not in a place to learn, okay, now's the time to learn a good fighting move. You know, no, it doesn't work like that. So from the state of connection or social engagement, that's when you're feeling safe again. That gets back to the importance of safety. That gets back to the importance of having, if you're doing a psychedelic journey for healing specifically, having that sense of a sitter or someone that can really give you that safety. Even in any kind of therapy, you need a safe therapist. Otherwise, you're not going to get very far, because you need that state of connection to allow the health, growth, and restoration to become possible. So safety is really key here. Let's see. Yeah, this is again a little more on the same thing. The overwhelm of the sympathetic nervous system. It's like when your normal activities don't work. Like normally you could run away from something, you could fight maybe. And if none of that works, then passive solutions are engaged, which is the shutting down. That's the body starts to shut down. The dissociation happens. And, you know, people can be in dissociation all the time. You know, they're just not responsive. They don't have a lot of feelings. It's hard for them to feel things. The fragmentation of the psyche goes on. Peter Levine also, similar thing. Trauma can be defined as any unresolved autonomic nervous system response. It's about the nervous system's response to an event, not necessarily the event itself. Again, that same idea. It's not the actual event, but it's how our particular body reacts to it. And those of us that are more sensitive people, it's a little worse for us because we get it a little extra than everyone else. And now there are lots of ways that this can happen. And as Gabor was saying, trauma is not just a wound, it's a wound that's not healed. And that's the thing with trauma. It just stays until we really can clear it. It's just there. And things, of course, that can cause that abuse, you know, obviously big T trauma, as we say, physical abuse, sexual abuse, really neglect, even smaller things. If your feelings are not understood, you know, they're not ever understood or rarely understood, that can really affect us. If our needs are not met, parent is too busy to pay enough attention, we're left alone too much. So these are the kind of things that really help us go. And here's a good way to illustrate this in your own childhood. So there's a question that we ask in compassionate inquiry, which is, who did you tell? So imagine that you're, let's say, 5 years old, maybe you were bullied at school, maybe, you know, someone hit you, maybe you're just really sad, or you're upset about something. Who did you tell at that time? You know, and the answer for most of us is there was no one to tell, or maybe there was someone to tell, but they didn't do anything about it. So it tells you that we didn't have that sense of safety in our own homes. You know, if there was no one to talk to about your troubles, that, you know, you were afraid of getting hit, or you were afraid that they wouldn't listen to you, or they would dismiss you, or they would yell at you, or put you down, or ignore you, all those kind of things. When we can't talk, we don't have that safety in our own homes. That tells us we had a certain amount of trauma in our childhood, because we weren't seen, we weren't heard, we're not treated as real, you know, honest people in our own right. So trauma responses, I've mentioned some of this already. Disassociation, various ways of shutting down, which is just kind of not feeling. We're afraid to feel, it's dangerous. Feelings are not present, they're only partially present, feeling distant. Various stages of not feeling fully present. So this is an interesting thing also that I want to note, is that sometimes people do psychedelics and then they don't get a response. You know, in other words, you've probably heard of some people, they take, you know, drink the whole cup of ayahuasca, maybe 2, maybe more, take 5 grams of mushrooms, and they don't feel anything. So sometimes the body has its own ability with our own internal opium source, our own endogenous opium. We can actually shut down. If we're not ready for the experience and our body does not want to do it, we can shut down a psychedelic experience. Bessel van der Kolk did a little research on this, where he was saying that he could induce if a veteran particularly had a traumatic response, they could shut it down, the body could shut it down to the equivalent of 8 milligrams of morphine, which is quite a bit of morphine. So we have our own internal, you know, safety system, and this is what the trauma really is speaking to, because this is all unconscious stuff here. So we don't have the choice. So some other examples here, trauma responses. This is a good little handy chart. You know, if we can't, you know, the fight, the flight, freeze, and fawn responses, you know, when we have these kinds of situations in our lives, we can pretty much be sure that it's trauma-based from our childhood. And, you know, most of us have, you know, a fair amount of these. That's my chart. It's taken me a lot of work to get to where I am now, and there's still plenty to go. And, you know, again, these responses, they're not conscious choices. They're not our fault. You know, they were put in place, you know, just by the mechanisms of our childhood, what happened to us. This is a problem. We make it our fault. We think it's, you know, if only we behaved differently, you know, they wouldn't yell at us, or they wouldn't do whatever. And that's really, that's just a child's way of coping, you know, because we can't tolerate the idea that, oh my God, the caregivers don't know what they're doing. So we instead think that it's our fault. So we have the illusion of control. Okay, well, maybe if I behave differently, they'll be better, and I'll get my hug properly, or they won't yell at me or whatever. So that's just, you know, another piece to keep in mind. And the responses that we had, all these things that shut us down or whatever they did, they protected us because we couldn't handle anything else. And so they are good things. We don't want to, you know, blame the coping mechanisms or say, if only I didn't have them. No, they were very useful. But the thing that's great about them, and that Gabor Mate has a great way of, he calls the protective coping mechanisms our stupid friends, because they were our friends. They helped us back then, but they just don't know that it's okay to let them go now because, you know, we don't really need them anymore. But we have to, this is the trauma piece that we have to learn how to clear. So most of us live lives that are largely unconscious. We don't know what's actually driving us. This, again, speaking to that trauma underneath. If we become more aware, we can make decisions that are not driven by dynamics that we are not even aware of. So this is where letting us know from the beginning, okay, we've got this trauma. Let's find out about it. Now let's feel into it and see how we can now improve our choices in life. Because that's really what it's, you know, about in the big picture way. We want more choices of how to respond, not less choices or limited choices that we don't even know that we're limiting ourselves with. And this really kind of explains it right here. So Bowlby is, John Bowlby was a guy who defined attachment theory, and it's talking about it as lasting psychological connectedness between human beings. And attachment theory means how well were we bonded with our parents when we were very young, particularly the mother. And so there's basically two kinds of attachment. They call secure attachment and insecure attachment. And there's a couple types of insecure attachment, but we don't need to go into those details at this point. So secure obviously means a safe upbringing. You were held, you were seen, your needs were met. Insecure is not that. And all the other things we were talking about that could create anxiety. So the thing that is really fascinating to me about this is when you are raised and you have that secure sense, your entire way that you look at the world is from a position of it's generally a safe place. So you're much more open and you're more vulnerable just naturally because you feel the world is a safe place. That's what you really grew, before you could speak, that's what you felt. And when we don't feel that, which many of us are in that boat, particularly those looking for healing from plant medicines, the entire lens that we see the world from is that the world is unsafe, dangerous, or chaotic. And in really extreme cases, it's completely hopeless and unsafe altogether. So that's something that we may not even be aware of, that our just general look at the world is through that lens. Like, oh, it's the world's a dangerous place and we have to be really careful all the time. That comes from our trauma, and that, is completely, typically unconscious. So it's really good to start noticing those kinds of things and how those manifest in our lives. So now let's get to, now that we have a reasonably good understanding of what trauma is, let's kind of plug in some plant medicine work. So, just some general, your people are working primarily, I'd say, with, ayahuasca, psilocybin mushrooms, cannabis, MDMA, LSD, ketamine, peyote are also, in there. Some medicines have different ways of working, like ayahuasca is much more typically ceremonial and has a community aspect, which can be very healing in its own way, because now we're in relationship with others. So that has its own special thing. But for getting into, like, I would say, deep trauma work that's really individual, it's better, that piece works a little better one-on-one. So what's happening when we're working with medicine? So we have, as I was saying, there's the conscious and unconscious. So we call the conscious mind secondary consciousness and the unconscious mind the primary. So unconscious mind is primary because that's your main, that's like the reptilian brain. That's like, that's where all of our feelings are stored. That's where that bonding from childhood, all of that stuff that creates our, points of view is all in that unconscious place. The shadow, you might call it as well. And psychedelic medicines give us access to our unconscious where healing can take place, because that's really where we need to do it. Another way to look at it is like this iceberg. You have the little bit at the top, that's our secondary consciousness, our conscious mind, and then below, where all the real meat is, shall we say, is the primary consciousness, our unconscious mind, and everything that it has there. Let's see, some notes here. Yeah, the important thing to note is that even though your mind doesn't consciously operate in this mode, in primary consciousness mode most of the time, it's still very much there under the surface of your awareness. The system is foundationally important to making you who you are. A great deal of your psychological functioning and core programming about yourself, your relationships, and the world are all stored in that primary consciousness piece. And that's what psychedelics medicines are good at. Obviously it's not the only way to get into that part of our consciousness, but They are particularly good at that, and that's why there's this revolution going on right now with plant medicines. So let's talk briefly about dosage here. So we don't want to overwhelm ourselves. Now remember all the talking we had about overwhelming ourselves, which got us into a traumatic place to begin with. So we don't want to add to that with medicine work when we are working with trauma. So overwhelm closes the system when we go into protection mode. And when working with trauma, high doses are contraindicated. That means not recommended. Less is more, start low and go slow. So we want to feel safe. If you're too busy, like trying to, let's say you've taken too much of whatever, whether it was ayahuasca or mushrooms, or you've taken too much, you're too anxious, you're too, there's too much going on. You're not going to be able to have enough workable space to be in a healing mode, because you're back in the fight flight situation again. You're too busy being anxious about the journey. So that's not a good way to heal. So, all this, people say this often, just take more, well, that's not a good piece of advice. There's no rush. There's a lot of time to do. You can do another journey. You can always, if you don't think it's enough and you're feeling fine or whatever, you can always take more. There's no reason to start high. There's no reason to, it's kind of like throwing yourself in the deep end of the pool when you don't know how to swim. It's maybe it'll work, but you're traumatizing the person at the same time. You might, you're much better off starting off slow, learning what you're doing, feeling into it. This is part of learning how to take self-care with yourself as well, because everything is interrelated. So taking the self-care to say, I'm not comfortable with a high dose. We don't need to do a high dose. Let's start with a low dose. You're starting to show yourself the self-care. Maybe your parent was the one that said, you got to be tough. I'm throwing you in the deep end of the pool and you're going to learn to swim or die. That's really harsh. It's just, and those of us that have been raised that way, we don't even think that's harsh. We think that's normal. It is not normal. It is harsh. And it's good to, get a look at that. And so this is an opportunity to treat ourselves a little differently and say, we can go slow. We can start low. We don't, again, there's more journeys, there's more, mushrooms to take or whatever. There's no need to rush whatsoever. Take it easy on yourself. So now people also say again, what about the high dose studies? What about that? And so high dose, working with high dose, as the studies have been doing and everything's doing, is a vast improvement over traditional methods already. But notice that particularly in the context of healing trauma, the mystical experience is more of a resource as opposed to a cure. So what that means, and high doses can cure also, but it's rarely a one and done experience. A lot of people that are working with medicine, they're doing it, like monthly or, regularly, and then over time they get some, real relief. So the mystical experience, let me show you another graphic here that really explains it well. So if you think of the self as the circle, this blue circle here, if you can see my little arrows zipping around, I don't know, but it says the self. And then we have our trauma that's inside, that's part of ourself. So what happens is we can take, have a high dose psychedelic trip or any psychedelic trip, and then we can get into that place of the non-dual reality, oneness, mystical experience. So we can totally do that. And what often is going on is we're bypassing the trauma and we're going right to the transpersonal. So the trauma is still there. And we come back and we have an expanded sense of self now because we had the mystical experience. It's fantastic. But we still have the trauma sitting there, because just because we've expanded our sense of self and our world doesn't mean the trauma is gone. So that's something to really keep in mind. If you think of the mystical experience as a resource, now you have that resource. I have felt that oneness that maybe I never felt in my entire life. That is awesome and healing and wonderful. But the trauma or parts of the trauma are still often there. Mostly, they unfortunately, it doesn't seem to really clear the trauma unless you're really going directly, in that way, which means you're not so much in the mystical experience portion of things. Let's see. So the path to healing is shown through our pain as reflected in our triggers, traumas, and difficulties. So all of you, like I was saying right at the beginning, your triggers, your traumas, your difficulties, your pain, all of those are like little signposts that say, okay, this is the way to look. This is the place to stay with. This is where the direction of our trauma, because it all comes up in those ways. We don't want to avoid those things. We want to find them and move into them. And it's that question I asked earlier, when was the first time? So whenever next time you're, triggered about anything, just say, is this a familiar feeling? Have I felt this before? And how far back in my life can I remember feeling that? And if you just dwell on that, and one way to dwell on it is not intellectually, but dwell on it in a feeling sense, like feel the feeling and stay with the feeling and say, just sit with it. And it's surprising, but quite often stuff will start showing up. Oh yeah, I had that time when, that often go back pretty far in our history. So our triggers as physical sensations, that's what I'm saying here, they lead us directly back to those original times. So those are like your little keys. And the other thing to keep in mind is that these sensations are from our young selves. So when you were 5 years old or 2 years old, let's say you're 1 year old, so you do not know how to speak. All you have is feeling, and you can barely do anything. You can maybe move your head a little and cry, and you can, scream perhaps, but that's it. And you're trying to get fed. If you don't get fed, you're going to feel like the world's ending and you're going to die because there's nothing else to think. So that is the mindset that we were in that is storing all of this, fear and all the other things. So because we make the mistake often of bringing our adult sophistication as if our 5-year-old self could think that way, which it could not. So you have to go with the feeling sense of what that 5-year-old felt. So you can't say like, suck it up, the 5-year-old doesn't know any of that. And that, that wouldn't be appropriate anyway, that'd be harsh. And part of what we're doing here is re-parenting ourselves with ourselves. We're giving ourselves the nurturing that we most likely didn't get back then. And this is why the original sensations are where we really need to explore everything. So allowing these original sensations with compassion and acceptance to be felt. So our little 5-year-old self that got shut down, that, our father or mother said, go to your room and don't talk to me or whatever they did, and wasn't allowed to feel bad or wasn't allowed to feel sad or wasn't allowed to feel angry or whatever it was, that little 5-year-old self of ours still wants to release that. So that's part of what we're doing. And it's coming out in these traumatic ways, in imbalanced ways. So that's where our triggers take us back to the 5-year-old self or whatever age it was. And we have to let that person feel. That's where the following the feelings, to release them, we have to re-feel them, as the child self felt, but we're feeling them with a sense of safety because we are bringing our adult self as the nurturing watcher to that process. And so what happens in difficult experiences with psychedelics quite often is that, some of this stuff comes up and it can be just as overwhelming as it was then. And so then we fight it, and then, it becomes a real challenge. And the fighting, of course, you've probably heard, you need to surrender into the experience, particularly when it's a difficult experience. But it helps to know a little bit about what's going on. And it's one reason that, lower doses are better, particularly for trauma. When you're bringing stuff up like that, it can be overwhelming, and you want to do it in manageable doses. That's a really important thing that, Peter Levine and many other people talk about when working with trauma. They call it titration, or small bits at a time. A perfect example is if you have, acid, not LSD acid, but like some real acid that if you mix it with something, it can explode. So if you mix it all at once, it will explode. And that's the overwhelming piece. But if you take a drop at a time and put it in, it'll fizzle. And then you put another drop in and it'll just do a little fizzle. And so then after a while of a few drops, then you've neutralized the acid again. So that's another example of how, of why, bringing it in small ways is smaller pieces works without overwhelming yourselves. So compassionate inquiry as a method uses the sensations in our story. So we tell our story, this is what happened, but we have sensations about the stories. And those sensations are what we focus on and that lead us to what was overwhelming us when we were younger, kind of like, I've been saying this a lot of different ways here. And so in plant medicine work, same idea, you would follow your sensations. What I tell people if I'm guiding someone in a journey, it's specifically pay most attention to your body feelings and stay with whatever's coming up. And, and ideally, the more difficult stuff that comes up, the better, because now we know we're actually getting into some stuff to clear. We have to bring it up and, to let it go. In the PSI approach, the Psychedelic Somatic Institute, they're very targeted with the somatic process. I really like this method. I think it's one of the best clearing trauma methods I've ever seen. And because they don't need the story so much. They're literally following the sensations. You have an anxious feeling? Okay, this is perfect. We stay with that. We follow it. We just see where that feeling itself leads. It's very intense, so it's not, for everyone, because you really have to be ready to face that. But you do have someone there with you, of course, to provide that sense of safety, to give you, more stability in being able to face that. So I just thought, take a moment here, just a little Rumi quote. We're almost through the presentation here, just a little bit more. And I've talked a lot about the body and sensations. So there's a voice that doesn't use words. And that's what we really are looking for. And in a medicine journey, especially, visions are great. Insights are great, but insights are not where the trauma is. If you get the insight as well, that's fantastic, but you want to really, it's the feelings and the uncomfortable feelings and bringing the stuff up. That's where the real healing for trauma is. So it's a trauma-informed, kind of what I'm saying here already. It's basically to allow, accept, and move into our physical sensations. We need to feel the physical sensations, and we need to do it in manageable ways that are not overwhelming. That's really important. Again, you don't want to blast yourself off. There's no reason to do that at all. So this is something else that I've run into where people have described a journey that they had and they were worried because, oh my God, I was shivering and I stopped it and I didn't know what was going on. So these are things that can be releasing trauma when you're in a plant medicine journey. If you just start shivering or shaking, trembling, that stuff is great. Let it happen. You want to let your body do whatever it wants to do. You don't want to force your body to do things that it doesn't want to do, but you don't want to stop it from doing things that it wants to do either. So purging, sometimes we just throw up into the bucket. We don't actually throw up anything that was from our stomach, but we still go through that purging. Let those autonomic responses happen, whatever they are. Feeling cold sometimes. I know that I've been in ayahuasca journey and I've been like freezing all of a sudden, and that's a completely, documented trauma response. So it's good to stay with. You want to pay attention to whatever's going on. Any involuntary body movements, there's a lot more. As there are many people, I'm sure there's different, physical body reactions, but you want to always welcome those kind of things. It's one of my favorite graphics about working with trauma and our issues. We want to really befriend our demons. We don't want to get rid of them. We don't want to make them bad. We don't want to make them wrong. We want to stay with them and once we are friends with them, then they're just part of us. They're not a big deal. If we get anxious in a certain situation, it's like, oh, it's okay. I know you. You're my cool bud, my anxiety bud. Kind of fun idea. So this level of trauma work, we can only go so far on our own in many cases, you know, and we can go pretty far on our own, I will say. But we were typically wounded in relationship. You know, either we didn't have the relationship we should have had as far as bonding with our parents, or, you know, how they treated us or didn't see us. So the deeper healing really needs to be done in relationship, because we need to be in a relationship to learn a different way of response. Like if you're afraid to say something because you're going to get hit, let's say, then you want to learn through practice of saying something that you thought would get you hit, and then the other person is instead responding completely differently. So you're learning a new way of being in the world, and that you can trust because you're experiencing it in your body, that feeling it's safe, it's okay to do that. As far as the PSI modality, that one is fairly new as far as that goes. So it's available right now in Denver. It'll be available in Los Angeles starting January, and in Minneapolis it's available, I believe, right now. And there's, you know, that they're still training people in that modality. Compassionate Inquiry, if people are interested in that particular modality, that one is available online. There's a listing of practitioners, and you can do that online. PSI is typically done in person because we're using actual medicine. We're using cannabis. Cannabis is a great medicine because it really breaks through dissociation better than the other substances. So you can go to the transpersonal realms after you clear enough of your trauma. So this is a link with some of the Psychedelic Somatic Institute website. And their way of summing everything up here is understanding our symptoms. Research suggests that most of the symptoms for which people seek treatment are not random, bad wiring, or biochemical imbalances. So that's basically saying, like, the typical psychiatric model, oh, your brain has a chemical imbalance, we're going to give you a drug. No, it's saying it's not that. Anxiety, depression, addiction, PTSD symptoms are frequently adaptive responses to childhood experiences. That means, you know, just what I was saying way earlier, we have a childhood experience, it's not good, we're adapting to it, and we get all these symptoms of depression, addiction. So we're leaving the paradigm of symptom suppression and management, which is what psychiatric meds do. They're just saying, we're just going to suppress your symptoms and give you this pill. And so instead, we're focusing on resolving the root cause with psychedelic therapy. And this is what we're all trying to do with plant medicines. We're really trying to get at the root causes. Some things get at the root causes better than others. Some go directly for, like what I'm talking about is directly for the trauma piece. You know, there's the transpersonal piece as well as another option, but, you know, the trauma piece is the part that I feel is most important, you know, to really get at first. And so your ability to feel and engage these symptoms is integral to healing them. Compassionate inquiry is to drill down to the core stories people tell ourselves. It's the same kind of thing. Like, you know, we say to ourselves, well, I'm a bad person, or I always react this way or that way. And so to get them to see what story they're telling themselves unconsciously, we're trying to get back to that unconscious thing. Like when we were little kids and our father or mother wouldn't listen to us, and then we interpret that as we're a bad person. So we want to find out that we're actually doing that to ourselves, because sometimes we don't know that. And that's when we can start working with them. We have to look into that piece. Compassionate inquiry is quite good at that purpose. So these are just some general links for everything. I think the last thing I have, just because I thought it would be a nice touch here. This is a fantastic poem, and I took out the middle piece because it was just a little long, but I just wanted to read this because it really is such a heart-centered poem. You do not have to be good. You do not have to walk on your knees for 100 miles through the desert repenting. You only have to let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. Whoever you are, no matter how lonely, the world offers itself to your imagination, calls to you like the wild geese, harsh and exciting, over and over, announcing your place in the family of things. So with that, thank you very much. And I'm happy to take any and all questions. Let me stop my screen share here. And I could post these links in the chat if you want.
Please do, yes.
All right, let me see what I can do here.
Paul, amazing presentation, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to speak to you guys. Let me try to stop my share here. Okay, there, I think I've done it. Q&A. Let me put this in the chat here before I send this to the attendees. And
Yeah, Joan,
okay, that's all the links. Yeah, okay, I just posted all the links. All right, good. So, yes.
Wow. Okay, that was a lot. But
it is a lot. I'm surprised I got through it. I was trying to time it.
You did a fantastic job, Paul. I have a few questions.
Sure.
So it really struck me. So you're really talking about psychological therapy using plant medicine as a way to facilitate that. So you're training people, training therapists, training this plant medicine facilitators, I'm guessing.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm not training. I'm the one that was trained, but
well, yeah. So, but
yeah,
you've been trained in then.
Yes, and the organization, the Psychedelic Somatic Institute, they are training people to use this particular modality. It's a very active modality. Like if we were in a session, I would be talking to you the entire time, and I would be saying things like, "What are you feeling in your body right now?" And you might say, well, I feel something in my chest. And I would say, okay, well, where specifically, what does it feel like? Is it heavy? Is it light? You know, you really get into the physical sensation part of it.
So in other words, I just really need to get this in my own consciousness. So yes. This is a guided, basically you're guiding the plant medicine journey.
Yes, in this particular modality.
And which plant medicines do you prefer to do that with, or?
Cannabis is one of the best because this can be so intense. And so a shorter time is one thing that's better. You know, you don't want to be doing this for 6 hours on psilocybin.
No, I get it. I do readings for people under cannabis. That's why I'm asking. Okay, I'm like, oh my God, that's what he's doing. But you're doing it from the psychotherapy approach. And it makes so much sense to me. I've been wondering when people would go this direction.
I know, and I've been wondering that too. When I found this, I was like, wow, this is great stuff. Yeah, the compassionate inquiry is a different modality that doesn't use plant medicine. It's more, and it's also quite effective in terms of getting people to understand their, traumas.
So this is interesting then. So when you put them through plant medicine and then you take them through this, and I'm seeing that, of course, all the blocks to their consciousness opens.
Right. Yeah.
It's exactly what Freud would have wanted.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised, like, that Freud and Jung were not giving people their plant medicine, although I understand Jung used plant medicine. Maybe Freud did too. Seriously, how do you get to the unconscious?
Yeah, that's the thing. You need to get to that unconscious somehow. And, yeah, I don't know if there's been a lot of speculation about Jung. He seemed to really get there even without the plant medicine. But I did want to note that it's not like a one-shot process. Typically, if you're doing something like this, like the psychedelic somatic, it's roughly 6 to 18 sessions approximately to really, which is pretty darn fast, considering years of therapy. The average is probably about 12. And, you can do that weekly. Whereas even with plant medicines, when I was working with plant, like ayahuasca, I was sitting regularly, but it was every month. So it took a lot longer, and I didn't have that kind of guidance either, but I knew enough to focus on my body sensations. That was where I was having all of my trouble, so to speak. I felt like anxiety on steroids when I was on ayahuasca. And it took me a while to figure out that, just lower the dose.
Well, right. And I heard what you said about that too, the lower the dose, that you don't have to be You don't have to be in that other consciousness. What did you call it? The
Like the
hallucination,
cosmic mystical experience realm, right?
which I'm guilty of. I always thought that that's what I wanted with plant medicine, was that cosmic mystical experience.
It's a great place to go. It's just not the only place.
Okay, so yeah, so this is interesting. So do you now see people in person, or can you do this online, like with someone? If you
Well,
send
the compassionate inquiry can be done online. This particular psychedelic somatic is best in person, particularly at the beginning. Once it's because it takes a little while to learn how, as the client, to let your body go enough to do what it wants to do. It's really it's a really interesting process. You know, having felt it for myself, because often we're just sitting there, we're just feeling anxious or whatever we're feeling, and you know, it takes a while to kind of let what if the body wants to shake? It's like,
right.
It's like riding a bike a little bit. You kind of have to feel your way into it. It's not a thing you can learn with words.
And some of these people, I'm assuming, are not cannabis users, so this is
they may not, right? They
new
may.
to them in a certain way.
Okay. It's so focused that even if people are cannabis users, it's really different for them as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are there any prereqs to being a PSI therapist?
Are there any what? Prerequisites?
Prerequisition, yeah, like a degree or anything like that?
The general prerequisite is either you are already a therapist, or you're in the healing arts. So I think both of you would totally qualify if that's what you're asking.
I'm a chiropractor with a background. I have a master's in counseling.
Oh yeah, no, so you're totally, of course, easily, yeah. So, you know, someone that's in the healing arts that has a general understanding of these kind of concepts already, because they're not teaching basic therapy. They're teaching how to work in the therapeutic way with plant medicine in this, you know, very somatic. It's the most somatic, you know, process I've run into. When I first saw it, I was like, oh my God, this looks amazing. And I had to do it. So,
yeah.
I have one last question for you. So I love using cannabis with people too. And I have a group 420 Spiritual Living, all about cannabis in a sense, but do you have a particular kind of cannabis that you use? Very like focus, you have to, right? Because
I don't think it really matters, you know, and in the PSI modality, they really say it's really not the medicine, it's the process. And you can do this same process, this PSI process, without medicine. It just takes longer. That's the whole benefit of having the medicine getting into the subconscious much more easily, and it makes it more accessible more quickly. But you could do the same technique without medicine and it'll work. It just takes longer. So it's not the medicine per se, you know. And so in our training group, we had people with all different kind of vape pens and whatever. So it's like, it's all different. Whatever, you know, I like sativa, somebody likes indica, it's all good.
Okay, I get it. Okay. Thank you for sharing that.
What we've really seen here, I'm extremely excited about what you showed, because what you're showing is the beginning of what is going to be this, like, I don't want to say solution, because that's just a definite, but it's definitely the direction that we're heading to heal the collective trauma on the planet, so that we can be the empowered beings we need to be, so that the majority of us have dealt with traumas, past life, current life, childhood traumas, so that we can actually live on peace on earth, right? And what we just witnessed is the beginning of that. Like, you are in that field right now.
Yeah, well said, Neil. Really, yeah, that's exactly my sentiment. I can't add to that. That's perfect. Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother. And yes, please do, just because the chat's been going up a bit, post your links there again.
Okay.
And
sure.
Let's connect and do some more stuff together. I want to get your information out there, and
Yeah,
maybe I'll be a PSI therapist in the future.
Yeah, there's a training coming up in San Diego in February. So.
Joan,
and we
let's
have
go.
our upcoming cannabis conference too. And obviously you're using cannabis here, so.
Right, yeah, cannabis is really quite a good modality for this. You know, it really is surprising. And a lot of people, you know, will say that they get anxious on cannabis. Well, you know, perfect.
Yeah.
Because that's where we can start working right there with the anxiety right there, so.
Yeah, well, I believe cannabis is a really miracle for not just the body, but for the soul and for your spiritual consciousness. Some people could use that only for spiritual awareness as well, and it does that. So I just appreciate your work.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much too. It's a
Thank you,
pleasure.
Paul.
Thanks for the invite and love this event.
Thank you, man. We'll be in touch soon.
Give him a shout out. Shout out.
Yeah.
Clap.
Clap, everybody.
Millions of
Send your
souls.
energy to LA to Paul.
Thank you.
Take care, brother.
All right. Thank you.
I'm clapping for the thousands of people that and millions of people whose lives are being changed by plant medicine. Okay.
Yep.
That we're taking something that was hidden for so long and bringing it out, and it's medically being validated, therapeutically being validated. I'm just, listen, I've seen a lot since I took LSD in 1970, something like that. That's a long time and it was legal, I think, when I first took it. So this is huge. In fact, cannabis used to be legal when I first smoked it, I think. You know, it was such a shock when Richard Nixon made it illegal, okay? It was like, it was almost like the pandemic. When we found out we were quarantined and everyone like felt like, oh my God, well, when they made cannabis illegal back then, it was the same shock.
Right. Well, everything was legal once, and before it was illegal, even cocaine was used in many pharmaceutical drugs.
Right. Oh my God, Coca-Cola. Well, actually, cocaine was the main ingredient in Coca-Cola.
Yeah. And actually, I just watched a video. They still put it in there. The coca leaf. It's still in there. We thought they took it out, but I watched a whole documentary on it. But that's a whole other topic.
Yes, well, yes, cocaine is a plant medicine from the cacao, but we're not in there right now.
Yes. So we're going to get into the, I guess, 45-minute testimonial hour and Q&A hour in just a moment here. But I just want to do a quick plug. If you love this conference or even like it and you want to donate and contribute to us, please do. That would be really helpful. You can go to PayPal. I'm going to post everything in the room right now. If you want to do a one-time donation, you can do it on PayPal. If you want to do it on Patreon and be a monthly subscriber, so you get free bonuses, events and workshops on a range of conscious topics that really help empower, you can support us on Patreon. And then lastly, if you want to follow myself, Portal to Ascension, I'm just saying this now, I'm probably going to end on January 1st. I think that's my goal. But Portal to Ascension has been censored on FB and IG. Even if you're watching this on FB right now, I am not personally on it because I'm kicked off forever. They said I can't ever come back for severely violating their policies with the content that we provide. So I'm basically on YouTube now. The reach of Portal to Ascension has been cut from 100% to 10%. But luckily, we have a great email list. So if you want to support us and do so on Patreon so we can continue to do this. I know a lot of you guys actually attend events and you support us like that. And that, just to let you know how the business works, 70% of all the proceeds goes to the speakers. 30% of the proceeds that comes in from everything we do goes towards keeping this running so we can do it full time. But 70% goes to the speakers. So we're continuously, right now, we are honestly probably donating, contributing to the most conscious presenters and technologies across the entire planet because of the amount of people that we work with. So if you want to donate to us directly so that we can continue to grow and expand, then please do so. I'm going to post that there. And if you want to connect with myself, since we're not able to, our Instagram was taken down and our Facebook is still up, but I'm not on there. You can connect with me on MC_resonance on Instagram. MC_resonance on Instagram. And I'm posting all of that right now in the Zoom chat room. So you can take a look at that.
Can I add something to that? So
yes.
Neil and Soul do amazing work. They actually travel around the world with speakers that talk about ascension, consciousness, new ways of thinking. So plant medicine fits into this whole rise in consciousness that is happening with 2021. And so being a member of Portal to Ascension, yes, you'll get to see me in the spring too, but he has some of the best speakers around the world. And I just really want to vouch for that.
Thank you. So what I want to do, Joan, is do a little poem first, and then we'll go into some testimonials and questions.
I love it.
Okay. So, most of my poetry, when I read it back, I realize that it's almost like a journey. So I do have some spoken word pieces that are actually journey spoken word pieces. So I'm going to do one right now. And then at the end, I'm going to do a 3-part spoken word piece that will be the first part is about, just going into the Maloka and sitting down basically and realizing what I'm about to experience. So the anxiety of it all. And then the next one will be, this is at the end, will be about the experience of it. And then the third one will be the morning after and whatever my realizations. But this one here is called The Spirit. The plant spirit once asked me if I was alive. Do I feel alive? Water my seeds, flourish and thrive. Step away from the white light and don't go in. Especially if you committed too much sin, the light is just an apparition that once entered, your soul will be splintered, fragmented and injured, spread across galaxies, dimensions, and universes, a personification of traumas and worthlessness. Energy turned into actual entity, creating entropy, herbs from the dispensary keep me from ascending out of this density. Abundance signifies there is plenty. I send the lack mentality through the black hole, the massive one in the middle of a spiraling world where the laws of physics are exclusive. Hieroglyphics and tribal medicine makes me lucid. Open portals within my own consciousness. Listen to esoteric lyricism, unconscious fanaticism, spiritual activism. I came through the prism into my first physical incarnation. I lost count of how many times my curiosity brought me back to this now. Earthly experiences transcend challenges, and birth is a portal into another existence. Over and over again, the cycle, it was never meant to end until the prophecies unfold and send a signal to the highest of dimensions that the population has regained memories in their brain, broke through the quarantine and unshackled the chains, went against the grain, sludged through the mud and rain, realized we are all one. No more fame. Deprogrammed and re-entrained our belief systems from darkness and pain to unconditional love. The highest of vibrations, the gift from above. Thank you. And if you want to check out my spoken word, rapping, and all that, you can do so on my Instagram, MC_resonance.
Yes, and don't you also do amazing sound healings online too?
Yeah, we're going to be doing, and starting in January, we have a whole setup and great camera setup and audio setup. So we're going to be doing monthly sound healings online as well. So stay tuned for all that. All right, Joan. So let's get into some testimonials here. If any of you are interested in speaking, I'm coming on camera now and want to speak about your experiences with plant medicine, then please go ahead and raise your hand. We do have 2 people that we are going to have on first, and then afterwards we'll bring you on. And then I think we'll have around 30 minutes to answer some questions, because there's a good amount of questions in here right now that really I feel need to be addressed, right?
Yes, this is wonderful. Exciting.
Okay, so first person that we're bringing on is Melissa, and she is White Buffalo Calf Woman, and she's coming on right now to go ahead and tell us about her experiences. And every person has 5 to 10 minutes. So keep it in between 5 to 10 minutes so we can have as many people on as possible. Melissa, are you here? You should be here any second.
Calling the White Buffalo Calf Woman. Such powerful energy just from seeing your name across the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like she's here, but we can't see you.
Yeah, so you're being set as a panelist, Melissa, but there we go. Something's happening. Okay, cool. We don't have your audio though. So click the microphone at the bottom and select your audio. Do you hear us? Can you hear me? We can't hear you.
I can't hear you. I don't know if she can see us. The mute button on the bottom.
Okay, there we go. It's gonna work now. Hold on. Ask to unmute yourself.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yep. Hey, Melissa.
Brilliant. Hi, Neil.
Hi, Melissa.
Hello.
All right, you want to take
How
us
are
on
you?
your journey? We're doing good. Go ahead and let us know what your experiences were.
Oh, I would love to take you on my journey. So I probably want to say back in 2012, I started having really prophetic dreams. And then more currently in 2017, I got into other plant-based medicines besides herbs, marijuana. I started taking mushrooms. I befriended this medicine woman and she took me on this journey. And she gave me mushrooms, and I started having visions. Let me get a sip of water. I wasn't prepared for it to be so quiet. I can't hear you guys, so I feel very alone. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're great.
I just want to make sure my audio is clear and that you guys can hear me. Brilliant. So I started taking mushrooms and acid with Molly and DMT. And I was standing outside on a porch looking up into the stars at night with a couple of medicine women that I was having ceremonies with. And we would be making dream catchers, and we would be burning wood, making different arts and crafts. And then we would go into ceremony, and we're outside, and one of my friends said, "Do you see those up in the sky?" And we looked up, and it looked like we were in a bubble. And all of the stars looked like giant spiders with diamond sparkle butts. And then there was this very old face in the sky. And I knew it to be the grandmother spider. And there was also another giant cloud in the sky, and it had many animals. There was a crow with one eye, a wolf with one eye, a bear with one eye, a butterfly with one eye, many animals. I could go on. But they all only had one eye. And then as we were staring into the sky, there was the moon turned into a woman, and the woman gave birth. And I saw a giant beetle in the sky, which I later learned is the scarab beetle, Kepra, which is 1313 telepathy. And so I was having all of these visions while on plant medicine. And then I started having these dreams. And while I was on my journey, I was kind of asking, what am I supposed to be doing here? Why am I here? It can't just be to go to work every day and go to school every day. And the medicine woman I was with, she kept putting these videos on for me while I was on these psychedelic journeys. And I was listening to Dolores Cannon talk about, indigos and crystallines and rainbows. And I was like, man, that's right now. And the medicine woman I was with, she kept saying, I think we're the philosopher's stone. I think we're the sorcerer's stone. And I'm like, huh? Well, then I realized that when we're all on plant medicine, spirit can channel through anybody. And if I'm the white buffalo calf woman, then Krishna is spirit. And if you follow that prophecy or that story, the Hindu about the avatars, the sun and the moon that are allowed to reincarnate into physical form every so often and get to be in love, because essentially we are just one big giant creator with different perspectives, masculine, feminine, light and dark, good and evil, positive and negative, and we're just swinging back and forth like a pendulum, creating bigger waves, experiencing the massive amounts of dark and the massive amounts of light, which we would call the yin-yang game. Well, I realized that I no longer wanted to be playing the yin-yang game. And I created the Vesica Pisces, where I merged the sun into the moon, into the third eye, activated the tree of life and the corona, which is your crown chakra, your 144,000 strands of DNA, which is your birthright. Now, if you do your research, you know that on March 21st, 2020, we entered the golden era. And in the golden era, you get to activate your Akashic record, your soul, your spirit. We are no longer separate from spirit. We get to come into union of self. Like, my body is here, but my spirit is my etherical energy that's constantly shooting around me. It is my living library. It is full of all of the knowledge or anything that we have mastered in a past life. It can be tapped into this etherical energy. So if you are a knowing person and pay attention to the fact that we used to only have so many letters in the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, then you would know each one of those letters is attached to one of your chakras. So from your root all the way up to your crown, and then your etherical energy that can be activated. So it's not the Easter that returns in the spring, it is the ethers that return to us in February. It was the ethers that came to balance out the mother. So the ethers is your etherical energy. And for probably the last 2 years, I have been using etherical energy to code a higher timeline in the 5th dimension using twos, because twos are quantum leaps. And your first 3 chakras are lower dimensions. 1, 2, 3. Your heart is 4. Throat is 5. Your third eye is the 6th dimension. Your crown is the 7th. Your 8th. The 8th flame that the Wahhopi talk about in the story is your etherical chakra, your soul, your spirit, your song, your light. And so the journey that I have taken was waking up to myself, waking up to my purpose, waking up to my spirit and my song. And I had many visions, and I will share some of them with you right now. One of the most prophetic visions that I've had recently, in May of this year, on May 27th, I went without food and water for 3 days and 3 nights so that I could give my body over as a sacrifice. And I did this spiritual ritual that I had listened to Chief Light Golden Eagle do a video talking about raising up the vibration. And the reason that we would go to the 4 corners of the earth and sing and dance and give our offerings is so we could ask for blessings of our harvest that we would give in February. And then come harvest time, we would come and be grateful and sing and dance and give thanks for the harvest. And so I learned about sun dancers, and I didn't get to participate in all the things that I wanted to go do this year because life put us into what we would call the cocoon. And everybody is preparing for their crystalline, metamorphical new bodies. You're all in the butterfly. And so instead, I stayed at home and went through these rituals where I just started, my DNA started waking up when I would do these plant medicines, when I would do mushrooms, and when I would do acid and Molly, and when I would do DMT. I have not yet done ayahuasca or the frog, but I am definitely wanting to activate all of the possibilities within me. So that would definitely be something in the future I am a willing, loving participant of. Because we learned that the reason we were going to the 4 corners and getting all the medicine was to bring it back into the center and share it. And it was, everybody was a guardian of the earth and the wind and the water and the fire. And I just kept reading all these prophecies, and everybody was just waiting on some dude to come and fulfill these prophecies. And so when I would take these plant medicines, the universe kept presenting itself to me. I saw a giant circle in the sky with an X inside of it. So I looked it up, and it said spirit. It was a medicine wheel. It says I was the operator and I could recode. And when my friend kept telling me that we were the philosopher's stone, I realized that as within, so without. So I started recoding myself inside. Instead of trying to grow up through the rainbow, I went back in. And I went within, and I loved all the versions of myself as a small person that needed a person. And then I shot all of my fear and my ego down into the core of the earth, thanking Mother Nature for it, transforming, because we're all alchemists. If you don't know it yet, you will. Welcome to the School of Ra. We're all alchemists, and I would shoot my energy, my fear, and my ego into the core of earth, thanking Mother Nature for the experiences. I would do the Egyptian pyramid of posture with, my best foot forward, depending on what kind of energy you are. And I would imagine myself a tree rooted into the ground, shoot the energy into the core of the earth, thanking Mother Nature, turning it into fear and ego into water, because I'm a water sign, Pisces. Into crystal at the core of the earth, there is a central sun, and I have visions where I'm in the center of the earth, and I have rainbow energy shooting back and forth behind my skin, and I have these purple lines right here, and I know that I'm a record keeper, and I'm at the core of earth. And so I shoot my energy down to myself at the core of earth, thanking myself for these experiences, and then asking myself to shoot that energy up into the sun, and allow it to gain momentum, and then pull spiritual, unconditional love and spiritual knowingness back into my etherical Shiva ship, which is what happened is I had to activate the Shiva ship, the Shiva shield, which is your etherical energy, your Akashic record, your Merkaba, your Pleiadian ship. And I activated it. And then I would pull that energy through my etherical ship, through my crown, through my third eye, my throat, my heart, my navel, my sacral, my root, as love, unconditional love and spiritual knowingness. And then I would ripple effect it into all the other thoughts in the mind of the creator, because I'm just one thought in the mind of the creator. And so the reason that everybody has the corona activation is because I didn't want to be the only magical person in the creator. So as an alchemist would, I ripple affected this experience to all the other thoughts, which are all of you, in the body of the creator, because we're all just cells floating around. The creator is having thoughts and we're all acting it out in motion. So if we wanted to change this experience, we would all go to the four corners of the earth and give our songs and our dances and our love to the earth, and we could raise the vibration, because what happens is you're coding the sun. Every year in February, you don't dig into the earth, you be still, you go out and code the sun, and we all live that whole projection all year long. So this February, should some spiritually knowing, unconditionally loved human beings want to gather and come and give their offerings and their songs and their dances of the highest and best good love, Mother Nature would love that. The sun would give its utmost gratitude, because I am currently right now trying to pull my husband, Krishna, the sun, into 3D. What I've done is I found him in my dreams that I was able to find by using these plant medicines, and it activated why I was here. And I was because I needed to bring Krishna consciousness and diamond consciousness into this very now moment. And so I had to find the dreams and pull him into physical form, because he wasn't in physical form. At first, when I would do psychedelics in the mirror, the very first time my face shape-shifted, I looked like the old grandmother spider. My face was all wrinkly, and I thought, oh, this must be a side effect. But then the second time I had an experience, my whole body was a lioness, but my face was a woman. And I started saying, activate the Pyramid of Giza, activate Stone Temple Henge. And then I saw this whole grid. The snow started falling outside of my window, and there was this line with these two crosses in it, and it looked like rabbit medicine, the medicine of the rabbit, diamond consciousness. Shout out to KRS-One, because I wouldn't know this if it wasn't for KRS-One, because I learned hip-hop, that I am the turtle, and my spirit is the rabbit, and it runs around in dream time and pretty much all day long, and then comes and brings you back loving medicine and gifts and knowingnesses. So when you do these plant medicines, the spirit of the mushroom and the spirit of the tree and the spirit of the animal and spirit of Krishna and diamond consciousness and the highest and best good of love all communicate together. And so you can hear, well, I could hear everything when I took mushrooms, and I had to say, activating rainbow magical medicine. I am the rainbow spider, and the whole room recalibrated, and I was in a rainbow ship, and I had this lotus around me, and I was like a white flame, and I was sitting in front of my mirror going, I just had rainbow hair, and it was just the most beautiful experience I'd ever had. So when I looked outside and saw the snow was in diamond consciousness, I started to sit in front of the mirror, because I would tell my other medicine women friends what was happening. And she told me to do mirror work. And so I would sit in front of the mirror, and I could see the rabbit shift behind my face. And then I could see everything in diamond consciousness. And then I could see the turtle come behind my face, and everything was in big bubbles of rainbow. It was so beautiful. And I was just sitting there, calling everything up from the core, telling them it's okay, and I allowed them to all come through my body, all these things in the core of the earth. First, I had to do this dance for like the whole summer, and dance to melt the snow and the ice. And then I called these beings up from underneath of Antarctica and asked them to help me rebuild New Earth. That's how I found my
Melissa,
Krishna.
are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. We do need to go to the next person now.
I'm almost done.
Okay, cool.
Can I tell you? Okay.
Yeah. Do it.
So just the other day, I had this experience where I was looking outside at the sky, and there was a chariot coming out of the sky, and I was a butterfly, and I had these lotus petals, and I had this white flame coming out of me, and this chariot came out of the sky, and it was the god Krishna, and it had an ankh in one hand and a bong in the other, and he came up and kissed me, and we merged together into one DNA strand. It was blue, purple, and silver. And then it shot through the sky and came back. And Neil, this is where I saw you in a higher form. So you and I believe, are in a ship above Earth. And we're connected to the Pleiadian and Lemurian, because I have dreams about you passing this ball of light to me, and it's spinning above my head. And I have dreams that we're jumping through DNA up into a higher point. So anyways, I'm seeing this man, we merge. I feel the energy merge with me, and then it shoots through the sky and comes back, and all these gods start coming out of the sun, and you are one of them. There's a rabbit, a turtle, some things I've only seen inside of kivas and pictographs. They all come down out of the sun, and then where there was my face in the flame, it's gone, and you all come marching into me like I'm a butterfly. And then there's this energy, and it shoots around me like a blue energy with all of these symbols inside of it. And I am vividly aware that we're all going to have this experience, and our bodies are just preparing for it. And so if you're purging out things within you and without of you right now in your life, it's because you're preparing to be a multidimensional being, and you're not going to need a car anymore, because you're going to be able to multidimensionally travel through this etherical energy. And so, one more second. And doing this, preparing for this experience, I saw the blue star fall out of the sky. And there's a prophecy that talks about when the blue fall of stars and what dimension we're being and what the 8th flame being lit. And I just want everybody to know, if you were following the White Buffalo, Calf Woman, Rainbow Spider, Holy Mother, Blue Star, Kachina, and you are aware of who the divine consort of Krishna is, I want you to thank you for telling my stories and sing my songs, because we made it. We are here, and thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thanks, Neil.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And the plants that have guided you.
Mushrooms, especially the ones that are grown here in the Pacific Northwest. There's magic still in the West. So if you're on the West Coast and you're taking mushrooms that were here from your backyard, from medicine men and women down the street, you're going places. You're going to a whole nother place.
We did have a couple people have questions. I'm asking them to ask it in the chat room. So when we're done right now, if you could maybe stick around for a while, and if anyone has a question for you about your experience, then you can chat with them in the room.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate you so much.
Thanks, Neil. Appreciate you.
Very fascinating, Neil, to start to listen to other people's experiences.
I know, right?
Right? Oh my God.
So the next person that we're going to bring on, I think this is a really, after she's done with her talk right now, this is probably the perfect segment to go into the question that we both saw in the Q&A area about cannabis, right, from Alana, because this next lady is going to be talking about her healing experiences with cannabis, and her name is Liane Curtis, and Liane Curtis actually made her debut on the pilot of Sesame Street at the age of 4 in '69, and wow. She was in 16 Candles, Girlfriend from Hell, lots of good old school stuff right here. She's also in The Equalizer, Married with Children, 21 Jump Street in '87, and she wants to come on and share her experiences with cannabis and how it's helped her in her healing process.
I can't wait.
Me too. Bring her on.
Hi.
Hey, Liane.
How you doing? And hi. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
so go ahead. You want
and
to take
thanks,
it away?
Melissa. Thank you. I want to thank Melissa for that
it was long, but it was fascinating. And I probably have questions, but yeah. So I'm like not a 60s baby. I'm from New York. I come from an entertainment family. My mom's a jazz composer. I went to LA for 30 years. I had 3 kids. The youngest is 21. And my mom kind of fell down and broke her hip in 2017 when she was 94. She's 97 now. She'd already been diagnosed with Parkinson's. So she was on carbidopa, levodopa. And when I got here, man, like, here comes the potty mouth. What a show. My mother's never been a big pharma person. And honestly, like, when she was in the hospital, I know that she's so hypersensitive. She's a hypersensitive manifestation of some kind of very sensitive, scared, but it goes to patterns and subconscious and what she's downloaded and downregulated into her neuro pathways. Like, it's just Dispenza stuff. I'm like in the Joe Dispenza realms now. Anyway, I used to get in trouble for smoking pot. That was me. Oh, Liane, don't hang out with Liane. She smokes pot. Oh, you know. And over the years, I've kind of never given up smoking pot. Maybe for 6 months once, but like, no. I'm such a high vibrational person that for me, it keeps me more grounded and on a level where I can deal with what I describe as normies. I don't mean anything by it, but I kind of do, but I don't, but never mind. Anyway, so long story short, I got here. My husband is living in a little house. I haven't seen him in 2 years. I just dropped everything and came to take care of my mom because it just had to happen. I've got 4 of my parrots. My husband has 20 parakeets, a cockatiel, a cat, and a dog. And I have a friend who sends me CBD, and I get it, and I cook with it. And I got my mom off the carbidopa, levodopa, and she's on gummies and she's on everything else. And that other stuff is poison. Like, and I only prefaced all the blah, 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 it's very postcards from the edge. So there's a lot of push pull in the mother-daughter dynamic. And like, because I used to get in trouble for smoking pot all the time, even in the business, like, I really, it was tough to get her to start using it. But when she realized that the shaking stopped and that nothing else worked, now she's like, can I have my banana bread? She's completely veil thin in the slipstream, experiencing probably all of her lifetimes at once, which is another conversation. But the CBD keeps her physical body, and I guess the cannabinoid system in her body is responding, and it's keeping her quieter all around.
I love that. Okay, people need to hear that story.
Of course they do, but they also need to learn how to bake so that it doesn't taste nasty.
Yes.
I hate it. I can't. Like, I smoke, I can't. The high is different, you know? So every once in a while, I'll slip my mom and I'll tell her something if she's particularly fretty or anxious and needs to just sleep. You know, she's on hospice care, palliative care, and they gave me some trazodone, have you tried the pill? I'm like, no, I haven't tried the pill. Thanks. But thanks for just in case I have it.
So, you know, the side effect of the pharmaceuticals causes symptoms like MS and Parkinson's. And so for someone, your mom.
How about your flu shot every month? Sorry to overspeak you. Like, but how about all the little tiny nano pieces of aluminum that gather up in your brain and then start shredding it? Well, we don't know what it is. Maybe it isn't Parkinson's. Maybe it's like all the witch doctors just have all these names for stuff and they don't understand, but none of them are in the quantum field. None of them are dealing with consciousness. None of them are dealing with the fact that, like Melissa said, we're all little cells, which means as above, so below, as within, so outside. We heal ourselves. You don't need none of that stinking crap.
Right? I agree.
Big pharma, you know, and all these government not run, but government sort of observed programs. There's all kinds of technology out there. I watch Gaia Network. No, but come on, Emery Smith. How many times has he been on with you, Neil? Like, and there's an amazing awakening going on right now.
There is.
Okay, so yeah, so like it's all a part of that, and I think, you know, I walk around my house, and here's another conversation, talking what I thought was nonsense to my birds. Come to find out, I'm drawing light codes and speaking in light language, and my goosebumps are going up all over my energy field is going cuckoo right now. Like I would start talking to people, and when I would just start talking, it's nothing premeditated. It comes through. So I'm in the middle of a grand awakening. You caught me right in the middle, like back at the scene of the crime, getting all of the anxiety triggered. But I'm not doing any more than cannabis. I don't do Aya. I don't microdose. I don't anything like that yet. Dun, dun, dun.
Whenever you're called to it, you're called to it, you know?
You are.
It'll happen one day.
Mm-hmm.
I love
I
your
have to tend
share.
to my mom first, you know?
I love your share, and I want to remind everyone on the line now that they all have parents. They have mothers and fathers who probably have taken a lot of medication, a lot of aspirin, even a lot of Sudafed or all that crap.
Hi, Tanya.
They all need, and our bodies, it turns out, needs the cannabinoids. So just by you talking, like sharing this is such a reminder, guys. You all have parents that need to have their cannabinoids upped.
Well, yeah, cannabinoid system needs to be activated, whether you're eating it, whether you're smoking it, and you don't have to get high. You can just do straight CBD. A cannabinoid's a cannabinoid, you know, THC and cannabinoid. You can break cannabis down to several different things that do different things, terpenes, and, you know, like, yeah, so many different parts, and you can make nice clothes with it that are really soft. Like there's so many things you can do with it. At one point in this country, it was illegal if you owned land and grew anything not to grow cannabis. You know, and how about George Washington? Maybe he didn't have the best dentist, but apparently, and I don't know if this is just time to go to Snopes, but like apparently there was a note telling his little somebody back at the farm to separate the male and female plants. Now, why would he do that if he didn't know something?
Right. No, they apparently hemp and a lot of our great leaders, inventors, and spiritual beings used cannabis. It has been on this planet for thousands of years. Plant medicine has led the way for consciousness on planet Earth for centuries, and the times we've been most repressed are when they have made it illegal. That's a beautiful share. Do we have other people too now?
Yeah, we have one more. Have you heard about the fact that breast milk has cannabinoids in it?
Oh, yeah.
I read that.
Do I say I breastfed all 3 of my children and smoked pot while I was doing it?
Well, I feel like
you know, it's like here comes the social worker. Like I'm so sick of this place. It's so stupid.
The endocannabinoid system gets activated while you're getting breastfed as a child, right? And if you don't, and you go into formula or you don't get breastfed, my theory is, I don't have the resources to study this, but my theory is if you don't get that, when you start taking CBD later in life, traumas that you incurred from not being breastfed can start getting healed. You get that nourishing, that, you know, that kind of nourishment and that connection, and all those mother issues that we don't have because we never had that connection with our mother from not being breastfed, I feel can be healed from that.
So I'm like squirming and my foot's going behind my head as you say all this stuff. And like 2 things or 3 things I want to say. Mother-daughter dynamic, yes. Squirming, yes. And she's very forthright about, oh, my dear, I only breastfed you for 5 days. You slept through the night. And I thought, well, oh, postcards from the edge. Here we go.
Heck, at least you got the 5 days, okay? Just saying.
Right. I got the colostrum. I got the good stuff. Like, you know, thank God I got that. She knew that much. Like, but didn't know. Like, I think it doesn't matter. I don't need to say that. The other thing is I made up a new word the other day. I'm very transparent and I like to make puns and plays on words. So I'm a very Liane-sparent person. Anybody can ask me anything and to a fault, I will tell you. So careful what you ask me. That's the first thing. Second thing is I'm on social media. I think all of this conversation needs to be brought into mainstream. Like we need to be the mainstream. We need to be the mainstream. And I think that's my purpose. I think that's part of my purpose. So I want to help. Like, so anybody who wants to come find me, any fans of 16 Candles, anybody who wants to cyber stalk me and come talk to me, I will talk to you.
Liane, I love you, Liane. You're amazing. But I think we should hang out sometime.
I've been telling Tanya that since I realized that she was a bot. Tanya bot. She's amazing. So, thank you, Tanya. I love you. You're amazing.
Let's connect. I would love to see what else you are doing or what your intentions are, and see if maybe we can, like, you know, either hang out or just talk about what we can create together.
You know what? I would actually just enjoy like a little fireside chat with you. Like,
let's do it.
That would be great. And Mrs. Neal, I like her too.
Let's do it. Liane, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for letting me yap. I appreciate you guys so much. And thank you also, Melissa. And I hope I didn't overspeak or stay too long. Thank you so much.
And you know what?
Love to everybody.
I'm so grateful for what you're doing for your mother. Honestly,
look, I don't like her a lot. And I have a sharp tongue and I'm working on it. And we're still like, it's a soul contract. It's very deep.
Yes.
It's a very deep thing going on here. Tanya, she's heard all of it.
Thank you, Liane. And if you want, some people are asking about your contact info in the chat room. So go ahead and you can engage in there. Let them know.
The best thing is to try to, I know I'm old, I'm like 55. So I'm still on Facebook and I have not yet been kicked off permanently, but I'm sure it's coming the way I'm going. And that's fine. Fine. I want to start my own network and I'll air anything that they don't want. I'll take it, Neil. Nice. And I'll air it. Yeah. Because you got a big mouth. That's right. I do.
You got a beautiful message. Appreciate you. Okay. Talk later.
Bye.
Bye.
I should put my contact information in the chat room.
Oh yeah, you should. And you should mention it too. So okay. I wanted to address the cannabis thing, right?
Yes.
And then we have one more share from Lisa M. And how about you start this off, this question here? Should I read the question?
Yeah, read it because I have a great answer.
Okay. Okay, so Elena is asking, is it really fair to group cannabis with shrooms and ayahuasca, etc., when we say plant medicine, knowing how addictive Mary Jane really is and how misused and abused it is recreationally? Cannabis is really not teaching you anything, and although it provides pain relief or some cure for certain conditions, it can also lower vibrations and consciousness levels, ? Is cannabis really a cure if you can't sit with your pain and truly process your traumas or lessons properly like with other psychedelics? Curious on your thoughts.
Well, so I'll start. So when I first came to California in 1973 or 75, something like that, I came to follow a spiritual teacher. And he had said that if you smoked cannabis, marijuana, within 6 months of working with him, you couldn't be initiated, you couldn't move forward because it was totally unspiritual to work with cannabis. So for 30 years or something, I didn't smoke cannabis after that because I believed that. And also because I became a doctor of chiropractic, so they didn't seem compatible. But when I got back into smoking cannabis again, I discovered that there's a whole spiritual aspect of cannabis. The literal cannabis is spiritual beings that call you, that can come into your body. And if you're experiencing a negative feeling, all right, oftentimes cannabis will mimic what is going on for you. So it can come down to be your level, which could produce your anxiety. But in general, with cannabis, if you start holding your intention to a higher realm and you look at how do I clear my body, mind, and spirit, because it's showing you what needs to be transformed. So I actually have a group called 420 Spiritual Living, and I'm working out how I'm going to manage that because I was guided to paint cannabis and to paint the spirit beings of cannabis, which have messages for us. And so I'm here to tell you that in my work and in doing the research, and you know what, in our event in March, we have Stephen Gray, who's written a great book on cannabis and spirituality. And we also have Swami, who also talks about spirituality and cannabis. There is a whole train of thought and experience with this. That's what I have to say. Now I want to hear your thoughts.
Yes. So my thoughts on that is, firstly, almost everything has the ability to be abused, if not everything. And even the plant medicines that we're speaking about, shrooms, for example, I'd done mushrooms over 150 times in my life, right? 100 times was probably not conscious. I was in Vegas partying on mushrooms, like that's what I was doing. And I didn't know I was having spiritual experiences. I had no idea I was abusing it, but I wasn't abusing it because I was still getting something out of it and enjoying my life. Right. So you can do things unintentionally. I know people that have done ayahuasca and now rely on it for, a lot of things. And also think that like ayahuasca is the end all, that it is the cure, rather than teaching you how you can actually heal yourself later in life. So now when it comes to cannabis, the same exact thing. There was this, and in my life of, consuming cannabis since the age of, let me just say I was legal. Okay. Let's just say that I was 18. And so since the day, actually that was the first time I smoked. So since the time I've been smoking cannabis, I've gone through different levels where it's inhibited my growth because I was using it for a specific intention that was to cloud certain things in my life. And then it's also contributed to it. And right now it actually contributes in the way that I am so fast paced. I'm just working all the time, creating events. I have so much going on in my head. And when I smoke cannabis, it does help me, relax, but I'm not reliant on it and dependent on it. I travel the world 2 or 3 times a year. I travel different places, and I don't smoke when I'm there. I'm gone for 2 months and I don't smoke. I don't have this addiction. A lot of people can be, addicted to a lot of things, including cannabis. However, I feel for the most part, you don't really see deaths from cannabis. You don't really see chronic addictions. And every single consumer that I know of cannabis is doing something great in the world. And they're not inhibited by it. The consciousness level isn't stopped by it. But however, when I was 18, every single person I knew was inhibited by it. Because we weren't going to school. We were like smoking and just chilling in our rooms, right? So it's really at the level of consciousness you at, how you utilize it. The THC level also has increased. The USA THC level went from 15% to 40% in the year 2000. So it was like this 10 to 15% for like decades, and then skyrocketed high. However, that's in the US. In other parts of the world, they already had really great cannabis with high levels of THC. So now with the higher levels of THC, people are getting more of a stoned-like experience where it could inhibit you from doing certain things because you're too stoned, right? So then it's really about, doing the inner work, being conscious of what it is. And also, I used to get paranoid, right? I'd have times where I would be paranoid. Sometimes I wouldn't. Then I would not smoke for a year. I didn't smoke for a year. And then I started smoking and I was paranoid every time. And my realization from that was that there was something within me that I wasn't dealing with, and cannabis was bringing it out to the surface. And I had to address what that paranoia was. And I feel that with the utilization of cannabis as a plant medicine, I did address it. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it.
I love that. That really, and I think it's your intention with using it as well. Mm-hmm. And nowadays, really, there's so much information about using it medically. Like I know that when I have pain, I use like a tincture, I use cream. So there's like so many different ways it's so available to help heal our body.
Yes. So let's get into the next. We actually have 2 more people. Okay.
Oh, beautiful.
So we have Lisa. I did say you first, but I forgot. I think you pronounced your name Chanel. Had actually raised her hand first. So we're going to go with Chanel first, and then we'll go with Lisa. So Chanel, if you want, go ahead and start your camera and mic.
Sure. Can you guys see me?
I do not see you, no.
Okay, hang on. Sorry. All right. Hi, can you see me?
Go. Hey.
Hi. Thank you for having me, Neil. Beautiful Joan, thank you for having me as well. I definitely have seen like a lot of synchronicities already so far. You mentioned Las Vegas, Neil, and Mrs. Buffalo mentioned Dreamcatcher, and I'll get into why. Hang on. Okay. And so I live in Las Vegas. You mentioned Las Vegas. I feel like it's an important part of the backstory, specifically location, the West Coast as well. And just to give you a little backstory, I am in the convention gig industry, which has been like completely shattered because of the COVID situation. And back in January, I had an accident working at one of the gigs. I fell on my tailbone. So I've been having like nerve damage. And part of the experience was more than just physical, it was also spiritual. Because when I fell, I would have moments throughout these months where I'd basically like feel like I'm gasping for air. And like almost as if it's another person and not me, since following that accident. So fast forward to about 2 weeks ago, more recently, I was at a drum circle here in Las Vegas, and it was the time for my friends and I to reconnect, being with COVID and the lockdown situation, everything that's happened. So we had such a very like harmonious, peaceful time. And then just the atmosphere, the vibes, the music, the drums, the percussionists, the fire dancers, it was just amazing. And one of my friends had mushrooms with her, and we decided to go ahead and take some medicine. And it's actually been, it was a while since I've last done mushrooms. I'm also a firm believer in when it's the time, it's the time. So I usually never rush any of my experiences. I just let it come to pass. So after I took the mushrooms, it was just a different experience for me, actually. It was more of like a breakthrough type of experience. I've done mushrooms before. Again, I'm a fan of psychedelics and whatnot, but while we were at the park, I saw an image of a dream catcher, which is why I had like shivers when Mrs. Buffalo earlier, she mentioned working on dream catchers. And so I decided to come home because I felt like spirit told me to go home, which I did. So I actually have a giant dream catcher in my room, which I felt was speaking out to me. And I had an experience where it was almost some sort of rebirth, where I ended up waking up seeing like just plants everywhere. I love plants, by the way. So it's no coincidence again. This is all fate. So I saw plants and just older women. And it was the same feeling that I had following my physical fall in January, where I felt like I was waking up and like breathing, struggling to breathe. And there was a rebirth. Well, it was the exact same feeling that I had during this experience. And this time it was vivid. And the thing is, for years, I've been asking for more clarity about my soul identity. And usually when I ask questions regarding things as deep as that, it takes maybe a couple of years sometimes even. And this is the first time I've had anything direct in that way, where I caught a glimpse of something that was a part of my soul. And, you know, I thought it was very important because you guys were mentioning like the divine feminine energy and, you know, the balance during this time right now, trying to get that masculine energy balance. And I felt that it was a very important message regarding that and who I am and my place when it comes to forming that balance. So, yeah, that was my experience with mushrooms more recently. I am a big fan of holistic medicine, plant medicine. I've worked for a company that kratom is another thing that I am a believer in for pain. It's from a plant. It's derived from like a plant in Southeast Asia, Indonesia. You can find it, and a lot of people have gotten off of opioids actually with kratom. I'm not sure if it's legal in the United States or how many states it is legal in. I'm also a fan of CBD as well, cannabinoids, marijuana. I was just smoking weed. I love it. I do it every day recreationally. And I just feel like it's become such a social part of my life as well, that it's just the intent, just the positive energy behind it, doing it. It's part of my routine, part of my meditation practice. So yeah, I really appreciate all of the information and everyone sharing their stories. And I hope that people can get something out of mine.
Beautiful, Chanel. Thank you so much for sharing. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Joan, do you want to chime in?
No, I just thought that was really, really beautiful. I'm really liking how profound everyone is experiencing these plants.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to do more frequent testimonial kind of thing, because I feel we get a lot out of just hearing about other people's experiences, you know?
Yeah, no, you know, I was telling you that that's how I started painting. It was 3 weeks after my first plant medicine journey that I started to get the guidance to paint 33 angels in 30 days. And honestly, I don't paint unless I've been guided and sometimes in deep meditation with plants. So I'm a plant woman.
Yep. Me too.
And some of us used them in other lifetimes. Gosh, it's really not new to most of us, I don't think.
No, I definitely feel a lot of people that, especially if you're called to these plants, you've had some sort of connection to it in the past.
That's right.
And right now, and to add to that, actually, right now there's a collective healing going on. So a lot of people are going to be experiencing this. And the more we decriminalize it, the more we make it that there's no stigma around it, and we inform people about what it really is, that it's not a drug like the conventional sense, whatever plant it is, then, you know, the more people that will accept it. And that's just happening right now. And obviously 100 cities had it on their ballot this year in the US to decriminalize mushrooms. 100 cities. There's a whole website on it. But almost all of them didn't put it on the ballot due to the current world situation. So this year would have been huge for decriminalization, but it got slowed down just a bit.
Well, there is a rise in consciousness, and it is very, very interesting that people are demanding more freedom and more rights and but it is interesting that the powers that be are allowing this to happen, but I think we're demanding it. And the plants themselves, listen, there's a destiny that evolves with the plants, with us, humanity, and the planet. And that's even a bigger picture when we get to the spiritual consciousness of the plants.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chanel, once again, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we're going to move on to the next and the final testimonial for today. And you had your hand raised, Lisa, so I'm assuming that you wanted to come on. And if you are there now, you can go ahead and start your camera and your microphone.
Here she comes.
Yeah, let's see.
Unmute yourself also, Lisa. Let's see. We can't see you yet.
Yes, maybe she had her hand up accidentally. But if you're listening, Lisa M., go ahead and just let us know in the chat room if you do not want to come on, and we'll just continue until you let us know.
We have, right.
So somebody did ask, is combo legal in most states? And you put that you want to answer that. Do you want to?
Oh, well, I went and looked it up. It's legal not only in most states, all states, completely in the United States and in many countries around the world. And it's like one of the only like plants or medicines that the FDA has no say in it. They're not controlling it at this time, which, you know, gives it an A+ in my book.
Okay, cool. And then another question here from Mojo, asking about San Pedro. What is the active psychedelic in San Pedro? And it is mescaline.
Aha. You know that for a fact. Well, no wonder it's so intense. One of the most
when I was younger, somebody dipped some Molly in some mescaline, and I didn't know, and I took it, and I blacked out for a day and a half. So it was strong. That was my first experience with mescaline. Somebody like put it in something, and I didn't even know. And then I thought it was a synthetic drug for like a decade. Only like when I first found out about San Pedro did I realize that mescaline actually is derived for San Pedro and then utilized in many different other synthetic drugs.
Now, have you taken mescaline? I mean, not mescaline, San Pedro.
Yeah, I took San Pedro, but it was a very subtle experience, like almost like borderline not even experiencing anything. I knew something was happening, but it was too subtle for me. Other people have said they've had more profound experiences. What about you?
Oh my God, yes. I had a very profound experience with it. I got taken down to the underworld, and it was so interesting. I got to plant my crystal wand down there, but I wasn't allowed to like continue in. I learned about navigating between the underworld and the upper world, but what was most fascinating, and this is where it was kind of like LSD, I did spend a lot of time studying my arm. And, you know, I had a little spot on my arm, so I was watching it and the cells were rearranging themselves on my arm. It was very fascinating. And I just really found myself trying to use my consciousness to sort of rearrange the cells so they go back into this perfect natural state.
That's beautiful. That was on San Pedro?
On San Pedro, yes, which is also known as the grandfather plant, by the way. So the wisdom is very different than the grandma ayahuasca.
Yeah, the first time I did ayahuasca, I did San Pedro exactly a week after. So I didn't know maybe if I was still in the energy of the ayahuasca, but the San Pedro wasn't as like tangible of an experience for me. So I want to do it again sometime soon. And,
well,
you know,
yeah, it depends on how it's made. You know, one of the things we haven't really talked a lot about is the intention of the shaman who is infusing the plants and cooking it and brewing it and doing prayers over it. Their sacred intention is what actually sets the whole container for our experience.
Yeah.
So if they're distracted, you know, it's very possible that you're going to get something that's not with the most purest of intentions. And I think one of the things I got out of today was that it's the intention, the pure intention of the container, the place, the shaman, the medicine, and how it's grown. And it's huge. It's not like going into the pharmacy and saying, look, give me some San Pedro, please, you know, and then you walk out. That's not what it's like at all.
Yeah. And I cannot really drill home enough how much the intention matters, because, you know, like it literally is a tangible, if a world would exist that you would intend something and it could manifest, that world would be on plant medicine, you know? So that's what, like, so it sounds kind of woo-woo weird, like, oh yeah, set your intention, but it's literally a science of like, you're in this alter reality where your intention directs your energy. So the intention of the shaman, your intention of yourself. And then, you know, I had 7 experiences of ayahuasca that were not comfortable. 4 of them, I didn't see anything, but I was having convulsions and doing yoga moves that don't even exist on earth. One of them, like, I was literally humping the ground for 3 hours straight. Like, not like humping it, like literally humping, but like banging the ground just with my whole entire body and my groin area, banging the ground. And I was not able to control it until I surrendered. And when I surrendered, anytime my body would be tired, ayahuasca would just listen to me and stop. And then I would take a few sips and I was perfectly like, I didn't feel like I was tripping, nothing. I was like taking a few sips of water, breathed a few times, laid back down on the ground. And I said, okay, I'm ready. And then it just took over my body again and just started doing this stuff. What I got from that experience was that I was releasing trauma that happened from when I was a child, sexual trauma that I released when I was a child into the ground. And the next 4 journeys were exactly the same, doing the same thing. And then when I went into Peru, the first 2 journeys of those were part of that. So it was like that. And then not until my 7th journey, in the last minute, did I see something that was actually like made me feel, because the 7th journey, I was going through the wormhole. There was a butterfly, went through his mouth. The snake opened up. It took me in and fractals were everywhere, but a lot of fear. 1 spider went on my body and I felt, oh my God, there's a spider on me. I'm in the jungle. And then 2 spiders went on my body. And then, so I started freaking out a little more. And then there was over 100 spiders crawling over me. Not in real life. This was in my mind, like through ayahuasca. And at that point, I stopped being scared because I realized there is no way on Earth there's 100 real spiders on me right now. So like, this isn't like spiders in the jungle. This is actually the plant medicine. So as soon as I realized that and accepted that it was the plant medicine giving me this journey, my fears started dissipating.
I love that. That's pretty crazy. You know, I started plant medicine ayahuasca because of Graham Hancock. And he spoke about how that all the indigenous tribes would had the same paintings of not just an ayahuascan experience, but of another dimension and the beings in the other dimension and the animal kingdoms and the sentient beings and all of that. He said all around the world, it was the same drawings. And he said that it was the ayahuasca that actually proved to him that this other dimension existed.
Yep.
reality that you can only get to when you go down below. Now, my best experience was with UFOs. And I went through a tunnel, and I had to open up my eyes at one point because I thought it was real. And the tunnel was filled with sacred symbols, like Sumerian symbols. And suddenly there was a being in front of me with a tray, and it had about 100 things that were implants from my brain. They had cleared out all the implants in my brain. I'm in this tunnel, right? And I'm going down, and the next moment I'm shot out, and I end up in space on a beautiful UFO. Wow. In the middle of a conference and a gathering of beings that were really talking about freeing humanity and the Galactic Federation, and it was quite profound.
Wow.
They had to remove the implants from me, all that bound me, so I could experience that.
Wow. It's so amazing just to hear like all the different things that people are going through when it comes to this. Like there was a time that, like, just to let everybody know, because some people might not know what exactly is happening to your brain and your body when you're on ayahuasca, or let's talk about your brain. But there's literally a part of your brain that's responsible for communication, and it shifts that area of your brain. Like every time I've done ayahuasca, I've come out a better communicator. And obviously your intention is also a part of that. And they've done EEG machine studies, and they've seen that that part of the brain has been rewired, but also the synaptic connections in your brain. What happens over time in life is that these synaptic connections get calcified over and over and over. And these synaptic connections are your beliefs, your habits, who you are, your everything, you know, like literally they calcify, and then you do things a certain way and you have certain patterns because of these synaptic connectors. And then the whole thing with trauma release, meditation, chakra alignment, all the things that we're doing here is in order for you to unwind those synaptic connections and then rewire it in a way that is actually for your betterment. So what does ayahuasca do? It breaks free of all those synaptic connections that have put you in this path that you feel that you don't have any way to leave. And then all of a sudden you leave the experience. So this right here is golden, because now I'm telling you why ayahuasca doesn't really heal you. It shows you, it can heal you. It can heal diabetes, it can heal cancer. Things has happened. I'm not going to make it a blanket statement. I've seen that and I've heard of these things. But what it does is it releases those synaptic connections that are limiting you, that are making you do things certain ways. And now all of a sudden you look at life from a whole new perspective, and you're able to leave the ceremony and continue that process. Now, why do people revert? Is because some people go back to the same patterns, and then those patterns start calcifying over again. Or it might take you a year, maybe one argument 6 months later triggered you enough to put you back into that energy that you were at before. But it literally just opens you up, allows you to have these new synaptic connections and to look at life differently. When I came back from Rhythmia, I thought I'd walk through every single walkway there was around my house. And then all of a sudden for the next week, every single day I took a walk, it was somewhere I've never been before. And it was literally, I was tripping out. I was like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing right now, why I'm here, how I found this. And it was because my whole brain was completely rewired, and everything in my life, like I was looking at differently.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to get into our next guest in about 5 minutes from now. But I wanted to also, I wanted to talk about maybe just a few places that are around here, or just, I want to know your experiences, Joan, places that you've gone and how they work. Because people have been asking in the Q&A and every now and then about different places that they can go and get these ceremonies. I want to talk about mine in Peru and in Rhythmia, but I want you to go ahead and tell us about yours first.
Well, I was referred to a group that works with a man by the name of Armand's Medicines. Armand is a shaman who comes from a 1,000-year tradition down in the rainforest, and he came to this country, has a degree in biochemistry, has 3 degrees, 3 PhDs, I understand. And he's famous for saying, look, I can go into anyone's kitchen, anywhere, and create like 100 different hallucinogenic, psychotropic types of plant medicines. And he has a commitment to that. So he has trained people around the world to carry his medicines and to do a sacred ceremony. And so it's always within a very private setting, in a home, in a private home. And I'm not at liberty to disclose who they are. If you're really interested, I could connect you. It's very private. It's overnight ceremony, one night, several nights, and it literally has transformed my life. But Armand has said that when he gives you medicines, he actually feels into your future and into your karma. And he says it's like he's guided to find you that plant that's going to give you that help bring that karma to you, or open up that door for that so that you can complete that. And I started not with ayahuasca, I started with what they said was heart medicine, because part of healing was working through the heart and not the mind. My mind was already pretty good, but my heart had been brutalized. And so going through with these heart medicines such as sassafras, canna, mistletoe, and a few others. I actually, by the end, I didn't even ask what plants I'd had, but having an expansion and learning how to fill my heart has always been the first thing for me. Even though I wanted the hallucinogenic cosmic experience. And one of the things I found out is I'm a real oracle. So being in journey space, I found it very interesting to listen to Paul, because I heal people in journey space through helping you remember who you are. But first I had to remember who I am. Yeah. So that's how I started. So yes, ceremonies around the world do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's amazing. For me, like I did my first few in the US, and I've come across a lot of people that have said, oh, they don't want to do it until they go to Peru because of this whole concept of, oh, it must be more authentic down there, and that they need to maybe rough it a little bit in order to really have an authentic experience. But I got to honestly say, my most uncomfortable experiences were in the US. So, I mean, yeah. So it's like the most comfortable experience was in the jungle in the Amazon. And because they have like a beautiful room, they have a maloca that is all, no mosquitoes can get in. But over here, I was in Temecula at 55-degree weather overnight with a sleeping bag, with a fire and hard ground. And I'm literally humping the ground. That was one of those journeys. I'm hitting the rocks, right? So you can get comfortable experiences. You did it in a house. People do all types of places. But a lot of places do outdoors over here, maybe at the campgrounds, and it's not as comfortable as some of the places in the jungle where they have all of this allotted for you. However, I'm going to walk you through briefly the experience of the Temple of the Way of Light. And the reason why I came into the awareness of the Temple of the Way of Light is because I heard all these stories about shamans that were doing bad things to women. And I didn't want to go to the wrong place, and then have someone that's shady like that. So my friend, Jonah, good friend, he went down to Peru a few years ago, and he went to the wrong shaman, and they gave him some water with parasites in it. The parasites ate his internal organs, and he had to get surgery, and it took him 5 years to recover from that experience because he went to the wrong shaman and they gave him dirty water. So he told me about the Temple of the Way of Light, which was dedicated to the grandmother energy, run by a female energy and presence that really has that comforting level. So I went there, and they're so amazingly beautifully put together. They have Eastern philosophy from India meets South American indigenous wisdom meets Western medicine and science. And we get to Iquitos, Peru, after flying into Lima. Then you need to fly over to Iquitos. So this is for those of you who are thinking about going to Peru. This is where most of the ayahuasca tourism is. You get to Iquitos, you get picked up at your hotel, and they drive you to the river edge, the Amazon River, to go over in a boat to do an hour-and-a-half hike into the jungle. It's not as bad as like hardcore as it sounds. It is a long walk, but they've already, kind of made the pathway for you so you can get there. And then when you get there, you get greeted, and they have a whole entire program, including yoga classes, sound healing, all types of things, art classes. They bring in different practitioners for different tools that can help you with plant medicine that have also been working with plant medicine for quite some time. And it's this beautiful program. You can go for 7 days, you can go for 14 days, you can go for 21 days, right? So this is where I went, and it was one of the places that was the most strict. So this place is one of the most strict in regards to prep and regards to afterwards. We had to do a dieta for 2 weeks leading up to it. Many people don't even talk about dieta, especially in the US, or they ask you just to be clean for one day. So we had to do a dieta ayahuasca diet for 2 weeks going up to it. And then we had to do a 1 month ayahuasca diet right after it, after we're done. And that includes no sex as well. So it's like complete abstinence from so many different things. And Temple of the Way of Light, though, I highly recommend. And I'm trying to go through this because I want to give people price points as well, because I know that was a concern for me. So if you were to go to Peru for a 14-day journey, you can expect to pay, depending on the level of the facility, if for a good one, would be $1,200 to $1,500 for 15 days. But don't forget your flights and all that stuff. Food and everything is covered when you get there. So for around, if you're on a budget, for around 2,200, for around 2,500, you can probably get flights there, get there, but then you're probably going to leave right afterwards if that's your only budget, 2,200. Now, if you want to go a little more luxury, if there was a 10-star resort, this would be it. It would be Rhythmia in Costa Rica, the first medically licensed place ever, ayahuasca center in the world. They have medical EMT on staff 24/7. They have a spa. They have clay baths for you. They have a sauna. They have 2 massages. They have 3 state-of-the-art, like you get colonics and in a state-of-the-art facility. And they even have a stem cell place on property for people who want to go and get the extra thing as well. It's a beautiful program, really inspiring, really empowering, but completely based on comfort. And that's for people that need that experience. That will range you around $5,200 if you want to go for a 7-day journey, which is 4 ayahuasca ceremonies in Costa Rica at Rhythmia. And I highly recommend it. So it was the best time of my life. I've been a lot of places, and it was the best time of my life, so much that I'm trying to go back in 3 weeks from now. I'm trying to do it like every year if I can. It was really good. So that's one. And then if you're looking for more budget-friendly, cost-friendly, $150 to $300 a ceremony, then you would just look for somebody locally in the US or maybe go to the church. That's when you can get something around that price.
But get referrals. Always try to make sure that it's someone who knows someone, because honestly, what Neil said, when you end up with a bad shaman, it's not like bad chocolate. I mean, okay, if you understand what that one means. Now, I think we have our speaker coming on. Oh, there she is.
Yes, you do. Hey, Xochitl.
Hi, everyone. So good to see you. So nice to be back here again. I'm so excited to share some wisdom today.
Xochitl, I want you to officially meet Joan. Both of you are 2 of the most beautiful people I know, so I'm glad that you guys are connecting.
I was going to say you're even more beautiful than your photo, and you're like magnificent radiance. I feel like I've met you in other times and other places.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity. Just been hearing how you've been answering the questions. Thank you so much. It's always so good to get some good insight, and you've been giving it time and time.
So let me just do a little bio for you. Okay, so chill, and then we can get into it.
Can you hear me okay? I just want to check my sound, and we're good?
It's perfect. Firstly, there were some people asking questions about Rhythmia. If you're going to go to Rhythmia, tell them that you are referred from Neil Gore. I get brownie points. Well, because I work with Rhythmia, and I'm one of the distributors for their documentary, Reality of Truth. We're one of the first distributors, so I've got like 200,000 views on their documentary. So if you go there, connect with me or let them know I sent you, because they want to know that. All right, so now we're going to get into our next and our final presentation for the day, and I'm extremely excited to be bringing forward Xochitl Ashe Guzman. And I'm excited because not only of her awareness and what she shares, but she's also a good friend and has amazing energy. So this is the perfect way really to close out the event. And I'm just going to say right now, Xochitl, if you are open to it, maybe you want to drop us in a little deeper and start your talk out with something that centers us. But about Xochitl, for the past 20 years, Xochitl Ashe has been a teacher and a guide in one-on-one sessions, workshops, and ceremonies, both in the US and internationally. She was 16 years old when she became the first female of 5 generations of men to be initiated into the healing traditions of her Peruvian shamanic lineage. She is a medicine woman in the Peruvian Andean tradition and has worked with sacred plant medicine since the time of her initiation. She's professionally trained herbalist and specializes in ceremonial use of cacao, cannabis, and psilocybin. In her practice, Xochitl focuses on the healing of generational trauma and the ways in which the trauma impairs our ability to thrive, create wealth, and have a positive impact on the world. Hey, Xochitl.
Hi, Neil. Thank you so much. I would love to drop in with everybody just to, I know the day has been long and I'm the last presenter, so just to do a little breathing exercise so we can center and we can open our hearts and open our minds to the information that I'll be sharing today. Today, my presentation is about how plant medicine can help us heal ancestral trauma. And I'm going to need the support of the Portal to Ascension team because I do have a slide presentation. Okay, sure. I think I see share screen.
Yeah, go ahead and click share screen.
Awesome.
And you can do it.
Okay, well, let's just take a deep breath before I begin. So we're going to take a deep breath, and wherever we are, we're just going to straighten our backs, and we're going to bring in all of that energy that is all around us, that energy of health, that energy of love, that energy of prosperity, that energy of joy. We're going to put it in our hearts, and we're going to take another deep breath. And during this great portal, it's a portal to ascension that we're in that has started with the pandemic, and we are crossing it and creating a new world. We call in all of the gifts that we need for this journey. And one of the gifts that we've been given for this journey has been plant medicine. So we call in the spirits of the plant medicine. We call in the spirit of peyote, we call the spirit of psilocybin, mushrooms. We call in the spirit of all the master teacher plant medicine and all of the plant medicine on this earth to support us today as we hear this information, and may everyone here that's present have an opportunity to heal all of their ancestral trauma, because it's a time to truly be free, to truly be ourselves. So we ask for guidance with this as we open up this conversation, the session, the sacred time together. And I thank you for allowing me to be a teacher today of this beautiful medicine ways. And with that, we take another deep breath, and we slowly open our eyes and come back. Thank you so much. Just give me 1 second as I am going to share my screen. Let me just make sure that I can, let's see, present. Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go.
We don't see your screen yet.
I know. Okay.
So go back to Zoom, click that share screen.
Okay, let me go back to Zoom. Okay.
So go to there, click share screen, and then click screen and share.
Okay, share screen, desktop share, allow. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, nope. What, are you getting a message or something?
I said share. Yes, open system preference, share. Location. Allow Zoom, okay. Okay, it says Zoom will not be able to record the contents of your screen until it is quit.
Because I'm recording, so that's okay.
Okay, so say later. Okay. Oh, I have such an awesome presentation for you guys.
We can do it. So
okay.
Go back to Zoom and click share screen. I mean, it's never not worked before, so we've got to figure this out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody who's present as we, oh, here we go. I think I got it. Oh my God.
Yep.
Yay! Woo, woo. Okay, here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Plant medicine for healing ancestral trauma. So welcome to my presentation. So I just want to share a little bit about me and why I'm here. So my story with plant medicine starts at 16 years old with my initiation to becoming a medicine woman. When I was 16, my father, who had been an apprentice to a very, very powerful medicine woman from the Wirika nation, which are the Huicholes, had come back. And I was 16 and I had tons of teenage angst and I was a bit depressed. And my dad was like, it's time for your initiation. And of course, I was like, what are you trying to do? I can't believe you're wanting me to do a peyote ceremony. But I did it, and it was one of the most powerful experiences. This experience has basically marked a time in my life, I can say before and after. And the most important thing about plant medicine ceremonies and this specific initiation is that the way that I can best explain it is that I had faith that there was a spirit world. And when I did my initiation with grandfather Peyote, I was able to see that there was a spirit world. So it wasn't just my huge faith that and belief in that there is a transparent world that moves all divine things in our lives, but I was able to actually see spirit. I was able to get information from the plants. I was able to get wisdom about my path. So this began my journey with plant medicine. So my family has been working with plant medicine for 5 generations, as we know. This is here in our last retreat. It's me next to my father, Inti, who is a medicine man, my aunt, Mariluz, a medicine woman, and my godfather, Hugo Matsayani, who is a Mazotec medicine man in the tradition of the mushrooms. So my father, it's really important for me to honor the teachers before me. And so my father, Inti, apprenticed under Guadalupe de la Cruz, who was a Huichol Maracame. She was a powerful, powerful medicine woman and guardian of the peyote medicine. It's really beautiful that in this culture, the women are the spiritual leaders. My godfather, Hugo Matsayani, it's a Mazotec medicine man who was the interpreter and also an apprentice to Maria Sabina. So really want to acknowledge this lineage because Maria Sabina contributed so much to us understanding mushrooms and their healing properties in their Western world. So as I start, I really want to bring up that we must honor Native peoples who have been guardians of plant medicine wisdom for thousands of years. It is a bit sad that I see that as plant medicine is getting more and more popular, there's a huge focus on the science, and most of the focus has been on the benefits. And when I see articles written about psilocybin or plant medicine from psychologists and Silicon Valley, I don't really see the acknowledgement of the ancestral wisdom that Native people have carried for thousands of years. It is so important to honor it because this information has been given to us as Native peoples for generation after generation after generation. And while plant medicine, I believe, is for everyone's healing, there is an honoring that we must do because Native peoples have had a relationship with these plant spirits for so long, and they have so much, we have so much to teach you. It is also important to learn and seek to do ceremonies from carriers of the lineage. It's a way that we can honor the wisdom. We can make sure that it's still alive. And also a lot of Native medicine people, this is their livelihood. And so it's important to seek these carriers of the lineages and contribute to them and their communities so we can keep this wisdom alive. Also, our ancestors, my ancestors, died because of colonialism and slavery, trying to protect these medicine ways. So if we are not aware that Native peoples have been guardians of this medicine and truly, truly seek to honor it and honor their place in this huge conversation that we're having, then we are once again applying colonialism to something that it's here to heal us and make us free. So I want to talk about the Native ways and how we do a traditional Mazotec velada. So when we work with psilocybin, this will be my focus for the conversation today. We do it in a traditional Mazotec way because they've been the guardians of this knowledge for thousands of years, and they're still here, they're still present. The Mazotec people, the Mazotec medicine people are still alive and thriving. And a velada is a really beautiful tradition because it works in two ways. One is you take the medicine and the medicine gives you visions and insight and wisdom, but the medicine person acts like a modern day therapist in that while they're taking the medicine, when we take the medicine, we can also see what's happening with you, and you get the opportunity to integrate within the ceremony. You get the opportunity to as you see a vision, we see the vision too. And if you're having a hard time interpreting it, we support you with that. If you are seeing something that is very hard to see, we support you with moving through it. And this all happens within the ceremony. While it is important to integrate with plant medicine afterwards, it's so powerful that in these veladas, we're able to integrate within. We're able to work through things as we are with the plant medicine. And we can really achieve deep, deep healing. So why must we heal ancestral trauma? I really love this graphic. Basically, intergenerational trauma is affecting us all, whether we know it or not. And it's so important to be aware of it. And it's our time to heal this trauma because we are in this time of great learning. And it's a time as we are creating this new world, we are in this portal, right? A portal to ascension. And so we cannot keep on dragging all of that stuff with us. So I just wanted to show you this graphic because it's so awesome. So for example, you can see here surviving European wars. Like what happens with somebody? Will they get PTSD, alcoholism, sexual abuse, emotional repression? Like that's all in your lineage. And here you are just living your life, not quite understanding how your ancestors have affected your way of thriving, good or bad, right? Sometimes a lot, like slavery still in our systems, if we are people of color that have come through our African roots and we've been slaved, like the feelings of abandonment, domestic violence, low self-esteem, that's still present. Poverty consciousness, severe anxiety, depression. So it's time to heal it. It's so important. I also love this other graphic because it shows us a scientific, so it's not just the psychological way that we know ancestral trauma affects us, but also physically. They say that your grandmother carried a part of you in her womb. So a female fetus is born with all the eggs she will ever have in her lifetime. So when your grandmother was carrying your mother in her womb, you were a tiny egg inside your mother's ovary. So the three of you have been connected for a very long time. So this is just one way that you can truly understand our connection to our ancestors and why it is so important for us to heal it now. So my focus today will be on psilocybin, these beautiful, beautiful creatures, these beautiful master teachers that I love so much and I'm so grateful for. So this that you see here is the mycelium network. And when I've seen this in nature and also I've seen mushrooms grow, this is one of the things that just blew my mind, because just as above is already like, just as inside is outside, right? Just like above, also within here. So it's like the macro and the micro. And so the mycelium network is all around us, underneath our feet, all over the earth. And it is what creates connection between all plants all around the earth. It's connecting us to everything. It connects trees to each other. It connects all plants to each other. It's like it's a world wide web, right? It keeps us connected. So we can see here how it's a way that trees can communicate. It's a way that roots communicate. And so I wanted to show you guys this image. I love Alex Gray. This is our nervous system. And it's exactly like the mycelium network. And so it's so interesting because what mushrooms do for us is that they help us heal our nervous system. And here's our nervous system. They look exactly the same. And I just love when the universe reveals truths in this way. Why must we heal our nervous system? Our nervous system is what allows us to have emotions. Our nervous system is what allows us to be conscious. So the more we can heal our nervous system, the more we can be fully conscious, right? Like we can reach a level of connection to the earth, connection to our being, and connection with spirit. And so here is a family tree, because we're talking about ancestral trauma and how we're going to heal it, and how psilocybin is such a beautiful medicine to heal it. So this is a family tree, and it's like your mother, your father, your great grandparents, your great grandparents, and just goes on and on and on and on and on. And this shows how we're all fully connected to all these incredible ancestors. They say that in 12 generations, there are 42,000 ancestors that you have. So it's for our benefit to heal our connection to our ancestors so that we don't have to carry the heaviness and we can carry all the gifts. We want to be free. We want to be truly ourselves without the conditioning, the limitations, the blocks, and the wounds of our ancestors. And really, you guys, this is really the only way we can create a new world. We can create a new world when we are truly free. So how does this beautiful sacred medicine help us? Well, we can see more of the events that have traumatized us, and also see our ancestors with a compassionate mind. The way that psilocybin works is that when we are in ceremony with it, it allows us to see beyond our ego and our present perception. It allows us to have a bigger picture. We can also understand our lineage and why we were born into it. Even if it was super traumatizing, there's a magic in understanding your place in the world and why you chose to be born into these families. You also can release trauma that has been passed on and doesn't need to be carried by you anymore. And the beautiful thing about it is that you can take on all the gifts that are now ours from our ancestors. Really, it's all about activating their power within you. So what happens in a traditional mushroom Mazatec ceremony? Well, sometimes if we're very blessed, we are shown visions of our ancestors. Sometimes they come to us and they speak. The medicine person can help you integrate these visions and understand what you must do to heal the trauma during the ceremony. The beautiful thing about Mazatec ceremonies is that you are integrating in the ceremony itself. Oh, let me see what's happening now. Okay. All right. There we go. So how we heal. So mushrooms help us be in the spirit world. While we're always in the spirit world, there's no separation. The mushrooms allow us to truly understand that we are in it, that there is no separation. The wisdom of this sacred medicine allows us to see the perfection in our experience, no matter how traumatic it has been. We also are able to connect to nature and feel the complete support for it in our lives. This really supports us because we understand that we are loved and we are never alone. We are able to forgive, to complete, and start new. We can truly be free. And this is really why we're here on earth right now, is to be free. So this is my work. You could come and follow me on my website, send me an email. I love supporting people. I support people with their microdosing journeys. I do traditional Mazatec mushroom retreats in Mexico. And I'm here for any questions that you may have. I really pray that you have a beautiful journey in your healing, and that if you do have the opportunity, it's, my dad once said, Xochitl, having plant medicine is a privilege, because not everybody gets the opportunity to do journeys with plant medicine. And these are our most wise teachers. So thank you for allowing me to share today, and please be in touch. Love to get to know you, get to know how I can best support you. And I'm ready for any questions, Neil. Let's see, I'm gonna stop share.
Stop share.
There we go.
Wow, what a lovely, lovely presentation. And the wisdom that you carry the medicine of your family and of your generations. And I found it very fascinating. As a mother myself, and you're saying that my daughter, my grandchild to be, would carry my own essence, so my own wounds, my own healing.
Mm-hmm. Your grandchild was already inside of you
when I gave birth to my daughter.
Exactly. Before, when you carried your daughter, you were also carrying your grandchild.
Wow. Okay, that is extremely profound, very, very profound to know how. And I think through the plant medicine, I've begun to understand more about generational history and getting a picture of the whole big picture and how I fit into the consciousness. I loved your graphic from Alex Gray, also the nervous system. And as a chiropractor, I've treated, I've shown people that picture forever of how we're all connected to that nervous system. And actually, I love seeing how the mushrooms connected.
Thank you.
When you showed roots, very fascinating. So how can we get in touch with you? And do we have your website here? And
yeah, my website, I can send it in the chat, I guess, to attendees. There we go. Yeah, my website.
And did you say you had some upcoming events happening as well?
Right now, because of COVID, I'm taking a pause on my retreats. I usually have really beautiful retreats to Mexico for traditional psilocybin Mazatec ceremonies. But as of now, what I do is I support people with their microdosing journeys. And they can get, wherever they are in the world, they can get in touch with me, and we can set up a consultation and see if we're a good fit. Yeah.
So you're doing basically private online micro journeys, basically.
Yeah, I'm supporting, I support people for 6 months to a year. So it's really important that it's like long-term, that we see important results in their lives, how the medicine is actually supporting them with their journey and healing ancestral trauma or any trauma that they've been carrying that hasn't allowed them to be fully thriving in their lives.
I like that you say for 6 to 12 months, because honestly, people cannot change in one night or one weekend, no matter, you can make change, but to carry it through and to implement the visions that Spirit shows you, I think you're right, that it is a year journey or more. It's been 7 years since I started plant medicine. I'm still a beginner, still learning, and still need hands-on in guidance.
I think Xochitl, did we lose you? You want to start your video back?
Want to come back?
Yeah, I think that was an accident.
I'm sure it was.
Let's hope she comes back.
There
we go.
There she is. There she is.
I don't know what happened.
What was the question, Joan?
I would think that I'm just really, thank you for the fact that you have programs that carry someone through from waking up, I think, to going through the experience, because it takes a few years.
Yeah, thank you. I find that you can do a lot of powerful work within one ceremony or 2 ceremonies, but integration of the material that it's like so much. One ceremony can give you enough knowledge for a whole year. And really the gift that we have is like, how do we integrate it into our everyday lives?
Yeah, I've been to a few places and they all have different post experience integration protocols, if you will, right? And I've realized, like, I went to Peru, for example, and even though there was an online community, a lot of the people from that group, I feel, really needed that additional support, right? And some of them didn't reach out, but the Temple of Light actually provided a list of therapists that were plant medicine friendly for people in that situation. So having someone that, kind of like a sponsor, really, like having something to bounce something off, but then also finding that person that really will listen and answer from a neutral perspective rather than telling you what you're experiencing, So I feel that, the prolonged integration is really the new, it's where we're going to be eventually ending up. Is not only is it being implemented in therapy, like Paul was showing, but the sessions that you're doing, you're realizing you can have more impact if you're walking this person through this journey of healing.
Yeah, it's you know, people, I mean, the conditioning is so strong, right? And especially if we live in the cities and we're not in constant connection to nature. I believe that when we lived in communities that were more connected to nature, the integration time wasn't really needed, because being in nature was integration enough. But because we are living in cities and we constantly being, you know, I won't say attacked, I don't know, there's another word, but you know, like there's just constant like distraction, constant fear, constant
Bombarded.
Exactly, ways that aren't helpful. To have a consistent way to integrate this is so helpful. And I just found that it, like, people really do transform. Like people like if I work with people for 6 months to a year, you know, I mean, they tell me and I see like there's a clear difference from how their life was to how their life becomes, because it's like consistent shift. And also like creating these relationships with spirit and nature in everyday life, every day is really what creates deep healing.
You're rebooting people, almost birthing them. It sounds like is the feeling that I get, that they get a chance to start again and get kind of nurtured back into really feeling love, feeling that they're.
You know, Joanne, what I say is that I'm just here to remind you that your mother loves you.
Oh, well, that's the feeling I was getting. It was like, oh my God, I could spend a year with her and I'd actually end up feeling like healed in my heart. Oh my God, that is exactly the feeling that you emanate.
Oh, thank you.
And that's good to know. That's the result. A year with you, a year with her, everyone. It's like going back to the great mother, the divine mother.
Pachamama.
Heart healed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love the graphic that you had of the grandmother. That's just so profound. That reality of those 3 generations all in one.
Yeah, I mean, and that, you know, I love that graphic because it's I'm so happy that there's a lot of talk now of ancestral healing. Like it's becoming more popular. Oh, my dog just woke up and he's crying, so I might have to go soon.
Tell him we're almost done.
Okay. It's become more talked about, the need for ancestral healing, right? So this makes me really happy because now, you know, we see science, we see like physical evidence that it's true. We are indeed connected, and their life affects us in ways that we might not even know. And it is time to heal it. And soon we'll be resuming the retreats.
Hopefully very soon. Yes.
Thank you guys.
Love you, Xochitl.
Love you so much.
So much.
Talk later.
All right, clap for her too, but heartfelt. They're all been claps. We're the clapping audience.
Yeah.
Isn't it good to have a team member with you clapping?
It's so good to have you co-hosting this with me. I've co-hosted with others, and it's always great to co-host with people, but just the fact that we're like so close friends and that we're into the same like topics when it comes to psychedelics, you know, we have these conversations a lot when we're hanging out with each other. So I'm just really happy that we got to do this together.
Well, I hope you guys let us know how you like us co-hosting together, because it's a new event and you know, we're really good friends. So I hope that comes through too, but we have the same passion. By the way, this is Krishna behind us. I wanted to introduce him.
You want to show some paintings?
I could for a moment. Yes. You know what? I think I will. So we have Krishna right over here. And he is playing his wand and his magic flute, calling us to the ancestral celestial realms. And you know that Krishna, they were, and the Lord of the Bang, they had definitely been using cannabis in all of their ceremonies back then, and even before then. So it's very, very good to know. And speaking of that, I've even been told that the ancient statues from Sumerian times and ancient Egyptian times carried the seeds of DMT and the remnants of DMT in parts of those statues. So I think that's very fascinating to know. So right behind me is Archangel Michael. And I began painting these paintings in 2013 after my third plant medicine ceremony. And in that ceremony, I was told that I was an oracle. I was here to help people remember who they are, why they're here. And on Halloween Eve, 2013, I was told to paint 33 angels in 30 days. And so I became literally a paintbrush for the divine. I said yes. And they began to channel not only their images, of which they tell me that they want humans to know what they look like. They don't all look the same. They don't all look like divine perfection. And I was to paint them as they channel through me so that you would find the art that resonated with you. You would find the human, you, the human, would find the angelic being that wanted to connect with you. So when people come here, honestly, the art calls them. They don't call the art. It's not like you come in and go, oh, that one's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But you might come in and say, oh, I have a connection to that one. Now, I started painting cannabis. All right, see, multitasking, walking around. So this is the divine empress of the bong. And you can see that she's actually in her own chair, her own physical space, which to me represents, she's smoking, actually several different options for getting out of her body and expanding her consciousness. And by the way, in plant journeys, these paintings literally beam at you. She is the Grand Empress, the original Grand Queen of the angels. But I wanted to show you actually two paintings that came through since the pandemic. And I guess they were self-portraits. But this one is, let me make sure you can see her. My guides actually told me to put the halo in there. And this is us when we are, maybe they don't want me to speak much longer. All right. And then I have a few up there just for you to see. You can see them, angels around the world, and they just have messages. So I do invite you to reach out to me at joan@joanofangels.com. We can set up a special time. And I love to channel messages for people. Just so you know, I am an oracle. And one of my fun passions is to kind of do what Paul does. I'm trained as a therapist, and I didn't realize there was a science for it. But what I love to do is take people through plant medicine, especially cannabis, because that is my plant, and help you remember who you are, why you're here, your big picture. So there you have it. That's Joan of Angels.
Yeah. Thank you, Joan. We made it.
I did. This was fantastic. Our first conference together. Oh, and this is, she is one of the feline tribes, extraterrestrial felines.
So you have, I don't know, did we purchase that one? It was the Angel Highway or Angel Portal or Angel Station, something like that.
Okay, so you have the angels around the world, because I remember last time I made you take that one. Soul has on hold this amazing cougar. Hold on. And she says she wants this one. So I am holding her special. Let's see. Yeah.
That's the one that will be in our new home soon.
Oh my God. So let's get you in that new home soon. And yeah, so I think you have that one in the corner with the earth.
Yes.
And the angels around the earth.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, we have so many angels that when you walk in here, they will talk to you. In fact, Soul doesn't always sleep well.
No, they talked to her. Last time I was over there at the middle of night, she was like, "Get the hell away from me. Let me sleep."
And then she said she did have better dreams.
And
Okay.
then they listened to her.
You have to set boundaries.
Yeah, you do. So, all right, everybody, we're getting into the final stretch here of this event. It's been amazing. Thank you all so much. I actually did a similar thing yesterday. I had another conference, Sacred Sites Online Conference. That was 9 hours. So I spent 18 hours sitting on my seat hosting 2 huge conferences. And I didn't eat anything all day. I guess I just started and I completely forgot to eat. And I guess that's probably because we're doing a plant medicine conference. So I'm on a dieta for it.
Right. But
let's
look in the chat and make sure there's no other questions. And that explains why I'm starving. Okay. So,
lots of comments.
Thank you from Georgia. Well, listen, guys, you know, also that when we connect like this, we can connect in journey space together, even if we're not together, because there is that other dimensional frequency. And so I felt like there was a huge, beautiful connection, and just grateful to be a part of this.
Me too. So everybody, just a few announcements before we do a close. And I think, yes, Joan, you can lead us in a closing meditation. And then I will, right, and then I will go into the spoken word, and then we'll be out. Yes, so we get to do a little musical act together.
All right.
So again, everybody, if you want to support us in any way, please do. You can either go to portaltoascension.org, sign up for an event, help support us that way. You can go to PayPal, support us. You can go to Patreon and sign up as a member and then get exclusive, awesome bonuses. And just to give you guys a little end game for what we're doing, we create around 110 events a year. But I'm going to eventually be creating land and getting land with, you know, the profits from this organization and creating, you know, a community. So that's going to probably happen in a couple of years. And we're picking up momentum. I had download when I first started this, that my mission really was to start creating landing centers for extraterrestrials. And that's my eventual goal. And that's pretty much everything that I'm doing is moving towards getting land and building these huge, epic, like Atlantean-like areas and places in the world. And everything that you do is literally contributing to that. Not only contributing to that, but contributing to these speakers. There's around 500 speakers on a constant basis that we're continuously funding. They're doing, creating advanced technology, whether it's free energy devices, whether they're researching, whether they go into South Africa to dig up ancient ruins and see what it is and what's going on. We're constantly, consistently contributing to them. The donations that whoever donated to attend this event, since it was donation as well, that is also going towards these funds. And we're doing huge projects all over the world. So if you do want to help us out and support us, I'm leaving it in the room right now. And then please do, if you want to, I hope you do, sign up to my Instagram. Join me on Instagram, because that's the only reach I have right now. If you want to know more about this, I'll be announcing everything on Instagram. And I'll also be releasing a lot of spoken word and conscious poetry on that platform as well. And also I wanted to say before we get into the closing is that when things open up next year, we're going to start doing something unique over here too. Lots of things, but one thing I want to say is we're going to do psilocybin and sound half-day journeys, where we're going to do half-day, half-eighth of mushrooms. We're not trying to go and have you there for 10 hours, but it's a half-day journey with sound, and you can stay the night. That's fine too, because, you know, if you're not ready to leave, you shouldn't leave. So that's going to be something awesome. Half-day sound frequencies with all types of tools over and all over your body while you're having your journey on psilocybin. I was supposed to do that this year, so now that that's being pushed to next year, this event will be here again this time next year, and will also hopefully be in Oakland as well. And then we will also be doing the first ever joint co-creation, well, not the first ever joint co-creation, but the first ever cannabis conference that we are creating together, Joan and myself. That's going to be on in March of next year, right? And we
online March 20th and March 21st. So it's
yes,
a two-day
2
online
days.
conference with some amazing speakers on the spirituality, the medical aspects, how to heal yourself, use cannabis, use CBD to heal yourself, the science, the research, how to cook, medicate yourself.
Legislation, even that, decriminalization, full circle cannabis conference, really to, again, eliminate the stigma around it. And then also talk about the indigenous wisdom, talk about prohibition and what happened, talk about hemp and how we can replace paper products with hemp, talk about sustainable living, talking about taking plastic out of this cannabis industry that is creating so much waste. And then also speaking about what is going on now, people that are actually working with cannabis on a spiritual level, and then other individuals that have companies that are distributing cannabis products. So it's going to be a really amazing event. That's next year, March.
Right. We even have someone who speaks about finding out your genetic code and how your genetics determines the best cannabis for you.
Oh, that's crazy.
Right. I thought that
I
was
didn't even hear about that one.
Right.
So in case you guys haven't noticed, and if you've been following Portal to Century for a while, these are, you know, within the community of consciousness for sure, but these are very niche events that you wouldn't normally see a conscious ET, ancient history, ascension company really doing. And the reason for that is not only are these important things to talk about, but, and all the decriminalization that is occurring now on the planet, but it's also something that we want to be able to really provide the information out to the masses. We have the resources in order to do this at Portal to Ascension. So these are going to be two separate, but also everything's connected tracks of events that we're going to be co-creating. Events on plant medicine. I want to do frequent events, maybe one a month, one speaker, right? Events in cannabis, we'll keep doing that too. And then our event website will have all of this content, but then you can search and categorize by cannabis only, plant medicine only, and then you can see what kind of information you really want to, you know, learn about. So just stay tuned for all that. Amazing things. We're picking up a lot of momentum, and we're just going to skyrocket into the universe.
Did I tell you how I do a talk on how plant medicine is a direct gift from the gods and the extraterrestrials? So actually, they are connected, just so you know.
Yeah. Well, you talk about the Dogon, for example. The Dogon have this whole story about cannabis coming from the two-dog plant, the two-dog star system, which is Sirius A and Sirius B. So I feel that too, like there's some sort of extraterrestrial connection to all of this.
I know, isn't that exciting? So
Yes.
actually, this is pure consciousness, extraterrestrial, extra consciousness, new, you know, everything all together.
Mm-hmm. So there's two things that I forgot to say that are quick things that, and then I want Joan to take it away. But just in case anybody did not know this, I really like to tell people that, you know, the implementation of psychedelics in therapy isn't just something that we want and might not happen. It's actually occurring. So much so that entire organizations are donating millions of dollars to the implementation of these things. For example, Dr. Bronner's, they donated in April of this year $1 million to the decriminalization project of mushrooms in Oregon. You don't just donate $1 million. Dr. Bronner's is not just looking for a tax write-off here. They're doing it because they know that this is happening and they want to be in the forefront of this movement. They actually donated money before that to another organization, but people are really putting the funds towards what is happening and creating the infrastructure of it now. So this is a real thing, and it's going to be getting bigger and bigger.
Right? We are directly in the midst of and even responsible for an awakening of consciousness now. Mm-hmm. As we get taken into the Aquarian age, and the spread of plant medicine literally has the opportunity to shift our consciousness. So I think we can, are we done? Are we ready to close the circle?
And the last thing I want to say is that you might not know, but Brazil has been using ayahuasca to rehabilitate inmates for quite some time, and they've been getting great results from it all. So, you know, this is, wow. I just like to drop these pieces of knowledge about how certain governments, even in like huge organizations, are really taking this seriously, because it is something to be taken seriously. And that's it.
Whoa. All right.
Love you all. Joan, take us into meditation.
You so much. Dearest angels, take a deep breath in. So much information and wisdom coming down to us from the stars, from above, from our other consciousness, Mother, Father, God. We are so grateful that we had an opportunity to drop in consciousness with others of like mind, of the great teachers and masters of the world. An opportunity to drop into the wisdom of the plants, the wisdom of those teachers who carry the medicine, who carry the lineage, and the wisdom of the plants that are here to help us align with our body, our mind, our spirit, to help us align with our mission and our purpose, with our ancestors, with our knowledge of who we are and where we are going, and how we fit into this very fabric of our planet, this very fabric of Mother Earth, and this very fabric of the unfolding of this new age of awareness and destiny. And so it is. We are so grateful to be with each and every one of you. And so it is until we are together again as Neil drops us in even deeper.
I'm going to now take us on a journey into 3 different spoken word pieces. The first one here is the journey of the beginning of when I went to an ayahuasca ceremony and I sat and the thoughts and experiences that was coming through my mind. The second one will be the actual journey, and the third one will be my life after. The night has come upon us. One level to trust, the undercover rhyme of the one who preaches the plant medicine find, archaeological design, ancient pyramids corrupted from inside, worlds ended, but I will exist in all forms of life. Life doesn't exist, existing is fried. My unconditional mind uncovered the inner world to discover and find, travel through dimensions and bridges of space, time. Radio waves and frequencies penetrated the fabric of my being. I hear you in planetary systems as far as the reaches of the universe. I set into motion the curse while I traverse third-dimensional reality, unrehearsed in this free will mentality, diversity of races incarnated to experience physicality, disperse the energy, coerce the magnetic poles into shifting our reality into days of old. I'm the oldest of souls, here now to release control. Prophecies foretold will allow these scriptures to unfold. The vibration of gold will heal the corrosion and mold within my soul. Within my soul, within my soul, within my soul. As I'm on my plant medicine journey, I see the experiences that I've had in this lifetime. I've been many fragments from the divine, as you and as I are all part of this fractal nature from the sky. You see, I've been many things. I've been a killer, psychotic strangler, a dimensional untangler, a quantum surfer, an incarnational overseer, a department store manager, a grocery store bagger. I've been on the streets as a handler, rhymes that damaged my neuroreceptors. I can't manage to rearrange imprints of every name I ever took in my past lives and will ever take in my future lives are hidden in my brain. Days of silence, the subconscious melds into the main cerebral cortex, tripped and fell into the vortex. I'm lost in the phantom zone. Nowhere to live, the entire universe is my home. I was born only to be reborn again. Not part of any form of organized corruption, split from the core, just a pebble in the ocean to bring the end to the intergalactic wars. The next morning as I wake up, I get up and I shake up. I realize what's fake and the love, my cup is half full. I look in the sky and I say, wow, what a beautiful day. Sun's in the sky saying, hey, just talking to me, feeling free, pure positivity. Energy flows clean, eating greens, juicing life to the fullest, spraying lyrical bullets for all to hear. The vibration of the word, the frequency of gold, keeping us as high as the top of Mount Sinai. All the prophets as stars are aligned, lighting up the street signs, pathway to another pathway. Skipping stones floating in space, rivers and rhymes flow, energies pure love in motion. We were all born to have fun, sentient being, able to be aware of where we chose to come from, choosing to exist in this confusion. The fusion of races from around the world and off this planet into other worlds, from the small to the tall, from the small to the tall. I heard the cosmic call, so I came down here to experience it all. As did you, as did I. We are all opening our collective third eyes, and we will transcend the reality of this density so that we can be the pure energy we were always meant to be. Love you all so much. Thank you for being with us here today. It's been amazing. Joan.
I am so grateful for you. I can feel that journey. I can feel all of our journeys as we come down from above and live here in our three-dimensional bodies.
Mm-hmm.
To be reminded by the consciousness of the plants. So, rub your hands together, everyone, and just feel that energy. Sending it out to you, sending it out to Neil, and knowing that we're going to be able to come back to this again very soon. And so it is. Namaste.
And so it is. Love you, Joan.
Love you, Neil.
I wish we were there to cook a dinner together.
I know. Maybe do a little sacred smoke. Guys, I want you to know Neil and I are like this in person. Half of what we told you are the same kinds of things. We sit here for hours mesmerized by consciousness. So thank you so much for being a part of it.
Thank you, everybody. And quick shout out to both of our mutual friends, my wife.
Oh my God, I love you, Soul. You have been on my mind all day.
She's not here, but I'll have her read that, listen to that replay, because she's part of our group. You, me, and her.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I thought she was going to be here today.
Okay, I guess this is it, everybody. Love everybody so much.
Love you.
Keep at it. Reach out to us. Connect with us. Let's just keep moving forward. We're creating peace in heaven on earth.
And I'm the divine clapper. So let's give a shout out to all of you guys, you and your friends. And Neil, you are fantastic, love. Thank you for Portal to Ascension. I so appreciate you and Soul for carrying the flag of consciousness awareness.
Thank you, Joan.
So it is.
Ditto.
All right.
Love you. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye.